Five Nights at Freddy's Fazbear Frights number 8. Gumdrop Angel by Scott Cawthon and Andrea Waggener. The Gumdrop Angel. Angel opened her eyes and saw nothing. Darkness. Had she gone blind? She tried to blink, but she found she couldn't. Was she even worse off now than before? She felt weak and heavy. Her body ached. Angel raised her hands and tried to rub her eyes, but clear the gunk from them. But her hands whacked against something hard. Trying not to panic, she groped around to figure out what she hit. She felt was wood. Flat, smooth, unrelenting wood surrounding her. She was in some kind of box, a very small box. Angel tried to scream, but her mouth wouldn't work properly. She began writhing her body, flailing her limbs, but it did no good. She just kept banging against the box. She was trapped. She felt very strange, woozy, like she was going to pass out. Why was this happening to her? Angel really wished she had earplugs, and nose plugs, and blinders. No, skip all that. Angel really wished there was an ability to teleport. Yeah, that would be good. If she could teleport, she could just instantly go somewhere else. But first, she'd have to be invisible so she would get away with teleporting. Or maybe she could have superpowers so she could just obliterate everything that was there. No, that might be a little extreme. Teleporting would be good enough. Where would she go? Pretty much anywhere but here. A landfill, a sewer, the most dangerous part of town. She could think of a million horrible places that would be an improvement through her current situation. After all, what could possibly be worse than here? Angel and her family were in Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and there was a place on Earth that was more like hell than this. Angel didn't know about it. Freddy's had bad enough on its own. A relentlessly bright and cheery place with decor in strictly primary colors and a headache-inducing black and white checkered board floor, and then you added the children. No, not just children, amped up children, crazed, overexcited, peeing in the ball pit, puking in the arcade children. Not much was worse than the few dozen little kids having a birthday party with obnoxious mix and miserable topped with "shoot me now." The Angel looked around, and she had to admit that some of her distaste, all right, maybe all of it, could have been related to envy and resentment. Her birthday had been the month before, and no one had thrown her a party of any kind. Maybe at some point in Angel's life, she could have appreciated a kid's birthday party. Theoretically, she could have liked having her own birthday party here and when she was little. When she was sure she had a party, she wouldn't have been as loud and insufferable as the kids in Freddy's were. She would have been happy, yes, but she would have been graceful about it. At least, she liked to think so. But then again, she never get to test that theory. She, seeing her as her dad, not in her current pathetic excuse for a stepdad, but her biological father, equally pathetic apparently, left when she wasn't even walking yet, her mother had been both the moneymaker and the full-time parent. During those years, their mom had disappeared into her job, while somehow staying in a constant state of broke. There was just never enough money for things like birthday parties. Now that Angel's mom had married Miron, aka Call Me Dad, no thank you very much, parties like this were in the budget. But well, Angel was older and so ostentatious displays of birthday frivolity. And come on, it was just a little kid's birthday, honestly important enough to spend thousands of dollars on balloons, pizza, soda, cake, candy, and presents? No way! It was a waste of resources. That money could have brought Angel a car or paid tuition for the performing arts college she wanted to attend. Thankfully, Angel had qualified for a student loan based on her mom's low income in the last year before she married Myron. But Angel shouldn't have had to get financial help. Not when Myron could be more afford to pay her way. She never did call him Dad, but that was because he hadn't earned it. Wasn't a dad supposed to pay for his kid's education? Angel looked at the woman who had gotten her into this screwed-up situation. Her mother. Her weak, self-interested, gold-digging mother. If only her mother paid half as much attention to her daughter as she did her own looks. Still reasonably young, Angel's mom had bouncy, short blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and a face she spent thousands of dollars a year to keep pretty. Forget homework help or mother-daughter dates. Angel's mom was too busy spend half of the day working out or updating her wardrobe at the mall. And maybe Angel's mom would have been halfway decent if she had a good partner by her side. But then again, maybe not. Angel's mom wasn't exactly a paragon of patience or understanding. She also wasn't very good at cooking, cleaning, organizing, or planning. She didn't have a cool job like a film editor or fashion designer or talent agent from observing her friends' mothers. Angel thought these were the qualities that went into being a great mom. The qualities her mother had: an expert at improving her own looks, a whiz at makeup and clothes shopping, a world-class champion of flirting with men, a connoisseur of sleeping in, and a master of self-absorption to the point that she forgot anything not associated with her own happiness, did not make her good mom material. Behind Angel, a little girl squealed, hitting decibels that should have been illegal. Angel put her fingers in her ears. "Stop that," Angel's mother snapped. "You're 18, not 8. Oh, right. And that was her mother's other notable quality. star of bowing to whatever man was paying for the bills at the time. The truth was that Angel's mom didn't like loud, screaming children any more than Angel did. But right now, she was playing the role of Myron's wife, and Myron's wife is the mother of a 5-year-old. This meant Angel's mom was pretend she was happy to be at this party, and part of that pretense was to chastise Angel for dropping the act. Angel rolled her eyes. Her mother was pathetic. So was Myron, and so was Ophelia. Myron's revolting daughter, the whole family was pathetic. Even Angel was pathetic because she had to be part of this family. She needed to get out of it. She'd come so close to surviving her childhood without facing a stepdad thing. The whole time she'd been growing up, her mother had been looking for the right husband and father. The right husband and father being one of them who had lots and lots of money. Angel had lost count of the number of men who had come and gone over the years. There'd always been some guy. Some of them had kids, some of them didn't. And when Angel had been dragged along on family dates, she had the comfort of knowing it was temporary. She didn't have to go home with the guy or the kids. But when her mom had met Myron, and Ophelia came with Myron, who named a kid Ophelia. Ophelia was Hamlet's lover. A woman who'd gone crazy because Hamlet was seemingly gone crazy. Did that seem like the best inspiration for a baby's name? Curious about Ophelia's name, Angel had looked up the meaning of it. Ophelia was a Greek name. She discovered it meant help, as in, help, I'm named after a traffic mental case. It made her laugh when she read that. She could only hear Ophelia's chirpy little kid voice saying it now. Speaking of annoying squeaky voice, didn't you want some pizza? Ophelia asked Angel. Before Angel could answer, Ophelia said, I'll share mine. And she pushed a slice of the foul-smelling excuse for pizza towards Angel's face. Angel hated Freddy's pizza. The sauce was way too much basil, which gave it the offensive smell and made it, as far as Angel was concerned, inedible. Ophelia missed Angel's mouth and smeared Angel's jaw with sauce. She could feel her hair sticking to it, too. Angel slapped Ophelia's hand. Get that away from me! And Ophelia's face crumpled. She jerked back and the pizza slice flew out of her hands, landing face down on Angel's chest, before sliding into her lap. Angel jumped up, and pizza fell on the floor. She looked at the red stain in her good dreams. You little brat! She yelled at Ophelia. Ophelia's chin quivered. Tears spilled from her eyes. I just wanted to share. Don't yell at your sister, Angel's mother cut in. She's not my sister, Angel shouted. She grabbed a pair of napkins and wiped her face and hair. As she did, she noticed several kids and adults surrounding tables were staring at her. Great. She managed to make a spectacle of herself. Even in a room full of maniac kids, she felt her face redden, and she sat down. Angel, Myron growled, knowing her scathing look, which he reserved exclusively for his stepdaughter these days. He turned to Ophelia. Come here, my princess. Ophelia, crying hard now, crawled into Myron's lap. He hit me, Daddy. I was trying to share my pizza. Ophelia raised her arm to Myron's inspection. There was nothing on her arm except pizza sauce, but Myron looked at the poor offended arm and kissed it. Then he turned on Angel. I didn't hit her, Angel said, before she could say anything. I shoved her hand away. That wasn't technically true, but Angel would get grounded for a year if she admitted to hitting Ophelia. Myron opened his mouth, but he was cut off by one of the animatronic performers on the stage in front of her table. Being the birthday girl, Ophelia had an extra prominent place in the audience for the Fazbear extravaganza show. They were 2 feet from the stage. If Angel had wanted to, he could have reached out and swiped frosting off Ophelia's 5-foot-tall layered cake, and it was sitting on stage, to the side of where the animatronics were going to perform. Angel had been dreading the big show because she knew it would be loud and chaotic, over the top. Now, however, she was grateful for it. It was drawing attention away from the family drama playing out on the table. Ophelia immediately forgot the assault on her precious arm and turned Myron. Up, Daddy, up! She dutifully repositioned her on his lap and so she could stand on his thighs. The full skirt of Ophelia's yellow furry Jeff puffed up into Myron's face. He kept a grip on Ophelia with one hand and shoved aside the tule with the other. Ophelia stared up at the stage with bright eyes. She wiggled her hips and threw her arms around the awkward dance of some kind. Angel hated Ophelia. The kid was a nuisance, always dragging out a board game or begging to play pretend with Angel. She would jump into bed with Angel almost every night with a book and whine of, will you read to me? Sometimes Angel did read to Ophelia, but she resented the time it took. Angel was busy. She didn't have time for her little sister. And then there was the horses. Ophelia had a thing about horses. Her whole room was filled with them. Plush horses, plastic horses, wood horses, posters, photos, and oil paintings of horses. She had a huge rocking horse in her room. And though she was too big for her, she rode it every day. And so did her dolls. That was Ophelia's world. Horses and dolls. It was, in fact, the theme of today's party, too. Angel was so sick of horses, of hearing about them, reading stories about them, being forced to join Ophelia and playing with them. When Ophelia had demanded that her birthday party be at Freddy's, which was, sadly, her favorite restaurant, Angel had pointed out that the party at Freddy's wouldn't be a horse-themed party, which was also what Ophelia wanted. Freddy's didn't have horse characters, but Ophelia wasn't deterred. She wanted what she wanted. Usually, Freddy's parties were Freddy-themed, so Myron had to negotiate with Freddy's manager to bring in special-themed napkins, plates, hats, and decorations. He also had brought every kid in place a horse toy. Angel had heard through pretend neighing today if it lasts a lifetime. I love my party, Daddy, Ophelia cried out. She grinned, revealing pizza sauce-stained teeth and looking for a world like some kind of cannibal. It wasn't a pretty picture. Not that any picture of Ophelia in it could be pretty. No matter how she dressed her up, Ophelia had truly been an ugly little girl. Poor kid. That was just the only thing that made Angel feel an ounce of kindness toward her. No question, Ophelia was a thorn in Angel's side, but the poor thing couldn't help but how she looked. Just as Angel got her mom's looks, Ophelia got Myron's. For reasons Angel couldn't fathom, her mom thought Myron was a catch, not because of the money. She actually thought he was handsome. Angel thought Myron was a gorilla, tall and trunk-shaped. Myron had dark brown hair all over his body. He was the hairiest man Angel had ever seen. Now, of course, Ophelia didn't inherit that trait from her daddy, but she did get his prominent brow ridge, large nose, and small eyes. She also got his long arms. She looked like a chimpanzee, which was sad. Chimpanzees were cute, but kids who looked like chimpanzees weren't. On the stage in front of Ophelia, Freddy's animatronics were getting ready to perform, and an announcer, a male Freddy's employee wearing a top hat and bright red tuxedo, was shouting away to the crowd. The announcer was young, blonde, round-faced, and perpetually smiling. Is everyone having a super-duper time? The announcer asked. Yes, all the kids shouted. Ophelia screeched her eyes. Yes, even louder. The sound sent a stab of pain through Angel's temple. Is everybody ready to have an even more fun? Freddy himself called out. Yes, the kids scoffed. Fun, more fun, Ophelia squealed. She wiggled her spastically in her dad's lap. She almost dropped her. Are you ready to rock and roll? Freddy shouted. Everyone in the restaurant except Angel yelled, yes! And then the restaurant was filled with cheers. Angel noticed Myron was giving the stepdaughter the evil eye around Ophelia's billowing yellow skirt. Angel didn't care. The restaurant was now far too loud for Myron to chew out Angel. Ignoring her stepdad, Angel left her family at a table and went in search for a restroom she could try and salvage her jeans. And the long rectangular tables and Freddy's were crammed together, and they were all full of hyper little kids and a smattering of wary-looking adults. Angel had to twist his way to work herself free of the unruly pack. When she was almost through the melee, Angel collided one of the Freddy's employees. As she started to say, excuse me, he turned toward her. She only got her first word out before she looking at one of the cutest guys she had ever seen, and he robbed her of the ability to speak. Sorry, the cute guy said. I should have been looking where I was going. Angel opened her mouth, but nothing came out. The cute employee grinned at her and started to say something else, but that's when the animatronics on stage started belting out a rock song and ear-shriveling vocals. The singers, combined with the band's heavy on the drums and electric guitar style, made speaking impossible. Angel began to move on, but the cute employee took her hand and led her out of the dining area. She thought it was a little presumptuous, but she didn't protest because the hand was warm and strong, and it was attached to the cute employee. Also, he was pulling her away from the noise and the spastic mayhem, both on the stage and in the audience. Aware of the pizza sauce still in her hair, Angel raised a hand to swipe at her face. She wished she had a mirror so she could clean herself up. If not for the pizza sauce, Angel would have been pretty confident about her appearance. Although her mom hadn't done much for Angel, she had passed on her good genes. Angel had her mother's blonde hair, only Angel's was shorter length, blue eyes, pleasant features, and slender body. Even though she wasn't much for fashion and cosmetics like her mother was, Angel had her own style. She didn't wear a ton of makeup. She simply lined her eyes with kohl and kept her lips glossed. She was into retro thrift store clothes, and she was a whiz with scarves and jewelry and other accessories. She liked playing with them so much that she usually kept an extra scarf or a strand of beads in her purse so she could change her look when it suited her. Today, she'd done some cool loops with a 70s belt around her narrow waist. Under that, she wore a flimsy 60s peasant top that clung into her just right. If Ophelia hadn't decided to spill sauce over her, Angel would have been fit for a date right now. The cute guy led Angel down the hallway outside the dining room. The hallway, lined with cartoony pictures of Freddy's animatronic characters, ran along the length of the dining area, connecting Freddy's entrance to the back of the restaurant, which presumably was there where the kitchen and offices were. The pictures were framed with bright yellow, and all characters wore happy, jaunty expressions. Few doors opened up in the hallway, including those to the restrooms. Angel's eyed the ladies' room door as they passed it. She wished she could just go in and clean herself up. They were headed, though, toward the front door of the restaurant. Angel wondered if the cute employee was going to try and get her to leave with him, and she just took her in a little waiting area filled with red plastic chairs, which was near the entrance. When they reached the chairs, the cute employee mentioned to them, "Have a seat, I'll be right back." He darted down the hallway, they just come down. Angel wondered, even as her butt would hit the molded plastic, why was she so dutifully doing what the guy wanted? Had he inherited more from her mom than she had thought she had? Was she turning into a male-pleasing automaton? Angel couldn't explain why, and she waited in the chair for at least a minute, then concerned that she was abdicating her entire sense of independent self, Angel started to stand. Why had she let a guy drag her out here in the first place? The cute employee reappeared. She was wearing several paper towels and a spray bottle that looked like water. He sat down in the seat next to hers. Wow, he was cute. Just a little taller than Angel, the guy was broad-shouldered, narrow-hipped, and clearly fit. With dark hair and dark eyes and strong features, she had the kind of looks that pretty much any girl with eyes would find attractive. I'm Dominic, the cute guy said. He had a wonderful voice, deep and resonant. Angel involuntarily lowered herself back into the chair. Angel, she said. Yes, you are. Angel rolled her eyes. Dominic grinned. Have you heard that one before? Of course you have. Angel smiled. She couldn't help it. He was irresistible. But you made it sound better than anyone else. Dominic laughed. Now there's a good line. I should take lessons from you. Angel laughed. No, that's a terrible idea. I just sort of blurt out whatever I'm thinking. That's not always the best thing. I disagree. Honesty is highly underrated. A group of giggling little girls burst out of the dining room, ran down the hallway, and poured into the ladies' room, like a swarm of frilly, pink-clad bees. Angel was glad that she wasn't in the ladies' room. She turned back to Dominic and figured she might as well see where this encounter went. Thank you for saving me. Did I? I was just doing my job. I'm an assistant manager here, and one of my duties is make sure the customers are happy. I saw a pretty girl smeared with pizza sauce and figured she'd be happier if it was cleaned up. He raised a spray bottle and paper towels. Dominic reached out and touched Angel's pizza sauce-crusted hair. Not that you don't totally rock this Italian food in the hair look. Angel laughed. Dominic leaned toward her. Angel held her breath. Do you mind? Dominic said. I don't think pizza sauce is a good conditioner, and the hair color. Well, this particular shade of red doesn't match the rest of your hair. Angel said nothing. She was trying to remember what she last ate. She hadn't eaten any of the pizza her mom and Myron ordered, but she did have some chocolate candy. Well, that shouldn't have given her bad breath. Dominic was dapping at her hair and skin of her jaw and neck. With paper towels, she sprayed with whatever was in the plastic bottle. Whatever, it smelled flowery, and it was warm. It felt soothing against the skin of her jaw and her ear. He was just being so gentle. Who was this guy? It seemed like he came from an entirely different planet than the guys at her school. They were oafs by comparison. None of the guys she knew at her school would know how to clean pizza sauce out of hair. Okay, that's better, Dominic said. He tucked in a strand of her hair behind her, and then looked down at her jeans. He held out more wet towels. Think you can handle the rest? I don't want to be disrespectful. Angel laughed and took the towels. I appreciate that. She worked the stain on her jeans. The deep red faded a little, but didn't disappear. She hoped it didn't come out in the wash. So I assume you're here with your family? Dominic said, once Angel was cleaned up. Yeah, sort of. My stepsister is the birthday girl. Ah, so I did save you. Does she make you clean the fireplace and scrub the floor too, Cinderella? She would if she was old enough to care about that stuff. For now, her daddy, my stepdad, is one on my case. Yeah, that can suck. Yes, it can. I haven't seen you before. What school do you go to? I'm graduating from Marymount in a month. You? Same, graduating in a month, but from Graves Academy. Ooh, snazzy. Graves Academy was a private school for brainiacs. Angel was impressed in spite of herself. Yeah, right. Dominic gestured at Freddy's vest and name tag. I know I make this Freddy thing look good, but you should see me in my school uniform. It would knock your socks off. Angel looked down at her sandal-clad feet. So did Dominic. See, Dominic said, even thinking about me in my uniform knocked your socks off. Angel laughed even as she groaned. Dominic smiled. So, did you end up wearing our pizza instead of eating it? Please tell me the server didn't get this sloppy. No, not a server. Ophelia. Dominic raised an eyebrow. Hamlet, helpless lover? Yeah, right, see? I was just thinking about that. Why would you name a child Ophelia? I guess it's a pretty name, but it has some heavy connotation, and Ophelia is my stepsister. Ah, the wicked stepsister. Out, damned spot. Angel laughed. I think you're suffering from Shakespearean confusion. Sometimes wicked as the way comes, Dominic said. Angel laughed harder. Better sentiment, but you're still in the wrong play. Oh, well, this above all, to thine own self be true. Ding, 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 give a man a prize, Angel said. He made his way back to Hamlet. And they both laughed, and then they both spoke once. Angel said, thank you for, just as Dominic said, listen, how about, they both stopped and grinned. Before either could finish a sentence, a woman's voice called out, Dominic. Angel and Dominic turned toward the voice. Another Freddy's employee, a 30-something woman, stood just outside the dining room. There you are, she said. The woman was all tall, athletic-looking, with brown hair caught up in the ponytail. She wore Freddy's uniform and looked perfectly calm in spite of her chaos swirling around her. Dominic stood. Hey, Nancy, I'm coming. Meet me in the kitchen, Nancy said. Dominic turned and held out his hand. Angel took it. She was happy to have a chance to hold his hand again. I'm sorry to abandon you to all this. He waved his arms out. And your evil stepsister, too. But duty calls. No problem. He smiled at her. Before my boss so rudely interrupted, I was about to ask if you might like to go out tomorrow night. There's an indie band playing in the Rocket House. Would you be game? Sure, I'd like that. Great. If you give me your number, I can pick you up. If you don't want me to give me your number, you can meet me there. Angel rattled off her home phone number. Dominic laughed. Okay then, he repeated the number back to her. She nodded. You won't forget it? She asked. When he didn't write it down, he just wanted to kick herself because she sounded like a nag. She didn't seem to mind. I have a great memory. I won't forget it. Or you. Angel blushed. Dominic reached into a pocket of the uniform vest, and here's my Freddy's card. You can always call me. Angel took out the card and stuck it in her jeans pocket. Well, you don't have to call me, Dominic said. I'll beat you to it. I'm going to be working here late tonight, lots of cleanup to do, and then prep for another party tomorrow. I'll call you later this evening, set up time, Dominic said. Angel nodded. Are you heading back in? Dominic asked her. She shrugged and nodded. I guess I have to. Dominic laughed and offered his arm. Then may I escort you to the pandemonium, milady? Angel laughed and took his arm. You may, Prince Charming. Dominic chuckled and led her back into the dining room. He squeezed her hand briefly before letting her go into the doorway. Until later, he said. She nodded. Where have you been? Myron demanded when Angel got back to her family's table. The band was getting ready for a sing-along. Angel glared at him. I had to go clean up the pizza sauce your klutzy daughter decided to smear all over me. Angel's mom leaned in. The snarky attitude isn't necessary. Ophelia is only 5 years old, Angel. Yeah, I know. And yet she's the head of the household. Well, how does that make any sense? Myron shook his head. The sing-along started, and Angel noticed Dominic, who was now singing too, moving gracefully from the table to table. His voice could be heard around the din of all the kids' voices. He had a really nice voice. As he was watching him singing to the trio of rambunctious boys, Angel wondered if Dominic wanted to be a performer. That was what she was going to be. Angel was going to be an actress, singer, and dancer. She was equally talented at all three. Surely all the teachers in the drama and music department at her high school had told her she was talented enough to make it in the entertainment industry. They were the ones who encouraged her to apply for the performing arts school. She probably wouldn't have had the confidence to do it without their urging. Audiences are just going to eat you up, Angel, her favorite drama teacher had said when she'd given Angel an application. You're going to be special, unlike any other. And then she applied to school. Angel had no idea how she was going to pay for it because Myron said he wasn't paying for some art school you can prepare you for the real world. He was thrilled when she qualified for loans. Angel watched Dominic dance a sort of modified rumba with the few little kids. Their faces shined with joy. It was strange. Earlier today, this same scene would have had Angel rolling her eyes. But watching how good Dominic was with the kids, it made her see this place in a whole different light. Her mother poked Angel Arth. Why aren't you singing? You love to sing. Angel shrugged, and her mom had to point. Why not sing? So she sang. Not so loud, her mother said immediately. Angel stopped singing and crossed her arms. She tried to return to Dominic watching, but the group of kids were now dancing on chairs, and they blocked her line of sight. Another eternity later, the singing stopped, and finally the announcer made a big production of bringing Ophelia up on the stage to blow out the candles of the gargantuan cake. Of course, Ophelia couldn't even manage her 5 candles. The animatronics helped her. And Angel vaguely wondered how that worked. They must have little blowers in their mouths. After Ophelia received claps, whistles, and a standing ovation for blowing out 2 of her 5 candles, servers began cutting and passing out cake while the animatronic continued performing. Angel slouched in her chair, watching the animatronics dance. She wished she could re-choreograph their routine. As soon as the cake had been doled out, microphone feedback pierced through the commotion, and the announcer called out, And now for the grand finale of today's festivities. May we have the birthday girl back on stage, please? Ophelia grinned and ran up to the stage. Everyone cheered again. Angel looked around the room until she spotted Dominic. He was talking to his boss at the edge of the dining room, and how he saw her glancing his way. He winked at her. Angel smiled. Maybe things were looking up, as it was, after all, only a month to graduation. And then she was going to stay with a friend with another state while they attended a summer-long acting workshop. Angel got a scholarship for it, and she'd been saving up for travel and good food expenses, which was all she needed since her friend wasn't going to charge her rent. Then after that, performing arts school. Pretty soon she'd be living her own life, make her own choices, and she wouldn't have to take any more orders from Myron or play second fiddle to Ophelia. And now for the piece of resistance, the announcer shouted. Lower Ray! The band had played a loud fanfare, and something started coming down from the ceiling. Angel figured they were about to see a Freddy-shaped piñata or something. Piñatas seem to be popular with kids' birthday parties these days. Only half watching the thing getting lowered down, Angel blinked and looked more carefully when she saw the object wasn't a piñata. At least it wasn't a piñata that looked like any she'd seen before. Sinking slowly down into the room, a soft-looking statue was dolting and quivering its way closer and closer to the stage. The statue was vaguely girl-shaped and wasn't made of paper mache. It seemed to be made of... Was that candy? Angel leaned forward and squinted. Yeah, it looked like gummy candy. It was a big gummy statue. Okay, that was different. Interested now, even as she equally repelled, Angel watched the gummy statue throw out its arms. kick its legs, and gyrate its body. Clearly, some form of animatronic like Freddy and his band members. The gummy statue was a constant motion. It flung itself this way and that. Weird, gross, and maybe a little cool. Kids, the announcer called out. For your eating enjoyment, we present you the birthday gummy! The kids cheered. The announcer looked at Ophelia. You, my lovely young lady, as the birthday girl, have the privilege of taking the first bite of our yummy gummy! You will start with the yummy gummy's toes. Then you will get the responsibility of having the last bite, the yummy gummy's gumdrop nose! Ophelia laughed and clapped her hands. She started toward the gummy statue. The announcer held up a hand. Before you start, dear birthday girl, let me repeat to you all. Only the birthday girl can take the gumdrop nose. That is for Ophelia and only for Ophelia. Does everyone understand? All the kids all chorus. Yes, excellent, the announcer said. And now you may begin, Ophelia, and then, kids, come on up and join her. You all need to take bites to devour this yummy gummy. Ready, set, go! Ophelia ran over to the gummy statue and bit off its big toe. Even though it made of candy, watching Ophelia eat a toe made Angel feel a little sick. She thought it was strange that the gummy statue kept moving, even when the other kids fell to the stage and began chewing their way up to the statue's legs. Angel would have thought they would have turned off the animatronics before the thing got eaten. Bored again, now that the gummy was being consumed by scrabbling children, Angel sat back and tapped her foot. For a few minutes, she watched the kids eat the candy, and then she started feeling queasy. The scene reminded her of the horrible nature shows Myron liked to watch, the ones where the lions ran down the zebra and chowed down. Angel hated those shows. It's just nature, Angel, Myron would say to her when she objected. Quit being so squeamish. Nature or not, she didn't like seeing living things eaten. She didn't even like seeing the lobsters in the tanks at the restaurants. The gummy statue was a little too lifelike to enjoy seeing it devoured by a horde of little kids' mouse. So by the time the kids were halfway up the legs, she reached into her purse and came up with a nail file. She started touching up her nails. Another several years passed, and an announcer shouted, "You're doing great, kids! Remember, the gumdrop nose is for Ophelia and only Ophelia!" Angel glanced up to see the kids were at the neck. Only the statue's head was left, and it was being lowered closer to the ground stage so the kids could reach it. Angel watched the pudgy kid tear off the head's ear with the white little teeth. Her stomach flip-flopped. She looked back down at her nails. She didn't even look up again until the announcer shouted, "Everyone stop!" The kids froze, and the head was gone. "Ophelia, our birthday girl, come get your gumdrop nose!" the announcer called. Angel looked up once more. She saw Ophelia sitting on the edge of the stage, looking as if she might be sick. The announcer, up unperturbed, danced over, pulled her to her feet, and escorted her to the remains of the gummy statue. "Take your gumdrop nose," the announcer said. Ophelia looked at the announcer, then reached out and plucked the nose from the nearly consumed head. She tugged on the announcer's leg. She bent over. She whispered something to him, and she stood. "Our birthday girl's gonna take her gumdrop nose home to save her at a later time. Let's give her a big round of applause." For what? Angel wondered. Saving a gumdrop for later? Please. Angel shook her head and waited for the century had been Ophelia's birthday to come to an end. They finally left Freddy's at around 6 p.m. Considering they had left the house before noon, Angel decided it was been one of the longest birthday parties on record. The sun was still in the sky, reminding Angel how close they were to June and graduation, their ticket to freedom. The thought helped loosen some of her taut muscles. Angel got into the back seat of Myron's top-of-the-line minivan and strapped himself while Myron helped Ophelia into her car seat. Ophelia said she was feeling bloopy because she ate too much of the gummy statue. She hadn't eaten the gumdrop nose, though, and had been wrapped carefully in plastic for her. Ophelia stank of sweat and garlic. Angel shrunk against the door and turned to look at the window. She pressed her nose against the warm glass and tried to breathe the sun's expensive rays through the glass instead of Ophelia's stench. Myron finished strapping his precious daughter and then got in the driver's seat. Angel's mom was already in the passenger seat, visor down and checking her makeup. Myron stared at the engine and then turned around to look at Ophelia. "So, you ready for your big birthday surprise, sweetie?" Angel swiveled the gawk at Myron. He had been kidding. There was more the extravagant birthday display they just endured. Ophelia, who has been about a nod off before Myron spoke, lifted her head and clapped her hands. "Birthday surprise! What is it, Daddy?" "You'll have to wait and see, my princess." Ophelia bounced in her car seat. She grinned at Angel and asked, "Do you know what my surprise is?" Angel shook her head and turned toward the window again. She did her best to zone out, and the minivan began moving. She just had done a good job because the next thing she knew, Myron was shouted, "Here we are!" Ophelia let out an adult-sized snort and opened her eyes. Angel blinked and wiped her wet eyes. Then she blinked again and wiped her eyes again. "No. Really?" Myron had pulled the minivan into a graveled area in the front of a huge barn, next to the grassy paddock in which 3 lovely chestnut horses grazed. The evening sun caressed their backs, turning them golden. "Horsies," Ophelia squeaked. "Oh, Daddy, are there ponies? I want a pony." "I know, sweetie," Myron laughed. He got out of the minivan and opened the back door to unstrap his daughter. Come on, Angel. Come on, Angel, her mother said. Angel forced herself to open the minivan door. She had to command her feet to move. She did not want to see what was about to happen. She got out of the car and looked around. Myron, Ophelia, and Angel's mom were heading toward the barn, and they didn't seem to care if she wasn't with them. So Angel turned in the opposite direction. She picked her way across the gravel, listening to their footsteps crunch. She approached the wood fence around the paddock. One of the horses, a mare, trotted over to see her, dropping her huge head over the top of the fence to nuzzle Angel's shoulder. The mare smelled like fresh hay and moist earth. She also smelled a little like manure. Or maybe it wasn't the horse. The paddock needed cleaning up. Angel laughed when the mare gave Angel an assistant shove with her nose. I don't have anything for you, she said. You want to give her an apple? Angel turned to see a red-headed girl coming her way. The girl's long hair was plaited into the braid, and she was smiling. She wore denim overalls, and she looked open and friendly. Hi, said Angel. Hi, the girl said, held out an apple slice. Angel took it. Put it in the palm and hold out your palm flat and steady, the girl said. Angel did as she instructed. The horse took the apple slice. Her lips felt warm and soft against Angel's palm. The puff of her breath tickled. Angel smiled. You're awesome. You're awesome, she told the horse. Thanks, the red-headed girl said. Angel looked at her. Oh, you weren't talking to me? The girl laughed. I get that all the time. Next to the horses, I tend to disappear. Sorry, Angel said. My name's Angel. Tammy. You work here? Angel asked. Tammy nodded. This is my dad's place. That's my mom and stepdad over there, Angel said. Ophelia's getting a pony. Ophelia? Angel pointed. My stepsister. Oh, yeah, sweet little girl. She's been out here a couple times to ride the ponies, but hey, she's hitting the jackpot. Angel endured the sweet little girl comment. What do you mean by the jackpot? Oh, I mean, Ophelia isn't just getting a pony. She's getting a pony and a horse. Her dad wants her to have a pony while she's still small, and he's bought a yearling or two, her, too. He wants her to grow up with her horse, and she's going to get private lessons all year long, too. How much does that cost? Angel blurted. Sorry, that was rude. You probably can't tell me. No, I get it. I don't think there's any confidentiality in our business. At least, there's not on this part of it. Now, we're talking racehorses. That'd be another coral of Phyllis. Angel smiled. The pony's $2,000, Tammy said. The yearling is $3,000, but that's just the beginning. We charge a couple thousand a year to keep and take care of the pony or a horse. So your stepdad will be spending about $4,000 a year on fees, and then lessons would be $50 a day. So let's say she comes in an average 3 times a week even, or 50 weeks. That's what? Tammy looked upward, doing math in her head. That's $7,500 a year, Angel said. Yeah, Tammy said. So what did you get for your birthday this year? Angel laughed. Dinner at a burger place, because that's where Ophelia wanted to go. I'm a vegetarian. Oh, that's rude. I know, right? I also got a small cake and a new set of suitcases. You know, when I leave home. Tammy barked out a laugh. Oh, sorry. That's so sad. It's funny. Tammy covered her mouth. I'm so sorry. Angel laughed too. It's all right. They say comedy is a tragedy plus time. Tammy shook her head. I was feeling sorry for myself before I came over here to talk to you. I want to go to culinary school. My dad won't let me go until the fall because his foreman got injured and I need to stay and help. I mean, once Ed, the foreman, is back, Dad'll pay for my school and he's even getting me a car. Angel sighed. I'm not bragging, Angel said. I'm only telling you so I can hear how good I actually have it. I really am sorry you're stuck with a jackass of a stepdad. Really sorry. Angel shrugged. Well, I'm glad I can hang here and make you happy. It was well after 8:30 p.m. when they finally got home. Ophelia was asleep again when Myron pulled the minivan into the garage. Angel was numb. She was only breathing, she thought, because it was habit. She was in shock, so angry that she had no clue how to process it. She couldn't believe all that just happened. No, that wasn't true. She did believe it, and that's what made her so angry. So, did you love your party and your supplies, my princess? Myron asked Ophelia as they came through the mud room and laundry room of the 4-car garage. Angel ignored Myron and his daughter as she cut through the kitchen and headed up the stairs to her bedroom. Her mom, then Myron, and Ophelia followed her. She listened to an echo of their footfalls as they trapseed over the expensive hardwood floors that Myron was inordinately proud of. The house sounded so cavernous, so cold and uninviting. It was big, but who cared? Myron and Angel's mother had the biggest bedroom in the house. Naturally, it was a huge master suite with a sitting area. Ophelia's room, though, wasn't much smaller. Her domain was also a suite and a sleeping area, a reading nook, and a play area. She also had her own huge closet and a bathroom. Angel got a normal-sized room at the end of the hall, and she didn't get her own bathroom. She had to walk to the other end of the hall to use the bathroom. Whatever, she'd gone soon enough. Angel went into the plain peach and white room. Myron had it decorated. Without Angel's input, she hated the colors. She hated the sheer curtains, and she hated the twin-sized bed. She almost an adult. She deserved at least a full-size bed. The only thing Angel liked about her room was the view. Her window looked over the backyard, which was huge and filled with trees. Flopping down in her tiny bed, Angel clenched her teeth and thought about the unfairness of it all. What was she, trash? Something to be ignored and discarded? Angel took and started pacing back and forth. One day, very soon, Myron, her mother, and Ophelia, too, would realize how wrong they were to dismiss her. Angel was not going to be ignored. She was going to be successful, hugely successful. And when she wasn't going to share a dime with her horrible mother, stepdad, and stepsister. She was going to make it. She was going to be a center of attention. Angel dropped on her bed again. She thought about just going to sleep. The day had totally drained her, but her stomach wouldn't stop growling. So she left her room and headed for the kitchen. As she went back down the hall, Angel glanced more from the habit of interest to Ophelia's room. Ophelia was nowhere in sight. She was probably in the master with her daddy. Angel saw the plastic-wrapped gumdrop nose sitting on Ophelia's white-painted nightstand. She noticed Ophelia had placed her nose in her treasures dish, a little crystal, yes, real crystal, shallow bowl that held everything from rocks and seashells to coins and gold jewelry. Angel shook her head and continued on. Back downstairs, Angel went into the kitchen and flipped on the light switch. Warm, yellow, glowing circles shined down from the amber glass pennants above the tanker-sized island, illuminated black granite countertops. Recessed lights lit up custom cherry cabinets and stainless steel appliances. The kitchen was a gourmet cook's dream. Too bad a gourmet cook didn't live here. Angel cooked a little, but not a ton. She had to learn what little she knew how to cook on her own. Come to think of it, she had to learn everything she knew how to do on her own. She went to the fridge, scrounged around, and found a bean salad she made for herself a couple of days before. She was about to take a first bite, and then the phone rang. Thinking of Dominic, she snatched up the receiver. Hello? I hear the voice of an angel, Dominic said. Very funny, Angel said when she sounded casual and relaxed, but her pulse had at least doubled its pace the second Dominic spoke. I am very funny, aren't I? Aren't you lucky to have met me? Angel laughed. I'm beside myself. There are two of you? Lucky me. Angel groaned but giggled. Do you think you're funny, don't you? Hilarious. Angel shook her head. And also very modest. Very. Not to mention succulent. Angel said, smiling. Dominic smiled. Brevity is the soul of wit. Good one, Angel said. Proud of yourself? Inordinately. Angel laughed. She had to admit she was impressed that he'd thrown out another Hamlet quote, and she wasn't thinking to tell him that. You're too much. The lady doth protest too much, methinks, Dominic said. Angel groaned. A click came over the line, and Myron's heavy breathing battered Angel's ear. I'm on the phone, Myron, she said. It's late. Who are you talking to? Late? It's not even 9 p.m. Angel was going to lie and say it was one of her friends, but Dominic, clueless about the extent of Myron's unreasonableness, spoke up. My name is Dominic, sir. I'm calling to ask out your stepdaughter. Who the hell are you? Myron asked. I've never heard her talk about a Dominic. Angel was about to insert. We just met today, sir, Dominic said innocently. Angel groaned. Where? Are you lying? She was with us. Where do you get off lying to me, young man? Dominic spoke. After a slight hesitation, he seemed to be getting out that Myron wasn't playing with a full deck. I know she was with you today, sir, Dominic said in a slow, soothing tone that one used to pacify a distressed toddler. She was at Freddy's with your family. I work part-time there. I'm one of the assistant manager. I didn't see you, Myron snapped. Another little silence proceeded Dominic's patient response. With all due respect, sir, you wouldn't know if you did see me. We haven't met yet. That's exactly my point. You're not talking Angel out. You're not taking Angel out. We don't know you. I'm happy to come over, and Dominic began. You're not coming into this house. We don't know you, Myron repeated. I'm sorry, but how will you get to know me if you don't meet me? Get the hell off my phone, smart Alec, Myron said. He slammed down the receiver and bellowed down the stairs. You better be off in 10 seconds, Angel. I'm coming down there. Angel cringed. I have to go, she said to Dominic. Call me when you can, Dominic said. Angel hung up the phone just as Myron stomped into the kitchen. Where do you get off handing out my phone number to a total stranger, he demanded. It's my phone number too, Angel pointed out. That's just by happenstance, Myron said. What's that supposed to mean? It means I married your mother and you came along for the ride. I came along for the ride? Angel threw back, incredulous, and she widened her eyes and stared at Myron. Her mom came into the room. She held up a small stack of envelopes. I got mail, Angel. You got a letter. Angel looked at the letter her mother held out, and she glanced at the return address. It had been a student loan office. Maybe they were going to give her more money. She ripped the envelope open and looked at the letter. She read a couple sentences. What? She blurted. What is it? Her mother said. Angel looked up at her mother. They're rescinding my student loan offer because they updated their records and discovered you're now married to Myron. And Myron makes too much money for me to qualify for a loan. Well, he does make a lot of money, her mother said. But how does that help me? Angel shouted. She whirled to face Myron. Aren't you going to pay for me to go to school? Not that stupid art school. But that's the school I want to go. It's a good school, a naturally ranked school. I don't care. It's not a normal college. I'm not paying for something that isn't a normal college. Shouldn't have to pay for anything at all, come to that. But as a gift to my beloved Bianca, I'd pay for you to go to a state college. That's the deal. Take it or leave it. But you can't afford. But you can afford it, Angel argued. You wouldn't even notice the money's missing. The amount of money I need to go to school is nothing to you. You have a lot to learn about money, young lady, Myron said. Angel couldn't keep it inside anymore. She hadn't said a word of the horse farm. She didn't make a peep in the car, but it came out now. You bought your daughter 2 horses, Angel screamed. She's 5. You're going to spend more on those horses and the horseback riding lessons in the next few years than you could on all my education plus a car. How is horseback riding better than performing arts school? At least I'm going to school to learn a skill I can use to make a living. What good will riding horses do for Ophelia? She's going to be way too big to be a jockey. Don't insult your sister, Myron shouted. She's not my sister, Angel yelled for the second time today. She's your daughter, and she's a thief. What the hell does that mean? Myron demanded. She stole what she should have been mine. She stole my mother. She's stealing my future. It isn't fair. Life isn't fair, Myron said, smirking. You're ruining my life, Angel yelled. She turned to her mother. If you hadn't married this ass, we'd be poor, yeah, but at least we'd both be happy. At least I'd be able to get a student loan. I'm very happy, her mother said woodenly. Yeah, and I'm a piñata, Angel said. She picked up an open plastic container with bean salad. She threw it in the sink. The container bounced up on impact and beans flew everywhere. Angel ran out of the kitchen. You get back here and clean that up, Myron yelled. Clean it up yourself, Angel yelled back. It's your freaking house. Angel took the stairs 2 at a time. She reached the hall and stomped down on it, intending to go into her bedroom, throw herself into bed, and cry her eyes out. But as she passed Ophelia's room, her peripheral gaze landed on a plastic wrapper and a gumdrop nose. Angel stopped. She looked at the nose, and she saw Ophelia, wearing her new pair of horse motif pajamas, sitting in her play area happily, taking to her baby dolls, which were riding on plush horses. Angel couldn't help herself. She wasn't going to have her treasure taken from her, the treasure of going after her dream and being able to live her life the way she wanted to live it. Ophelia had to lose her treasure too. Fair was fair. Angel was charged into Ophelia's room. Want to play horsies? Ophelia asked. Angel ignored her. She strode to Ophelia's nightstand and snatched up the wrapped gumdrop nose. Hey, Ophelia said, that's mine. Ophelia started to scramble to her feet, but she tripped over big horse plush head slippers. She landed on her hands and knees and started crying. Yeah? Well, it's mine now. Angel unwrapped the nose and popped it in her mouth. No! Ophelia screamed. She thrashed on her slippers, stood, and ran toward Angel. Stop! She yelled. It was too late. Good, Angel said, chewing dramatically. Oh, actually, it wasn't good at all. It tasted horrible, like sugar, and she didn't know why. It wasn't a sugary yuck. She chewed and swallowed it anyway. Ophelia squawked like a bird and began howling like a deranged wolf. Angel could hear her mother and Myron thundering up the stairs. She shot an imaginary gun at Ophelia and said, Catch you later, kid. She darted in her room just as Myron got to the top of the stairs. Ophelia continued to howl, and Angel didn't care at all. She darted in her room just as Myron got to the top of the stairs. Ophelia continued to howl, and Angel didn't care at all. She went into her room and shut and locked the door, for good measure, because she could hear Myron's raised voice and heavy steps in the hall. She put her desk chair under the knob. She worked her tongue around the inside of her mouth, trying to get rid of the disgusting taste of the gumdrop nose. But even as she did, she felt a nauseating sense of self-satisfaction. It felt distressingly good to make Ophelia feel bad. For once, Angel was able to take something from Ophelia instead of the other way around. It made her feel small and ashamed that she was so triumphant. See? There! Ophelia had just stolen something else. Angel's self-respect. Myron pounded on the door and shouted something unintelligible. She tensed. Myron had never hit her or anything. She only used his words to berate her. She didn't know that Myron would do to her for eating Ophelia's precious nose. She giggled. That sounded funny. The roaring outside her door wasn't funny, though. She stopped giggling and she backed up and sat in her bed. Not for the first time. She wished they had a phone in her room. She wanted to call Dominic, or her friends, or the police. Someone to get her on her side. Get out here, young lady, Myron yelled outside the door. You've gone too far this time. She didn't respond to him. Just sat in her bed, hugged her knees at her chest, and rocked herself. When Myron kept shouting and pounding on the door, she turned off her lights, and then put on her headphones. She closed her eyes and began swinging along to her favorite song. Singing would make her feel better. Angel woke up abruptly. Where was she? She rubbed her eyes and tried to orient herself. The last she remembered, she was listening to music and singing. She looked around the room. It was dark. She flipped on a lamp on her nightstand and looked at her clock. It was just past 11 p.m. She took off her headphones and listened. The house was silent except for the intermittent ticks and groans, the usual sounds. Angel's neck itched. She scratched at it. Her jaw itched, and she scratched at that as well. And then the itching started up on her chest, which she got up and went to the dresser so she could look in the mirror. She had gotten bitten by some insect at the horse farm. Angel looked at her reflection. She sucked in her breath. Even in the soft light of their nightstand, Angel could see that her skin of her jaw, neck, and upper chest were mottled bright red and unnaturally pale white. The skin was all puffy and angry looking. It looked like a rash, but not like a rash she'd never seen before. Angel touched her inflamed skin. It felt weird. It was like a squishy texture. It started to stare at herself in horror. Oh, this was not good. Not good at all. Angel didn't like to think of herself as super wrapped up in how she looked, because that was something she hated about her mother. But she had to admit, she tended to take her looks for granted. She was pretty and she knew it. She didn't use her looks to gain an unfair advantage or anything. She didn't let her looks turn her into an idiot either. Boys at school asked her out all the time, but she usually said no. She only dated a couple of guys, and she found them to be immature and grabby. And she never let anything progress past a few dates. She never had a boyfriend either. Dominic was the first boy she considered to be a boyfriend material. But Angel's looks were an integral part of her plan to be a successful actress, singer, and dancer. She was going into the industry that valued looks almost even more than talent. And getting that kind of weird skin condition a month before an acting workshop was the exact opposite of what she needed. She stared at the blotchy mass of the bright red nodules on her skin as she watched the redness spread. It was spreading fast. She could actually see it creeping up from her jawline to the lower part of her cheek. Maybe it was just some sort of rash from the horses at the stable. She had to be feeling a little congested at the barn. Ophelia and her horrible father had taken everything from her. It only made sense that they'd be responsible for taking her health, too. Oh, stop. Please stop, Angel pleaded as she watched the ugliness fan outward her jaw and creep up her lovely smooth cheek. What could she do? Angel went to her door, listened, heard nothing, and carefully opened the door. As soon as the door was open, she could hear Myra's reverent snores coming through the double doors of their master suite. The louder blast nearly vibrated the whole house. How did her mother sleep next to that man? With earplugs, that was how. Her mom bought the best earplugs money could buy. Ophelia was snoring too. Her snores were like a mini version of her dad's. Angel tiptoed down the hall, went into the bathroom, shut the doors quietly as she could, then turned on the bathroom light. Ugly gold wall sconces, way too formal for a suburban house, flanked an equally ornate framed mirror. She again faced her reflection. She almost screamed but clapped a hand over her mouth and whimpered instead. In just a few minutes it had been taken her to get from her room to the bathroom. The rash had spread farther up her cheeks and down her chest. Angel turned on the water and grabbed for soap. Maybe if it was a rash, she would clean the rest of the dust and dander from her skin. It would stop any further advancement. And she started to soap up with a washcloth. Then she looked at her hair. Dominic would clean her hair, and her skin for that matter. What had been in the plastic bottle? It had been more than water. It had a foul smell. What if the solution in the bottle was toxic? It was from Freddy's. It wouldn't be a surprise to Angel at all if something was wrong with it. She needed to take a shower. Turning off the faucet, the Angel turned round and turned on the shower. She stripped off her clothes. She hoped everyone was sleeping deeply enough not to hear the shower. She was pretty sure they were. Even if they weren't, it didn't matter. She had to get off whatever crud she picked up at Freddy's. Angel got in the marble shower and let hot water slowly over her. She reached for the shampoo and poured more over her head she ever used in her life. She proceeded to scrub herself harder than she ever had. She scrubbed so hard it hurt. She scrubbed so hard her skin bled. She saw a trickle of red going down the drain. She realized she had gone too far. She rinsed thoroughly and toweled off. She wrapped herself in another dry towel. Before she faced her mirror again, Angel took a deep breath. Please, she begged. Please be better. And closing her eyes, she moved to her mirror. She faced it. She opened her eyes. She immediately started breathing hard, almost hyperventilating, her heart pounding in her panic rhythm that felt like 300 beats per minute. Angel's legs went out from under her. She sank down onto the fluffy white bath mat. She started to cry as her mind relayed the hideousness she'd seen in the mirror. The rash was both on her cheeks now, and had been moving upward. They had reached the bottom of her cheekbones already. A ravish was going down, too. It covered most of her chest. She spread to her shoulders. It must have gotten so fully into her system that washing did no good. What should she do now? Angel started to put her head on her hands, but she stopped herself. What if it got on her hands, too? Angel looked wildly around the room as the solution to her problem was going to present itself. None did. What do I do? She asked. She didn't know for who she was asking, but for some reason she got an answer. Angel snapped her fingers and crawled over the vanity cabinet under the sink. She threw the doors open and began pawing through the first aid and other supplies stored there. She thought, yes, there it was. A few months ago, Ophelia got poison ivy. Angel's mom bought a clamming lotion. Maybe that should help. Angel flung aside bottles and boxes of the cabinet until she could reach the bottle of pinkish liquid. She grabbed it, opened it, and began slathering herself with the calamine. When she was done, she sat on the floor and tried to calm her breathing. In through the nose, 1, 2, 3. Out through the mouth, 1, 2, 3. She did this 10 times and told herself everything was okay. The itching wasn't as bad, she didn't think. That was good, right? Angel sat and breathed some more. She could feel her heart rate slowing. It's gonna be okay, she told herself. Everything's fine. You'll have the little rash of stuff bottle. That's not that different, really, from getting a poison ivy rash. Ophelia had survived that just fine. Angel would be fine too. Angel realized she was getting cold. She reached into the cabinet for a third towel. That's when she saw the rash could now be seen on her upper arms. well below the age of now crusty calming lotion. No, Angel gasped. She jumped up and her heart hammered again. She looked in the mirror. Her mouth dropped open. Not only was the rash spreading well beyond where she'd put the calming lotion, but the rash looked different now. No, was the calming making it worse? Angel thought back of the shower and rinsed off all the lotion. Getting out again, she wrapping herself in a new towel, she forced herself to return to the mirror. A shriek terror caught in her throat. She stared into the shiver uncontrollably. She was turning into a lizard, a slimy, squishy-looking lizard. From beneath her eyes, down to her entire face and neck and chest, was now moving lower on her arms. Gelatinous-looking scales were forming on her skin. The scales were red and gray and pink, and they looked moist and spongy, even though she just dried herself off. Angel was horrified, but also unable to look away from the horror unfolding in her mirror. What was it? She examined her arm and carefully touched one of the gooey scales. It felt springy, like a rubbery pillow, kind of vicious to the touch. It felt like a wet gumdrop. Angel sucked in air. Could this have something to do with that stupid gumdrop nose? She closed her eyes and ground her teeth together. This is all Ophelia's fault. If she had been her stupid party and gotten that stupid nose, Angel would have had an allergic reaction to the nose. What was in it? Wait, allergic reaction. Whatever was in the gumdrop nose, or not, that caused it. Angel could have been having an allergic reaction. That was easy enough to fix, right? Angel turned across the bathroom into the wall cabinet next to the door. This is where their mother kept an over-the-counter medicines that she didn't want Ophelia getting into. Surely they had some antihistamines. Angel opened the cabinet door and started frantically through the boxes, bottles, and vials. Yes, Angel spotted a box of antihistamine, and she didn't even bother to read the dosage instructions. She took 3 of them. Then she sat on the toilet seat and waited. And she didn't know how long to wait. She didn't know how long it'd take for these things to start working. And she sang softly while she waited. She sang 3 full songs. Her eyelids started to feel heavy. Didn't antihistamines make you feel drowsy? If so, that meant the pills were working. Excited, Angel stood and looked in the mirror again. She again had to cover her mouth so she wouldn't scream. Her eyelids weren't heavy because they were drowsy. Her eyelids were heavy because they were now covered in the sticky scales. So was most of her forehead and the rest of her arms. Making sure her towel was securely tucked around her, Angel grabbed her discarded clothes, slapped off the bathroom light, threw open the bathroom door, and ran down the hall toward her room as quietly as she could. She couldn't handle this on her own. She needed to get to the hospital. She had to get dressed, and she didn't want to put on clothes she just took off. They'd be infected. She probably should have even been carrying them, but it was too late now. She was past her mom and Myron's room. She hesitated. She wondered if she could wake them. No way. What was wrong with her? Were the gloopy scales spreading her brain too? If she'd had normal parents, loving parents, of course she'd go to them for help. But her useless mother, and she had Myron. She had 2 people most responsible for everything wrong in her life. There were jerks who wouldn't help her with college because they were too busy spoiling her brat of a stepsister. No way she was going to ask them for help. In effect, she had no family. She was alone. Angel slipped into her room. She leaned back against the door. She called one of her friends. She did not have what she called a BFF. She hung out with a lot of kids in the drama department. One of them might help her. As soon as she had the idea, she dismissed it. She didn't want those people to see her like this. They might help, but they also may see her situation as an opportunity. Looking like this, she wasn't going to be able to perform the final spring performances. No, her friends would be more likely to gloat over the predicament than help her with it. And what would about the teachers? No, same thing. They were supportive, but their support had to do a lot with their looks. She didn't let them see her like this. She saw herself in the ER, all by herself, but surrounded by dozens of strangers. ERs were busy places. Did she really want to be seen like this in a crowded place? Absolutely not. No, the ER wasn't the place for her. She shouldn't go to the hospital. If something from Freddy's was causing this, there was only one thing to do. Dropping her pile of clothes, Angel carefully poked the pockets until she found Dominic's card. She thought she was a great guy. She should have known better. Why did she think someone who worked at a nasty pizzeria would be a good guy? Dominic wasn't good. He worked for an awful place that made her sick. Well, now that she was going to have to help her, she'd make him help her, and he was going to be a piece of her mind, too. What kind of crud was in Freddy's anyway? Were the food and the candy poisoned? Was the water full of toxins, germs? Did she pick up a virus there? Angel ran to the hallway side table, grabbed the phone. Please be there, she breathed. She dialed Freddy's number. She did say he would always call her, but he also wasn't sure of the time the arcade closed. It was really late. Dominic answered on the third ring. Freddy Fazbear, Pete, he began. What did you do to me? Angel snapped before he could finish. Angel, is that you? Yes, it's me. Or at least it is for now, but I don't know how much longer it's gonna be me. I'm sorry, can you slow down? I think it might be missing something. You're not making sense. What do you have in that horrible place? She wanted to shout, but she didn't want to wake everyone up. So she asked her a question in quiet, clipped tones. Can we back up? I feel like I got a train in the middle of its run. I don't know where it started. I don't know where it's going. Stop trying to be clever. I'm not being clever. In fact, I'm being pretty dense. I really don't know what you're talking about. Can you please start from the beginning? I should have known you were different from other guys. Sure, you seem different, but you were just playing games, weren't you? What did you do to me? Dominic sighed. Angel, please tell me what's going on. I'm turning into a slimy, squishy, disgusting lizard. That's what's going on. I have these putrid scales spreading all over me. Angel thought she heard Dominic groan, but she didn't stop talking. Well, that's what's going on, and it has to do with something to do with being at Freddy's today. It could have been whatever you had in the plastic bottle, maybe, or something in the food or candy, or you tell me, something at Freddy's did this. Dominic was silent. He was still on the line. Angel could hear breathing. Dominic? Dominic still didn't speak. Are you there? Angel asked. Another few seconds passed. I'm sorry, Angel, he finally said. So you know what's wrong with me? You need to come to Freddy's, he said. You didn't answer me. Come to Freddy's and I'll explain. His voice, already so smooth and deep, dropped even lower. It soothed her. She should have feel her heart rate slow just a little. And I'll help you, Angel. Just get to Freddy's. Angel's fury at Dominic at his stupid pizzeria abated enough to feel a spark of hope. You'll help me? Her voice sounded small, but she didn't care. Yes, I'll help you. Just come here to Freddy's. Okay. And Angel? Yeah? Hurry. Okay. Bye. Angel hesitated for a moment and said, bye. Angel sat on the floor for several seconds, clutching the phone and listening to dead air in the end call. Dominic would help her, and maybe he hadn't betrayed her after all. Maybe everything would be okay. Angel suddenly realized how much time she was waiting, and she dropped the phone, jumped up, and ran back to her room. Angel yanked on a bureau jars and pulled out fresh underwear, a bra, jeans, and a t-shirt. She threw on her clothes as fast as she could, and then thrust her feet into her sandals. Okay, that was the easy part. Now, how did she had to get to Freddy's? She couldn't walk. It was too far. Not to mention she didn't want to be seen. She looked at the digital clock on her nightstand. It was 11:35 p.m. Dark, but it wasn't late enough for the street to be totally deserted. She thought about biking. Not even would take her a long time. No, the dreadful jelly scales were spreading too fast. She needed to drive. She had to take her mother's sports car. She drove in the car plenty of times. Sometimes when Myron wasn't around. Her mom would tell Angel she wanted to go out and drive and felt like being shoved forward. Angel loved driving the zippy car. She wished it was hers. So driving the car wasn't an issue, but getting away from the house might be. She couldn't deactivate the alarm, get into the garage, open the garage door, start the car, and leave without anyone waking up. She had to. She had to get this handled or her life was going to be totally ruined. Angel grabbed one of her scarves and wrapped it around her head, so it would be obscure her face as much as possible. She tucked her hair behind her ears. Suddenly, Angel thought of the way Dominic had tucked her hair behind her ear, her eyes filled with tears. It figured, story of her life. I met an amazing guy and I started turning a clammy reptile, she thought. Would Dominic still like her if she saw the way she looked now? Was he as one-dimensional as all the other guys she met? The ones whose interest went skin deep? He was, at the end of it, even if he wasn't. How could they go out with her looking like this? How long would it take for this to go away? Would he be gone by graduation? By the time she left for summer workshop? Why couldn't things go Angel's way for a change? It really wasn't fair. By the time Angel got to her mother's bright yellow sports car, the squingy reptile skin had completely covered Angel's arms. She assumed it was heading down to her legs, too, because she felt funny. Her stomach felt strange kind of heavy. She noticed that she sat down in the driver's seat of her car where she was shorter in the seat than she had ever been before. She had to adjust the rear view mirror downward. She usually had to adjust it upward because she was a little taller than her mom. When she noticed this, she lifted her shirt to see what was happening. She let a low scream. Her stomach had gotten so elastic it was kind of collapsing on itself when she sat down. She was going to be able to get to Freddy's before she was too pliable to do anything at all. Angel was back down her driveway and pressed the button to close the garage door. Her neighborhood was an expanse of darkness broken up by outdoor porch lights. In the distance, a dog barked, but otherwise the only sound was the car's engine. None of the houses near hers had lights in the windows. It didn't look like anyone was staying up late to see Angel taking her mother's car out for a spin. Good. Angel pointed the car in the direction of Freddy's, and she resisted the urge to stop on the accelerator. Speeding through down wasn't the thing to do right now. So she drove. Well, like an angel. Carefully to obey every traffic law so as not to draw any attention to herself, bringing a highly visible, expensive car about made being obstructive to a little challenging even under normal circumstances. These weren't normal circumstances. Most of the trip was quiet and uneventful, but a block from Freddy's she had a scare. Waiting in the red light, she heard a grumble of some kind of muscle car coming up the sports car. She didn't look over, but the driver of the car whistled, called out, "Wanna have some fun, honey?" Angel clutched the steering wheel harder, or she tried to. When she got a grip she wanted, she looked down and why? Oh no. Her fingers were turning into a cemented chunks of mucus-like material that turned her stomach. They didn't even look human anymore. The driver in the car next to her called out again, and she glanced over the driver's door to be sure the locks were engaged. She also lowered her hands to the bottom of the steering wheel so the driver wouldn't see them in the relentless intrusion of the streetlights. The guy in the muscle car kept up, a rude, suggestive patter with the light stayed red, and it was taking so long for it to change. Eventually it turned green. The muscle car sped off. Angel let up her pent-up breath, drove the rest of the way to Freddy's without encountering another vehicle. When Angel finally pulled her mom's little sports car into the parking spot closest to the front door of Freddy's, she looked around the brightly lit lot. Thankfully, no other cars were in it. She was alone. Now scanning the area again, she opened the driver's door and headed toward Freddy's entrance. Before she got there, Dominic opened the car door and looked out at her. Angel's steps faltered. Even though she needed Dominic's help, she still didn't want him to see her this way. She looked down to get her hair all forward over her face. Angel? Dominic called out. It's okay, don't worry about how you look. I don't care about that. I just need you to hurry so I can help you. Angel glanced at Dominic through the veil of her hair. His expression was somber. His lips were pressed together. His eyes looked red. Had he been crying? He really seemed to care. This made Angel trust him even more. He walked forward and put her malformed hand in his strong, perfect one. Without any comment about her hand or any of the rest of her, he led her into Freddy's. Come on, I'll take you to the back. Angel let Dominic pull her down the hall. Looked up. The place looked much different now than it had been a few hours ago. Not just because it was empty and quiet, but because why? Angel frowned. Was it the lighting? During the party, every light in the restaurant had been on. Now most of them were out. The only ones that were now on down to a dim setting. Every bright color in the place was muted. Shadows stretched down the hall instead of her, and created pockets of darkness along the walls and the ceiling. The effect of somber and maybe even a little scary. Taking a few tentative steps down the hall with Dominic, Angel could still see the pictures of the characters on the walls, but they looked less friendly now. What was that? Was it the shadows or something else? Angel looked a few more steps until she heard a weird clinking sound. Suddenly, scared for no reason, she stopped. It's okay, Dominic said. Just one of the animatronics doing daily maintenance. Angel nodded and began hobbling forward again. She wasn't feeling woozy. The edges of her vision started to get fuzzy, and her balance wavered. Was the restaurant getting darker? No, it was the same. The problem was her. She was starting to lose consciousness. Dominic, I'm having trouble seeing. Dominic put his arm around her and started moving her more quickly along the hall. He said something to her, but he didn't understand it. Something was wrong with her hearing now, too. It felt like she had cotton in her ears. She was thinking toward the door. Her legs were going limp. They couldn't hold her anymore. Dominic, help me! Dominic lifted her in her arms, and she began trotting down the hall. Suddenly the lights were brighter. Not by a lot, but a little. They didn't seem to reveal any of the surroundings, though. Angel's diminished vision was worsening even more as the walls and floors going past her taking on an amorphous quality. They're losing their edges and becoming indistinct, almost impressionistic. Angel tried to blink, but bring a hand to wipe her eyes, and her arms were swung loose to her sides. She couldn't get the response to the brain's commands. But really, what were her brain's commands? Her brain was meandering around in her brain cells that turned into soft rubber. Not rubber. She sensed they were turning into goo, like a goopy clay stuff Ophelia liked to play with, smooshing in between her little fingers like melting cheese oozing out of a grilled cheese sandwich. Okay, Angel, we're here. I'm gonna put you in something that's gonna help you. Do you understand? Angel nodded because she could suddenly hear again. Why? Maybe it was a relief. She was getting the help she needed. Dominic knew what was going on. She said she'd explain it. He hadn't explained, but she wanted him to, but mostly she wanted him to make it stop. Maybe Dominic was an antelope. No, that wasn't right. Antidote. That's what it was. She tried to talk again, but she couldn't. She could see again, though. Like her hearing, her eyesight miraculously cleared up. She blinked, and she could now slowly see that Dominic was getting ready to lower her into a box, which was a pretty box. A shining wood box in a grain of swirly and lovely that Angel wanted to become part of the box. She wanted to be the box to embrace her, hold her, and keep her safe. As soon as she saw the box, Angel no longer cared about what was happening to her. She didn't care about why it was happening either. She didn't need an explanation. She was there and she was supposed to be. Dominic bent over and began to put Angel in the box. She tried to speak again, but she wanted to say thank you. All she could say was, I know, Dominic said. It's going to be okay. His voice sounded odd, broken, like he was crying. Angel felt moisture in her head. When Dominic leaned her over to her, tears. She wanted to tell him it was okay. She was in the box now. It was her box. It belonged to her. She belonged to it. Angel felt something praying at her eyes and her mouth. She felt hands prodding the skin in her arms. It's okay, Angel, Dominic repeated. It will be just a few hours at most. A few hours until what? Angel hoped it was a few hours until she was all well. Wouldn't that be great? She had something she wanted to do. What was it? I'm here, Angel, Dominic said. You're not alone. Dominic! That was what she wanted to do. She wanted to go out with Dominic. If there was a better in the few hours, she'd be able to go. Where were they going to go? Do you feel anything? Dominic asked. Angel wanted to answer the question. Yes, she felt things. She felt a hard surface beneath her body. She felt something cool under her head. She felt the warmth of the bright light shining down on her. She felt the hand on her forehead. Close your eyes, Angel, Dominic said. Angel did as she told her to do. The light went away, so the world went dark. She could still hear, but sounds were distorted, like a floating in water, her ears just below the surface. There you go, Dominic said. It will be all over soon. Good, Angel thought, and she let unconsciousness take her. Angel woke up abruptly as if anyone poked her and shouted at her. She was fully alert. This was good, wasn't it? She had a vague memory of being really out of it before she went to sleep. The rash had done something to her thinking. The rash! Did she still have it? Angel tried to sit up. She couldn't. She couldn't move at all. What was going on? She tried again. She could feel like she was paralyzed. Nothing feeling at all. Angel writhed and hit her forehead on something hard. She squirmed some more, and her elbows, knees, and whacked something hard. Not paralyzed, confined. In what? For several moments, Angel thought of the free of the box she was in. She lamented Ophelia's party like she was understood vaguely how responsive for where she was now. But she stopped struggling. Angel just told herself to stay calm. She stuck, and then figure out what to do next. She scanned her body. She felt foreign, not familiar at all. But she could sense that it seemed to be an upright position. Was she standing? If she was standing in some kind of box that was so tightly fit around her that she had no leeway to move. Angel's breathing quickened. She couldn't like confined spaces. She opened her mouth to call out, but her mouth was covered in something. Tape? She couldn't get her lips apart. She couldn't feel her teeth either. She was having a little trouble breathing. Her nose felt funny, like it was partially plugged with something. Angel was on the verge of panic when suddenly she felt the space open up beneath her feet, and she felt a sensation of being lowered, down, down, down. From what seemed like a great distance, she could hear the sound of children screaming. She recoiled. She hated the sound of children screaming. That was the sound always reminded her of the bothersome stepsister, Ophelia. Overcoming the sound was screaming. Angel heard a musical fanfare and booming announcer's voice. She couldn't make out all his words, but it sounded like she was talking about some birthday, and he heard grand finale. Why would those words sound familiar? The children seemed turned into cheers and laughter. Angel's eyes were suddenly assaulted by bright, bright lights and lots of dazzling colors. She tried to figure out where she was because she sensed that they'd been there before, recently. But all she could do was see light and color. Sensation of being lowered had stopped, and now Angel could feel that she was hanging in midair. She felt her body swaying back and forth, back and forth. It was not a pleasant sensation, so she tried to control the motion by twisting herself this way and that. They also flailed her arms, and she was pleasantly surprised that she could. She was hanging, but at least no longer confined. She kicked out her legs, and she flexed her hands and feet. The announcer was saying something else. Angel caught the word yummy, but she couldn't work out the rest of it being said. The children's clamor was getting louder, though. Felt like they were getting closer, too. Angel felt like she was being surrounded. She moved her body around some more, doing some sort of mid-air dance. She wanted to do a somersault. She tried. No. Something was attached to the top of her head. The announcer spoke again. His words were all together, all mushy, until she got the last 3 words. Angel heard those clearly. Ready, set, go! Julie smiled up at the announcer, and she said, Ready, set, go! He stood toward the gummy girl oscillating from the ceiling. She so liked being the center of attention because she wanted to stretch out the moment. She turned to look at her parents. They beamed at her. They waved to them. Happy birthday, Julie, her mom called out. Yeah, birthday girl, her dad shouted. Julie grinned as she leaned over the gummy girl dangling in front of her. She reached up her hand, grabbed her foot, and bit off the big gummy's big toe. Everyone join in, the announcer sang out. The other kids crowded around Julie. They began eating up the swaying, squirmy gummy candy that was unlike any other. Sergio's lucky day. Sergio looked up from his drafting board and squinted in annoyance at the bright sunshine blasting through the wall-to-wall windows along the front of the office building. He shifted to avoid being blinded. He rubbed the afternoon kink in his eye. He checked his time in the new stainless steel aviator-style watch, 2:32 p.m. He peered at his sub-dials within the main dial of the watch. His watch had 3 sub-dials, which he had no use for any of them, but they looked impressive, and things that looked impressive made him feel impressive. Above all, that was what Sergio wanted to be, impressive. I keep telling you that if you have to be careful what you wish for, Serge. Sergio jerked toward a man who come up behind him. He knocked over his coffee mug in the process. It went flying, but the man, Dale, Sergio's supervisor, caught it. Dale was a senior manager at the architectural firm, and a big guy, an ex-football player, to boot. The mug looked puny in his massive hand. Now you've gone and done it, Dale said, flicking a few drops of coffee from his wrist. Thankfully, there wasn't much left in the mug. The sun hit the drop of the Dale's shaved head and shined so bright it looked like a halo. Sorry, Dale. I didn't mean to throw a mug at you. What? Dale looked down at the mug, then thrust it back at Sergio. Forget the mug. You got it, Serge. You got the project manager job. Sergio stood, then grinned. Really? I thought a decision was going to be made until next week. It got pushed up because Sanders is leaving sooner than we thought he was. Sergio slid his shiny black wingtips over the gray carpet and abbreviated moonwalk back toward the sunshine behind him. When he twirled and did a fist bump. Dale chuckled. Congratulations. He held out his hand. Sergio took his hand and then he frowned. What do you mean by what you said? What did I say? Well, you said 2 things. Be careful what you fish for, and now you've gone and done it. Well, you realize how hard project managers work, right? They're ready to start living at the office? Sergio laughed. Dale didn't. Sergio sobered. Are you serious? Dale grinned and punched her yards. Only a little. You probably only have to sleep here 3 or 4 nights a month. Sergio nodded as if that was just fine, but really it wasn't. Truth was, when he applied for the project manager job, he didn't really have been thinking about what the job would be like. He applied because it was the next logical step from where he was. He was on a fast track to the top, and staying on that track meant applying for promotion, whether you wanted to do more work or not. At 27, he defied the laws of becoming an architect to get where he already was. He got through college and post-grad work needed by the time he was 21. He hired by the best architectural firm in town. He had a license by the time he was 22. It only took him 3 years to get to senior architect, much to the annoyance of several older architects who got passed over. And now he was the firm's youngest ever project manager. Why wasn't he able to do all this? Well, one, he was an architectural phenomenon. Since he was a kid, he had a head for numbers and an eye for spatial relationships. He knew how to mold physical reality into something eye-catching. And two, he was determined. He was so determined to reach the top that he willed himself to work as hard as he had to. Nothing would stop him from getting what he wanted. But lately, he began to wonder whether what he wanted was really what he wanted. "Earth the Sarge," Dale said. "Lost you there." Sergio shook his head. "Sorry." "Don't worry," Dale said. "We won't make you sleep here tonight." Dale let loose one of his full laughs, which had been one step below a sonic boom. Sergio noticed that not a single head of the design floor lifted at the sound. Everyone was used to it. Dale tapped on Sergio's drafting desk. "I'll let you get back to it, but after work we should go out for dinner to celebrate your promotion. Say, 7:30? Oh, and you'll need to pack up your stuff. I'll have janitorial bring you boxes. They'll be moving your things to your office tomorrow." Sergio smiled. That was another reason he applied for the project manager job. He was going to get his own office, an unenclosed space. No more working out here in the open and other junior and senior architects. Now that was impressive. As soon as Dale strode away, Sergio's closest work buddy, both in terms of desk location and time spent together, Clive, threw up a wadded piece of paper at him. "Congrats, you idiot." Sergio deflected the ball on paper and said, "You're just jealous." "Not even a little, idiot." Clive shook his round head, and bushy brown hair flew into his eyes. For at least the 1,000th time, Sergio marveled at how much his friend looked like Bubbles, the chocolate labradoodle Clive and his girlfriend, Fiona, another architect in the firm, doted on. It was just as Clive's brown curly hair. It was his big brown eyes, the earthy tones he dressed in, and the fluid way he moved. He was always ready for some kind of fun. Once Sergio told Clive that he looked like Bubbles, and Clive responded with, "Yeah, well you look like Trotter." And Sergio had a laugh at that. Trotter was Dale's dog, a spoiled miniature pinscher, and Sergio actually could see the resemblance. Like Trotter, he was small and compact and slender. He had somewhat pointed nose. He also liked Trotter, though. He was muscular and sleek. He wore his black hair slicked back, and he always dressed in dark, fitted clothing. He knew he wasn't looking, but he did see his best to do his own impressive, of course, style. And this Violet, and his girlfriend Violet, a junior architect at the firm, didn't seem to mind how he looked. You realize I'm your boss now," Sergio reminded Cliff. Cliff snorted. "Fine, Mr. Idiot." Sergio grinned, shook his head, and tried to concentrate on his work. Most of the department came to Sergio's promotion dinner. Considering it was short notice for everyone, Sergio thought that was impressive. He hoped that it was because they were well-liked and not because they were sucking up. But he couldn't tell. He could never tell with people. He couldn't read people, not even Violet, whom he'd been dating for almost a year. He was often unsure about what she was really thinking. Didn't she mean it when she said he was awesome? Or was he dating him because he was moving up in the firm, and she thought he'd take her with him? That was why he had to rely on hard work to get him the life he wanted. He was never going to schmooze his way to the top. How could he be more schmooze than he had a slam dunk of basketball? Dinner wasn't anything fancy. They were all trapeze across the street in the steakhouse. That had been a fixture on the block well before the firm moved into their new office building a year before. That was okay. The steakhouse had great food, and had kind of an old-world atmosphere. Sergio liked wood-paneled walls, leather the chairs, dark-stained tables, polished, plush gold carpeting, ornate wall sconces. Dale had reserved the restaurant's meeting room, and now Sergio sat at a round table filled with his fellow architects. 12 of the 14 in his department were there. Everyone was having a great time, joking, laughing, flirting. Strike that, everyone but Sergio was having a good time. Yes, he was throwing out one-liners and laughing at the right times, but his heart wasn't in it. Ever since he'd gotten the news of his promotions, he had been battling a sudden onset of depression he couldn't explain. What was wrong with him? He'd gotten good news, but why didn't it feel good at all? "So what's it like with the new project manager?" Violet asked as Sergio cut into the medium-rare ribeye. The grilled aroma of the bee on his plate combined with the savory scent of butter and onions. His mouth watered as he picked the pink juices run on his steak. He speared a bite, and he just cut apart. Sergio looked at his freckled brunette girlfriend, short and pillowy. Violet was a picture of her curvy femininity. To play up her soft features, Violet wore clothes with lots of trim and ruffles and color. The wardrobe of sass, as she called it. She was always saying him as she looked sassy. He wasn't sure how sassy looked, so he always said, "You look sassy as heck, babe." Basically, he lied. Looking at Violet now, Sergio realized he often lied when it came to Violet. Don't you just love romantic comedies? Violet had asked the other night as they headed to the theater yet another romantic comedy movie. Sure do, babe, Sergio said. He hated romantic comedies. Give him a good sci-fi or supernatural movie any day. Even horror was better than romantic comedy. I hate horror movies, Violet said on their second date. Don't you? Absolutely, Sergio said. The same kind of thing happened with food. Everyone seems to love Chinese food, Violet said on their third date, but I don't get the appeal. It's either too bland or too spicy. What do you think? I totally agree, Sergio said. Chinese takeout was one of his favorite things. Violet shows how they spent their time, too. On their first date, Violet announced that she was a go-getter. She let Sergio know that quiet nights at home would be rare. My mama always said, you stand still too long, Vi, you'll get sprout root. You gotta keep rolling so you don't gather moss. So I like to keep moving, keep doing, and when I'm not at work, I'm out having fun, you know? Sergio had nodded even though he was still entangled in her mixed metaphors, and he really liked hanging out at home. Sure, he said, life's too short to grow moss on your roots. Violet thought it was hilariously funny, which was nice, except he liked it when people found his attempts at humor amusing. But it was equally not nice because Violet had grown a truly obnoxious laugh, a cross between a honk, a siren, and a snore. Violet's laugh attracted attention from the way syrup attracts flies. She embarrassed Sergio on dozens of occasions. He actually started trying not to be amusing. It didn't work. Apparently he was a master of inadvertently saying funny things. He was just like this evening. After Dale told him about the promotion, Sergio went to Violet's drafting table and told her the good news. There'll be dinner tonight. Assume you want to come? She'd laugh at this if it was the best joke ever. He found that baffling. Yes, Violet was smart, and yes, they shared interests. But and yes, she was pretty fun. But it was really so much they want a girlfriend who liked more things he liked. He wondered if they would start dating or if he told her the truth from the beginning. Would she even like him if she knew him? Really knew him? Heck, sometimes she wasn't sure if she liked the version of him that he was pretending to be. And sometimes he didn't like her much either. Violet was a flirt. Even though she was with Sergio, she'd come on to other men. And not just some men, all men, married or unmarried. She didn't care. She was just like the flirt. Sergio had never liked the flirting, but lately it was getting really on his nerves. Sergio? Sergio blinked and looked at Violet. He was tugging on his sleeve. I asked you a question. Sorry, what did you ask? I asked you how it feels to be a new project manager. Waiting until she had put his first bite of steak in his mouth and chewed it, Sergio gave Violet what he hoped was a neutral look that didn't betray his annoyance at her. For once, he gave her an honest answer. Well, I'm not the project manager yet, am I? So, I don't know. Violet let loose with her laugh. Sergio looked around and quickly took another bite of steak. The biggest issue in the relationship was that, well, Violet wasn't the girl he really wanted, but that girl was someone he hadn't seen in years. He wondered what she was doing now. Sophia Manchester started going into Sergio's high school during junior year. He fell in love with her on the first day she came to class, small and graceful like a ballerina. Sophia had dark looks he loved, and she had a face of an angel. She also was very smart, very nice, very funny, and unfortunately very popular. Although she was always perfectly kind to him, and he noticed she seemed to like a lot of the same things he liked, they moved entirely different circles. He didn't get Santa a chance. But he never forgot her. In the nearly 10 years since he'd seen her, he had been trying to find a woman like her. That Violet, sadly, wasn't that woman. Violet patted his leg, then turned away for him to flirt with Clive, even though the only airhead would flirt with Clive. But everyone knew Clive was obviously taken out by a smoking, red-haired Fiona, who sat on the other side now, and Fiona was not a woman to be messed with. Case in point, when Violet leaned over to Clive to rub her chest against his arm, a spoonful of Fiona's mashed potatoes flew across the table and onto Violet's new blouse. Oh, sorry, Fiona spurred into a smooth, confident voice. I didn't know that got away from me. Violet sniffed loudly and extricated the potatoes from her blouse. She leaned away from Clive. Sergio suppressed a smile and concentrated on his steak. The steak was the best part of the evening's celebration. He could have done without the forced camaraderie. Being friendly with the other people was hard work, and he was tired of tonight. He wanted to go home and stop trying for just a few hours, but he couldn't do that yet. He had to keep eating and bantering and pretending all was right in the world. After most of the plates on the table had been cleared away and the waiters, Dale stood and tapped his water glass. The ding-ding-ding brought up every head of the table. So, Serge, Dale said, we want a speech, you know, we do. Everyone except Clive started chanting, speech, speech, speech. Clive was mouthing idiot at Sergio. Sergio smiled and stood. I'll make this short and sweet. Everyone cheered. Dale laughed. See? There's a reason this kid has advanced so quickly. Sergio grinned, as he knew he was supposed to. Well, here we go. Thank you, Dale, to you and the partners for the promotion. Dale inclined his head, smiling. You deserve it! Sergio smiled. And the rest of you. He lowered his voice to a growl. You're mine now, maggots, and don't you forget it. He sat down. The table was silent for at least 3 seconds, and Clive burst out laughing and started clapping. Violet joined in, and then everyone was laughing. Phew, for a second, Sergio thought he'd blown it. Of course, Violet wanted to go out dancing after the dinner. He convinced Sergio to invite Clive and Fiona and a couple other architects. Even though Sergio enjoyed showing off his dance move, they stayed up ridiculously late. Finally, Sergio took Violet home, and then headed to his own apartment, routing a few blocks away. Pulling his 2-year-old SUV into the assigned space in the garage of the apartment building, Sergio picked up a suit jacket from the leather passenger seat. He stepped out of the black vehicle and then closed and locked the doors. For a few seconds, he stood and stared at his SUV. He remembered how excited he was and he brought it up. He had been wanting to trade in his old small pickup for a nice SUV for years. Once he had done it, though, he realized he really didn't have a vehicle he truly desired. Why was it he never wanted to climb a little higher on the ladder? He felt like he had too many rungs to go before he reached the top. Sighing, Sergio left his SUV behind him and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. There, he strode to the apartment, staring quietly with his back to the neighbor's door. Miss Bailey was a busybody, and she liked to ambush him when he got home. Only once in a while did he manage to get past. "Oh, it's just you, Sergio," Miss Bailey's scratchy voice said as Sergio put his key in the lock. "I thought I heard an intruder. You quite late tonight. Hot date?" Sergio took a breath and turned. "Hi, Mrs. Bailey." The petite gray-haired lady beamed at him. In the daytime, she usually wore a crispy iron shirt and dress in pastel colors, but tonight she was sporting a frilly pink nightgown under a white quilted robe. "How was work today?" "Fine," Sergio said, was not about to tell the promotion. Oh no, she was insistent on inviting him in and having baked goods in spite of the time. He yawned, not a fake yawn, but a well-timed one. "I'm awfully tired, Miss Bailey. Please forgive me if I need to get inside and go to bed." "Of course you do, dear," Miss Bailey smiled at him. "You go get your rest." Sergio thanked his lucky stars and slipped into his apartment before Miss Bailey could say anything else. He closed the door behind him and latched on all 4 latches. He leaned back against the door and closed his eyes at home at last. Sergio had a nice apartment, a 1,200 square foot that was far from tiny, and the complex had been built only 2 years before. It supported the most up-to-date appliances and modern features that architectural eye appreciated. A couple friends from the firm had helped Sergio decorate his apartment, and it looked good. They used natural beiges and grays, and both upscale masculine, and most of the furnishings were expensive antiques. That was decent place, but he resented that it was building that was also house like of Miss Bailey. He deserved peace, didn't he? He shouldn't have to put up with a nosy old lady who didn't have anything better to do than torment him. Sergio crossed the living room and went into his bedroom. Removing his wallet from his pocket, he placed it in the ceramic tray he used for his wallet and keys and whatever other detritus might come out of his pockets at the end of the day. He then undressed and carefully hung up his suit and put everything else in the laundry hamper. Tucking on gray sweats and a black t-shirt, he lay down in the bed and dropped immediately into sleep. The next morning, his alarm woke him at 6 a.m. Feeling groggy and froggy, he groaned and turned on the TV. Flipping through the channels, he thought of the long day ahead. He would get moving. He looked at the prone Queen Anne cherry nightstand. He checked his watch. It wasn't too early. He had picked up the phone. Leaning back on a pile of gray, white, and beige pillows, Sergio listened to the phone ring. He picked it up in the third one. "Hello," his mother lightly accented voice said. "Mama?" Sergio said. "Sergio, what a surprise!" Something rustled against the phone, and her voice was muffled as she called. "Tony, come here! It's Sergio on the phone!" Her voice turned at full volume and beyond where she shouted on the phone. "Sergio, you still there? I'm putting you on speaker. Your papa is going to work out. Tony, come here. Come talk to Sergio on the speaker." Sergio took his head, and his mother sure did love the speakerphone. "How's our Sergio?" A deep voice boomed in the phone. "Have you built any skyscrapers lately?" The machine gun laugh had come with a ridiculous question and joined by his mother's wild giggling. Sergio shook his head again. "You know I don't build skyscrapers, Papa. I'm a residential renovation department of the firm." "So, renovate skyscraper apartment buildings? In town, they're the largest building and 10 stories high." "Oh, you have a visionary, son. If you want it all, you can't reach the top without being able to see the top. You have to be bold and daring to stand out." Tony Altieri knew all about being bold and daring and being on top. The head of a massive transportation company, Sergio's dad was a pensive man. By the time Sergio was born, when Tony was 30, Tony had already built his empire and a mansion for his wife and new baby. Since then, his business only continued to grow. Today, he not only filled his mansion with the best furniture, arts, and cars, but he also bought more houses to fill with furniture, arts, and cars. "I got a promotion today," Sergio said. "The one I told you I applied for. I got it." "Head of the company?" Tony asked, laughing again. "Tony, be nice," Sergio's mother said. "Congratulations, Sergio. We're so proud of you. We need to have a celebration. Your favorite pasta and cake? We have to have cake." "What was the job you applied for again?" "Project manager." "That sounds nice." his mother said. Tony snorted. Don't rest on your laurels, Sergio. Always upward. Did you catch the game last night? Sergio noticed he was gritting his teeth. He forced himself to relax. I saw the score. I missed the game because we all went to dinner to celebrate my promotion. Did you meet anyone? Sergio's mother asked. No, Mama. I was just the people in my department. Violet was the only woman there who's interested in me. They got no taste, Tony said. At least Violet knows a good thing when she sees it. Sergio's mother snorted. She wasn't Violet's biggest fan. Sergio made his excuses to get off the phone as fast as he could. He was asking himself why he called his parents to begin with. Well, he knew why he called them. He called them to get validation. He was trying to feel like he'd finally gotten enough to have arrived. Why in the world he'd think he'd be the validation of his father? All the rich food he ate the night before must have slowed down his brain function. Sergio's new office was outstanding. His new job was not. The office wasn't huge. It wasn't a corner office or anything. Honestly, it was just a small plain room tucked between a break room and a conference room. But it was his, plus his windows and shade, which for some reason were missing from the windows out of the design floor. Sergio happily pulled those shades down when the sun came around to spear his eyes at 2 in the afternoon. The shade pulling moment was, however, the only happy moment of his day. The rest of the day was just a mind-numbing blur as he tried to get up to speed with what Sanders had been doing, or rather, had he not been doing. After just 2 hours of assessing the situation, he understood why Sanders had left earlier than expected. This was not a job for one person. It was a job for at least 10 people, plus assistants. Clive was right. Sergio was an idiot. He wasn't told what his pay raise would be before he applied for promotion, but he figured it would be a decent increase. But that he was wrong. He was only going to get another $1,000 a month to do 10 times more work. Idiot, he muttered to himself, as he tried to organize a few tasks he thought he might be able to get done today, if he stayed until early midnight. Sergio's door opened and Clive's head popped in, along with the aromas wafting over the break room. Sergio could smell coffee, popcorn, and someone's microwave burritos. How's the new job? Clive asked. Sergio's dropped his head in a new pile of paperwork in front of him and pounded it a couple times. That good, huh? Clive came the rest of the way into the room and sat in one of the narrow leather and stainless steel chairs in front of Sergio. He looked around at Sergio's plain oak desk, and other chairs, the shelves piled with project files, drafting table tucked in the corner. So you do have a drafting table, Clive noted. Think you'll get to use it? Sergio didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked, Do you ever think we reach our ideals? The guy turned it sideways and put his feet up on the other chair in front of his desk. That's a deep question. Sorry, I know to hate to use your dozen or so brain cells you think about deep discussions. Yeah, you're stressing me out here. Never mind. No, it's a good question. Honest answer? I don't think ideals are actually real. I think they exist only in our heads. I mean, have you ever drawn something that was as good as you imagined in your head? If you have, I'll buy you dinner every night for a week, because I sure haven't. As tempting as it is to lie to get those dinners, Sergio said, grinning. No, I haven't. There you go. They're all a bunch of donkeys. What? You know, a carrot on a stick. We're just a bunch of donkeys plodding along trying to reach a carrot that will forever dangle out in front of us, no matter how far we plod. That's depressing. Clive shrugged and shook his head, doing an unintentional impression of Bubbles the Labradoodle. Then my work is done, he grinned. Seriously, I don't think it's depressing at all. It's kind of freeing when you think about it. If we ever can't get whatever we want, why bother trying? Just do your best and have a good time. He paused and saluted. You, Mr. Idiot, sir? He bowed multiple times as he backed out of Sergio's office. Sergio laughed and sobered and tried to concentrate on work. 2.5 weeks into the new position, Sergio had doubled his caffeine consumption, and still he was constantly 10 paces behind. He had already made 2 dumb mistakes that cost the firm several thousands of dollars, and he had already been berated twice by a client. Dale assured him that it was a normal part of the learning curve for the project manager job, but Sergio was still mortified. He was also bored and disappointed. He thought that becoming the project manager would give him more leeway to implement cutting-edge design ideas, more freedom to break past the boundaries of the usual renovations his department did. For some time, he was frustrated by the safe, limited changes for the clients they made to their homes. He wanted to be given carte blanche to bust into a place, demo the heck out of it, and turn it into something else entirely. He thought project manager would hold enough sway when he'd make a vision a reality. He was wrong. The projects he'd been overseeing were the same old things, and now in addition to disliking the types of jobs he was working on, he had the responsibility for more aspects of those jobs. It was a new position, really, just more work and no more satisfaction. Not only was the work in a full suck mode, but his home life, such as it was, had gone down the toilet as well. Miss Bailey was taken to staying up late so she could greet him with her latest suggestions for getting more sleep. Then there was the tenant who lived above him, the woman who had been apartment on the next floor up taking dancing lessons. He'd been listening to her stomping around above his head for weeks. didn't know her name, but he'd given her the title of Thunderfeet now. For some reason, Thunderfeet was practicing until 2 a.m. He tried to talk to her about it one night, but after scolding him for ringing her doorbell so late, he called him names that made him blush. Also, because he never had time to go into a grocery store, he was eating more takeout, and because he was tired when he got home, he rarely exercised and instead just dropped into bed. These two changes had resulted in a disturbing potbelly that was growing on each passing day. Sergio's dissatisfaction was growing with each passing day as too, though were the number of hours he was working. It was near midnight those nights, and he left the firm. He always came home with a stack of work to look over before he went to bed. As if all this wasn't bad enough, Violet hated Sergio's new long hours even more than he did, and it was turning her into a nag. How come you have to work all the time, Sergio? She asked him on a Saturday night, at the end of his first week of project manager. They were at a party she insisted on attending, even though they couldn't get there until after 10:30 p.m., because he worked until then. He knew she was going to want to stay until at least 2 or later, and then he was going to have to get up and go into work early, Sunday morning. If he didn't, there was no way he could handle Monday. It's just part of the new job, Sergio said with a thick layer of sarcasm. The job I just promoted into, it's a high workload job. What do you suggest I do? Get a saw and cut the workload in half? He never should have said that. Violet laughed hysterically, and everyone in the party turned to stare at them. So it went. Work, try to please his girlfriend, get home late, deal with Miss Bailey, eat junk, listen to Thunderfeet, finally go to sleep, rinse and repeat. This was days basically drudgery. The only few minutes in him that he actually liked were the moments when he walked out of the building, and managed his dedicated project manager's parking lot. Now there was a perk worth working your tail off for. Not. Strolled into it and got in his car. It was a fleeting moment of freedom. Every night he got a few seconds of joy and the feeling of escape. But then, as he reached beyond the reach of his tiny, rainy Tuesday night, because the forecast had been the usual sunshine, Sergio wasn't prepared for rain. Even though his parking spot was only 20 feet from the firm's door, he and his stack of papers were soaked when he got into his SUV, and then he was cold, and he was hungry. Sergio put his papers in the passenger seat. He turned on the heat full blast, which caused his vehicle to steam up, and its wool suit started smelling like a wet farm animal. Or, what was his own smell? He didn't know. Personal hygiene was another thing of his job was taken from him. Pulling out of his parking lot, Sergio couldn't help but notice he rode mostly to himself. It was not like every night of this week, which is why it was not just annoying but screamingly inconvenient when 2-year-old SUV decided to die and totally closed down a deserted retail district of downtown. Sergio was barely able to coast to the curb before the SUV lost all momentum and turned and drifted to a full silent stop. Sergio looked at the full bright dashboard lights, not at the battery. He looked at the gas tank. It was half full, not out of gas. Are you kidding me? Sergio asked the vehicle. It had no response. He tried to restart the SUV. Nothing. There was no point in him looking under the hood. He knew nothing about vehicle engines. So Sergio sat in the dead SUV and listened to the rain thumping on the roof. He tried to see through the gray murk and falling water. Everything outside the SUV was vague and obscure, but from what he could tell, no one was around. He peered into the gloom, looking at the open sign in the front of the storefront. He didn't see any. His block had no bars or restaurants, and so nothing was open. He thought about where he was, and he remembered that there was a gas station 2 blocks over. Hopefully, he could get a tow truck there. But the meant walking in the rain for 10 minutes. Oh, joy! Sergio had leaned his head to the steering wheel. What a perfectly awful end to a perfectly awful week. Sergio raised his head and looked at the still wet stack of papers sitting on the passenger seat. He had the urge to pick them up and throw them out into the rain. He could see himself doing it in his mind's eye, but he could see himself dancing around on top of them. Blowing out air, Sergio motioned at his dead car and said, "Camel's back. Meet your last straw." The rain started coming down harder. Sergio leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes. Now had he gotten there? After all his hard work, all his striving, all his determination, after all that comes this? A broken-down SUV in the middle of the night in the pouring rain? Fine! Sergio opened the door and stepped out into the weather. He was soaked immediately. He slammed his SUV's driver's door, stomped forward 2 feet, and kicked the front tire as hard as he could. Ouch! Sergio screamed. He hopped around on one foot and marveled at how much pain a tow could generate. Water slid down the inside of his collar. His hopping foot splashed water up his pant leg. Resisting the urge to kick this vehicle again, Sergio stomped away from it. As he pulled his ruined suit jacket up for his head and makeshift hood, he sloshed over the sidewalk. There, he put his head down and trudged away. The street lights provided enough illumination for him to see the sidewalk cracks and curb. This was all he needed for navigation. He'd gone just a block when the rain started to let up. Not really caring about the point because he was already wet enough and thorough. Sergio kept walking, but then 2 things happened at once. The rain stopped entirely, and Sergio nearly tripped over the overstuffed green garbage bag lying in the middle of the sidewalk. Sergio lowered his suit coat. He looked around. Near a street light poured pale yellow light down the dumpster and it tipped apart way over. Contents were spilled all over the sidewalk. Partially eating food, sodding papers, collapsed latte, cups were strewn all around. Sergio began taking careful steps to the trash. He'd gone a couple of feet when the streetlight's glow hit something brightly colored. Sergio assumed it was a plastic bowl or cup, and even so he glanced as he passed. He stopped. Was it a plastic bowl or cup? It was... What was it? Curious in the unique shape, standing among the ordinary refuge, Sergio took a step closer to it. It was a bright red propeller on the top of a cap. Leaning over, Sergio discovered the propeller cap was attached to a round, small head of a small, maybe 10-inch high plastic figurine. The figurine was that of a small boy with reddish-brown hair, big blue eyes and an orange triangular nose, rosy cheeks, and a wide mouth full of protruded white teeth. The figurine's round head had matched the shape and size of the trunk of its body, which resembled a colorful bowling ball with arms and legs. The figurine was short-sleeved, two-button shirt, vertical red and blue stripes matching the pattern on the cap. The shirt was tucked into a solid blue pants, and the pants cuffs ended at the top of a pair of plain brown shoes. The shoes were more rounded than a foot shape, but they matched the boy's fingerless, stumpy hands. Both hands were occupied. Figurine's right hand held a huge, large red and yellow striped balloon, and the figurine's right hand smelled a small sign that read, "I'm a lucky boy." "You are you?" Sergio playfully asked the figurine. "Do you have any tips how I could use some luck?" "I'm a lucky boy," the figurine said in a high-pitched child's voice. Sergio widened his eyes and stared. This wasn't just a figurine, it was an electronic toy. Surprised the toy was still working despite the sitting in the rain, he was intrigued enough to pick it up. Wet, cold, and hard, and slippery, the toy was lightweight. And though it looked old-fashioned, it wasn't in great condition. No paint was scarred or faded. Sergio turned the toy this way and that, looking for a control switch. He couldn't see one. He checked for a speaker and saw none. He even scanned for a battery compartment, but found nada. So interesting. So was "I'm a lucky boy" all the toy said? Just for fun, Sergio decided to talk to the toy. "You say you're a lucky boy, like your sign says. Good for you. Good for you," the toy said. Oh, okay, they probably had some stock phrases to play, and it would program to repeat back what it's heard. That is, recorded. Its inner workings were surprisingly well hidden. It didn't seem like a cheap toy. Sergio decided to test his theory about the working recording. He said, "Testing, testing." The little toy didn't repeat the words. Instead, it said, "It's lucky to be lucky." Then it emitted a funny little ha 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 hee hee giggle. Sergio smiled. The giggle was infectious. Sergio looked around. Well, he was still alone. He looked back at the toy and shrugged. "Do you have a name?" Sergio asked. "My name is Lucky Boy," the toy said. Sergio snorted. "I never should have guessed." Sergio wondered if Lucky Boy was worth anything. Probably not. But either way, he found he wouldn't leave it lying here. It was unique. It looked antique. He loved unique antiques. It made him part of his home decor. Tucking the toy under his arm, Sergio walked along, and within 5 minutes he was in the gas station convenience store making arrangements to have his car towed. While he signed paperwork, he set Lucky Boy on the counter. Teenage clerk behind the counter called the tow truck driver and then returned to the counter and watched Sergio sign papers. The teen was acne spotted and limp-haired. He was well-dressed in clean blue uniform shirt with khaki pants. He was friendly enough. "Sorry your car broke down, dude," he said. "Hey, do you want to buy a lottery ticket for tomorrow's drawing? Could help pay for the car repairs." "No thanks," Sergio said. He was trying not to breathe deeply because the gas station's convenience store smelled like pork rinds and dirty socks. But he involuntarily sucked in the air when Lucky Boy said in a soprano-toned child's voice, "It's your lucky day." "Hey, dude," the teen said. "Cool doll." "Not a doll." "Okay, whatever. Still cool." Sergio looked at Lucky Boy and shrugged. "Okay, I'll take a ticket after all. Who knows?" "Exactly," the clerk beamed, and he rang up a ticket. It was nearly 3 a.m. when the tow truck driver dropped Sergio off at his apartment building. Sergio didn't bother explaining Lucky Boy to the heavy-set driver, who eyed the toy, and Sergio with suspicion. Tiptoeing through the hallway outside of his apartment, he managed to open and close the door without being pestered. He seemed there was an hour past which Miss Bailey would not stay up. He looked at the toy and still carried on. Maybe it's my lucky day after all. Lucky Boy emitted his mischievous smile. Smiling, Sergio took Lucky Boy into the bedroom, and he set him on top of a cherry bureau next to the ceramic tray. When he emptied his soggy pockets, stripped off his ruined clothes, took a hot shower, and fell into bed. 2.5 hours later, his alarm nearly catapulted him across the room. Groaning, Sergio sleepwalked through the being dressed. Then he called a cab. "Any wise words?" Sergio asked Lucky Boy before he left the apartment. Lucky Boy giggled and said, "Today's your lucky day." Sergio gonna say he agreed with that assessment, but technically the day was still ongoing. Who knows what could happen? Running on just 2.5 hours of sleep, he sure could use a little luck. The day went by in a sleep-deprived blur. He was a walking zombie. Then Dale corrected him on his math in the 10th time. The last time being with Sergio about 6 and 7 and came up with added 6 and 7 and came up with 15. And finally admitted, Dale, I'm sorry, I'm asleep on my feet. My SUV broke down in the rain last night. I got 2.5 hours of sleep. Go home, Dale said. Sergio flinched. Was he being fired? Dale laughed. You're not being punished. We're not total ogres here. When you need sleep, you need sleep. Go home and sleep. When you come back, maybe you could tell me again what 6 plus 7 is. When Sergio let Violet know he was leaving, she offered to lend him her car. I can't get someone to take me to your place, let her to get it. Then we can go out to that gallery opening I wanted us to go to. You'll be rested up enough by the end of the day, right? Sergio started to nod, then he stopped himself. He didn't want to go to the gallery opening. If this was his lucky day, he didn't deserve to be told the truth for a change. He shook his head and refused to accept the car keys. Violet was thrusting in his direction. I'm just going to call a cab, he said. Then I'm going to go to bed and sleep straight until the morning. I don't want to go out later. Violet gave him a little pout, as she used to think was kind of cute. He turned away from her and headed back to the office to call a cab. On his way home in the cab, Sergio heard the news report about the big lottery, something about one of the winners buying a winning ticket at the gas station downtown. He wondered if the gas station he went to previous night, then he checked his ticket. By the time Sergio returned home, though, he was in a semi-conscious state. He didn't have enough energy to check the lottery ticket. Instead, he fell into bed and slept for 4 hours. He woke up a little after 8 p.m., and feeling not a little guilty about his latest lie to Violet, he ordered a pepperoni pizza. Taking it into his bed because he was still too tired to think, Sergio turned on the TV and local news was spending. Perky female concierge said, and to end on a light note, 5 people drew the winning numbers for the last night's biggest big jackpot. And one of the tickets was brought right here in our town. Congratulations to the winner, whoever you are. That's right, the ticket. Sergio jumped out of bed. He dashed to the ceramic tray and dug out the ticket. Grabbing it, he picked up the phone, bringing up the winning numbers on the screen. He compared them to the numbers on his ticket. He blinked, compared them again. They matched! Every number matched! Sergio jumped up and shouted, Yes! Above him, Thunder Feet pounded on the floor. Same to you, he shouted. Sergio ran to the bureau and picked up Lucky Boy. He held up the toy of the dance partner and spun around the room. You're brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Lucky Boy sounded off his funny little giggle. Sergio mimicked the giggle and threw himself on the bed. He kicked his feet in the air and whooped. Thunder Feet pounded again. So the hell with you, he shouted. Then he was going to put it up with crap anymore. He had the means to fix all the problems he had in his life now. Oh yeah, things were going to change. Next day, Sergio called in sick to work. Then Violet telephoned to check on him, but he had let the answering machine pick up. When he visited the lottery headquarters to claim his winnings, because he was one of 5 people who had winning numbers after taxes, he ended up with just a little over $600,000. That was okay, but still plenty. Back at home, Sergio relaxed in his living room and pondered what to do next. He had so many choices now. The car repair place had just called to tell him that he had an oil leak and bled the vehicle dry of oil. The resulting engine damage would cost thousands to repair. Should he spend it, or just sell the thing and just get for parts and get something new? Grinning, Sergio stood and went to the next Lucky Boy, tearing out the toy back into the living room. Feeling only a little silly, he asked Lucky Boy, Should I repair my car or get a new one? You deserve good things, Lucky Boy sang out. You're right, I do. Sergio sat back and put Lucky Boy in his lap. What kind of car do I deserve? You deserve to have your dreams come true. Really? Sergio thought about his dream car. The car he'd always wanted. A car that his father had once called an impractical waste of money. From the man who had 17 cars. Wasn't having more than 2 or 3 cars an impractical waste of money? You don't buy cars for flash, son, Tony always said. You buy them for value. You buy flash and you're just asking to be ripped off. You pay more than the car's worth, and you'll be the magnet for car thieves. What if I like Flash? Sergio asked out loud now. You deserve Flash, Lucky Boy piped up. What should I buy? Sergio asked. Buy a flashy sports car. The more expensive, the better. Sergio fired off a finger gun at the little toy. I like how you think. He ignored the part of him that was smidgen creeped out by the fact that he was having a conversation with a toy. Lucky Boy had given him better advice than he'd ever gotten from anyone else. Who was he to care about where that advice came from? So he bought the bright red, expensive, flashy sports car. High-end, highly visible, and impressive all to get out. Sergio's new car made him feel way more impressive than the silly aviator-style watch. And speaking of his watch, what kind of watch should I buy, he asked Lucky Boy, with his new car. You deserve bling! Sergio got dressed and headed back out in his flashy car. He went to the best jewelry store in town and he spent $37,000 on a new gold watch, which was impressive. After he got the watch, he stopped and called Violet. She just got home from work. How would you like to have dinner at the Horizon, he asked, grinning as she sucked in her breath. The Horizon was the best restaurant in town. Violet squealed, What's the occasion? I'd tell you when I pick you up. Meet me out front of your building. I thought your SUV was still in the shop, she said. It is. I bought myself a new ride. It's red. You can't miss it. Okay, Violet said, drawing out the word as she lost all of her marbles. He laughed and hung up, driving Violet's apartment building and revving the engine as he neared their building. He stomped the accelerator to zoom forward, then slammed on the brakes, coming to a screeching stop next to the curb just a foot from her. She stared in open-mouthed shock at the new wheels. What do you think? He asked, and the powerful engine rumbled and she gasped at the car. How? Violet asked. Project managers don't make that much more than senior architects. Get in and I'll tell you about it. Violet beamed at him and she opened the door. Over the steak and lobster dinner, complete with a huge slice of the most decadent chocolate cake he'd ever eaten, Sergio told Violet about his lottery win. He didn't, however, tell her about Lucky Boy. That somehow remained a secret he needed to keep for himself. And he should have kept the lottery win to himself, too. Violet immediately started telling him how he should spend the money. You should buy a boat, he told him. She plowed through a slice of cake. We should go out on the lake every weekend. Oh, you should buy a timeshare. Then we could go to different places every weekend. Or maybe we could just take a trip around the world. Oh, wait, a cruise. We should take a cruise. Or we could go. Sergio wasn't really listening to her. He was savoring the amazing chocolate cake, but he said at the appropriate intervals, until he noticed she wasn't talking anymore. He also noticed she whacked his knuckles with her fork. Ow, what? I said, what is that? She gestured to his new watch. Oh, yeah, Sergio suddenly remembered. I forgot to show you this to you. I got it this afternoon. It cost $37,000, but I deserve it. Sergio took another bite of cake. Violet touched the watch irrelevantly and beamed. She looked at him, her eyes bright. What did you get me? I was wondering all evening. I figured you'd have got me something since you won all that money. I figured you're saving it at the end of dinner, but now I can't wait any longer. What'd you get me? Sergio set down the fork. He looked down. What? What? Violet asked him. You did get me something, right? Sergio winced. You got yourself a new sports car and a $37,000 watch, and you didn't get me anything? Violet's voice rose at least an octave at the end of the question. I think, he told himself. Surely he had come up with some good version. He didn't buy her anything. Violet stood and threw down her napkin. Take me home right now. Sergio didn't argue. He didn't have the energy, and he realized he didn't care that she was angry. He just took her home. There, Violet got out of the car and started to walk away. Then she turned back and said, You better have something for me tomorrow. She munched off, her hips swaying empathetically in her weight. Sergio didn't give Violet a thought after he left her apartment building. He was feeling too good to be bothered by her tantrum. Then she got home. Sergio showed his watch to Lucky Boy. What do you think? He said. Lucky Boy giggled. You look impressive. The next day, Sergio put on his new watch and went to work in his new car. Nice wheels, Clive said as he walked into Sergio's office a little after 9. This position must pay more than I thought it did. Close the door, Sergio said. He learned his lesson from Violet, telling people that his lottery win could be tricky. Clive raised his eyebrow and closed the door. He flopped into one of Sergio's visitor chairs. What's the big secret? Did you rob a bank? No, Sergio grinned. He lowered his voice. I won the lottery, Clive laughed. Good one. Really, I bought a ticket because Sergio stopped himself. He'd been about to tell Clive about Lucky Boy. He again thought of the strong feeling that it would keep a bit of himself. He covered his near mistake by saying, because I had a whim, and I won. Cliff shook his head. Good for you, he spotted Sergio's watch. Nice bling. Sergio flushed. I deserve some bling. Sure you do. So, what's next? Oh, I know. How about you buy your good friend Clive a swimming pool? Unlike Violet, Clive was kidding. Or at least Sergio hoped he was. He decided to go with the kidding response. Ha! Sergio rolled his eyes. Win your own lottery. Then you could buy your own swimming pool. Party pooper. Then I buy my swimming pool. You could come and use it. Are you buying one? Sergio shrugged. Actually, I'm not sure what I'm going to do next. I need to ask. Oops, he almost let it slip again. Clive looked at him. Who are you going to ask? Your mommy? Sergio flipped a pen at Clive. Funny. No, not my mommy. I mean, just ask, in general. Like, ask my intuition. Ask the universe. Like that. When did you get so spiritual? Having money is an exalting experience. Clive laughed. Well, even so, you'd better get to work, Dale. I was on a rampage yesterday about having to pick up your load because you were out sick. And the Jenkins project is kind of a mess. Sergio frowned. I'm not criticizing, Clive said. I could do what you've been doing half as well as you have. But I'm just warning you that the powers that aren't going to care about your car and your bling. Sergio sighed. You're right, obviously. I made a mess of things a couple days ago. I need to fix it. Clive stood, leaned over Sergio's desk, and raised a hand. High five! Sergio clapped Clive's hand. I'm honestly happy for you, Clive said. Enjoy. Just don't cut off your nose to spite your face. What does that even mean? Sergio asked. I'm not really sure. It's just what my mother said whenever I did something dumb in reaction to something actually. I don't even think it's applicable here, but whatever. Just be careful with your decisions. Yes, Dad. Clive laughed and left Sergio's office. Sergio stared at his watch for several minutes, and when he then got off work, he was still working long after everyone else left, even Violet. He was speaking to him. It was after midnight when he left the building and headed for his... Where was his car? His nice, new, bright, and shiny sports car wasn't in the parking space. What the heck? Sergio turned a full circle in the empty building parking lot. When he sighed, he went back inside the office and called the police. The police officer who took his stolen car report was nice enough to give Sergio a ride home. That was kind of fun. Sergio enjoyed listening to the chatter on the police radio, and he liked the way the leather creaked when he moved in his seat. He wasn't as keen on the weird smell coming from the back seat, a combination of bleach and something sour smelling. He didn't ask about it. "Sorry you got your car stolen the first full day of owning it," the young officer said when he pulled up inside of Sergio's building. His name tag read Neil, which Sergio assumed was his last name. That bites the big one. Sergio unbuckled his seatbelt and turned toward Officer Neil. He noticed the officer's buzz cut was recent. He could see the white skin between his brown hair and the tan line on his neck. "And you don't think I'll get it back? Probably out of the state by now," Neil said. "Or it's in parts." His voice broke often, like a teenager going through puberty. Sergio shook his head. "Well, at least it was insured." He reached for the passenger door handle. "Yeah, but they get you there, too. You'll get the blue book for it, but that won't be as much as you paid for it. You're out taxes and license and all that." Sergio smiled at Neil as he pushed the door open. "Well, you're a ray of sunshine," Neil laughed. "Sorry, this job tends to create pessimists." Sergio marveled at the officer Neil had been on the job long enough to become a pessimist. He wondered what Officer Neil's goals were. Did he have a big dream? "Thanks for the ride," Sergio said. As he got out of the squad car, he waved as Neil drove away. He went to the front entrance of his building, whistling. He wasn't going to let this get him down. It was just a little setback. His luck had changed. Or maybe not. As he got to the elevator and pushed the button for the 4th floor, his upstairs neighbor dashed up behind him and shoved her way past him. He flicked a look of annoyance at her. She mistook him for something else. "What are you looking at?" Thunderfeet snapped as she pounded out of the 5th floor button. Wearing tight, expensive pants and a sports bra, she must have something that he was admiring her. He wasn't. But not that he was bad looking. She was actually cute, slender, and curvy enough with a blonde hair and a nice face. But she was too tall for him. Not to mention her personality ruined everything about her looks. "Nothing," Sergio said, as the elevator made a clunking sound and started to rise. "Nothing at all." Thunderfeet didn't smell good. He smelled like sweat and cigarette smoke. He concentrated on breathing through his mouth. She sniffed and looked at him sideways. "You better not wake me up again tonight." Sergio glanced at her incredulously. "Me? Wake you up?" She glared at him. He ignored her. The elevator doors open, and he got out of this floor. One of the cheap beige carpet squares that covered the hallways in the building was sticking up just outside the elevator, and he tripped over it. He managed to capture himself, and he staggered a few feet before he did. He heard her mutter, "Loser," as the elevator doors closed behind him. His shoulders tightened as he started down the hall, and by the time he was at the door, his good mood was slipping away. And just as he took out his keys, Miss Bailey threw her door open behind him and sang out, "I just made oatmeal raisin cookies." Sergio whirled around and yelled, "I hate raisins!" Miss Bailey, a plastic wrap covered plate of cookies extended out in front of her, drew back, her face bunched up in the middle like someone pulled on a drawstring and touched her skin. Her lower lip quivered. "Well, why don't you ever? You've never said so." "I was being polite," Sergio shouted, "but I don't feel like being polite right now. In fact, I don't feel like being here right now. Just want to be left alone." Miss Bailey's eyes moistened. She nodded her head and quietly retreated into her apartment. Sergio felt like a jerk, but he also felt exhilarated, saying what he wanted from very freeing. Inside his apartment, Sergio went through his usual post-work routine. When he finished, now wearing his sweats and t-shirt, he looked at Lucky Boy, who still sat all jaunty and bright on top of the bureau. "So, what should I do now?" Sergio asked the toy. "Everyone who's shaman should have a house," Lucky Boy said. Sergio stared at the toy's wide smile as he began smiling just as wide. What a great idea, his own house. Why not buy his own house? He had plenty of money down now for a down payment. He said so to Lucky Boy, praising him with, "You're brilliant." Lucky Boy wasn't done throwing out ideas. "Cash is king," Lucky Boy said. "Go from bad to good." That's even more brilliant. This was the toy's best idea yet. He could buy an inexpensive fixer-upper with cash, gut it, then completely redesign it. He could use all the skills he'd honed from the firm to create his true masterpiece of renovation. "You're so smart," Sergio told Lucky Boy. He gave the toy a pat on one of his rosy cheeks. Lucky Boy giggled. Sergio headed to the phone. He needed to contact a real estate agent. Go places, you gotta have wheels," Lucky Boy said. Sergio stopped. He turned to Lucky Boy and laughed. "Well, I'm glad someone in this room was thinking. I forgot I have no car." He frowned. "What should I get this time? The same thing?" "You should have bigger and better," Lucky Boy said. Sergio punched it in the air. "Perfect! You're absolutely right. I'll get a big pickup." He turned to head toward the phone again. That's what I'll do first. And he did. In the morning, he drove his new black 8-cylinder extra cab long bed lifted pickup with massive tires to work. Yeah, it was a Saturday, and he wished he could be out looking for the houses, but he'd missed work on Thursday, and he was totally behind. Even without missing that day, he'd have to work today. Now he was going to have to work tomorrow, too. When he parked in the spot, he decided to look even more impressive than the red sports car. Seeing the shiny black and chrome road monster sitting in the reserved spot almost made up for being an office on Saturday for a third week in a row. Sergio locked his truck and gave the hood a pat. He had a dealer add an upgraded security system for his new truck. He knew he'd find the truck where he was waiting for him at the end of the day. Someone tried to take his baby. That someone was going to have a very bad day. The dealer had been happy to sell Sergio the security upgrade, but he'd been strangely against Sergio's request to have a full suspension lift added to the truck. Sergio would have thought the guy would be happy to make more money, but he insisted. But instead, he warned, "A lifted truck will tilt or tip hazard. You will be amazed how easily it is to roll a truck when it's lifted." Sergio thanked him for the warning, but told him to do it anyway, and he was glad he did. Sergio strutted into the office, feeling as if he was at least 3 inches taller than he was before. He felt even taller when he got to his office, received a phone call from his insurer. They were going to pay out a full purchase price of a stolen vehicle, and the taxes and licensing costs were about to be refunded because they didn't go through before the car was taken. So much for Officer New's pessimism. Ha! Sergio was on a roll. Or maybe not. When Sergio got off the phone, he looked up and found Violet standing in the office doorway. But it was Saturday. She was dressed casually. She wore tight jeans and a flouncy hem and a flimsy yellow blouse with feathering fringe. He stepped her foot, the flouncy hem bounced, and her fringe danced. Oh, I knew I'd find you here," Violet said. "Oh, hi, Violet." Hi, Violet, me." Sergio frowned. "You really need to get back to work. What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" Violet crossed her arms and stomped up to his desk. She recrossed her arms and looked down at him. "Did you buy me a present yet?" Sergio pressed his lips together. Oops, he hadn't thought of it. "I've been really busy," Sergio said. Violet snorted. "You're not really going to try that, are you? With that ridiculous truck sitting outside, I had no time to take to buy that monstrosity. You can manage the time to go to the dealership and go to pop into a jewelry store and get me a little something?" "I'm sorry, Violet. I have no excuse. But I've been wrapped up in the excitement of it all." "Wrapped up in yourself, you mean? Is that so bad?" "What? Being selfish? Yeah, that's bad." Sergio glanced at her. Glared at her. "If it's selfish to be wrapped up in yourself, then you're kind of the pot calling the kettle black, aren't you?" "What? What kind of insult is that?" "You've never heard the idiom, the pot calling the kettle black?" "Sure, but..." She raised her eyebrows. Are you calling me selfish?" "If the shoe fits." "Well, screw you and your stupid idioms." Before Sergio could say anything else, Violet stormed out of his office. For several seconds, Sergio stared at her, and then he shrugged and went back to work. At the end of a very long day, Sergio dragged his tired body to his pensive new truck. He was frustrated. Even if he returned tomorrow and worked all day, he would still be way behind on Monday morning. At this rate, he was never going to be able to look for a house, much less have time to renovate one. He knew it wasn't enough these days to really worry about what home looked like, but if he was tired of living under thunder feet and tired of living across the hall from Miss Bailey, besides, he deserved to live a little place better than his cubic apartment building than his cheap carpet squares. But how could he move and work? There weren't enough hours in the day. And what was he going to do about Violet? As soon as he changed clothes, Sergio asked Lucky Boy the very question. "You deserve to be happy," Lucky Boy said. "I agree," Sergio said, "but..." He sat down on the edge of his bed. "Violet doesn't make me happy. This is a little bit of a revelation." "Huh," Sergio said. He never thought he'd back over a year with Violet. He ever made him happy? Not exactly. Not really. No, not at all. Having a girlfriend made him feel good. He never had one in high school or college, and he had done was pine for the out-of-reach Sophia at high school, and in college, he never had the time for dating. He would gone out a few times since then, but Violet was the first steady girl, and that's why he dated her. Not because she made him happy, but because she kept going out with him. Having a steady girlfriend made him feel impressive. "So what should I do about Violet?" Sergio asked Lucky Boy again. "If it's broken, fix it, or get rid of it," Lucky Boy said. That seemed like good advice. Did Sergio want to fix things with Violet? No, he did not. Okay, then the solution was simple. He leaned over with the nightstand and picked up the phone. He dialed Violet. Then he picked up. It was obvious she'd been sleeping. "Hello?" She breathed into a phone. "Violet, what time is it, Sergio? Can't you wait until a reasonable time to call and apologize?" Sergio rolled his eyes. "I'm not calling to apologize. I'm calling to break up with you." "What? It sounded like you just said break up with you." "That is what I said. I don't want to go out with you anymore." Violet was silent, but he was still on the phone. He could hear her breathing. Should have realized it when I didn't buy you anything. If I loved you and really wanted to be with you, buying you something would have been the no-brainer, but I forget you, Sergio, Violet said. You're not good enough for me anyway. You're a funny-looking little man, and I'm too much of a cat for you. Violet slammed down her phone, and the vine went dead. Sergio sat for a second as if he felt bad. He didn't. He looked at Lucky Boy. Great advice. Lucky Boy giggled. Okay, so Sergio's girlfriend problem was solved. But what about his job? How could he be happy to work that kind of hours he was working? What should I do about my job? Sergio asked Lucky Boy. Better things are on the horizon. Sergio sank down into his bed. Wow, he never thought. He stared at Lucky Boy, and Lucky Boy's big blue eyes stared back. Why hadn't Sergio thought of that? Why is he still at this job? He hadn't been happy at the firm for some time, and instead of looking for something else, he just applied for a project manager job. I talk about thinking inside the box. He had to get out of the box, way out of the box. Sergio stood and started pacing back and forth in his bed. The seed of an idea was spreading his mind. What if... He turned to look at the Lucky Boy. What do you think of me starting my own business? You're deserved to be your own boss, Lucky Boy said. It would be impressive. Sergio grinned. Yes, it would. He thought about his dad. Even though Tony never said so, he was disappointed in his son's career. Sergio felt it every time Tony asked a stupid skyscraper question. This country runs on the backbone of entrepreneurialism, Tony liked to say. Men like me keep our nation strong. If Sergio wanted to make his dad proud, he needed to be an entrepreneur, and he knew just how to do it. But first, he had to quit his job, which he did the next morning. Are you really quitting? Clive said when he walked into Sergio's office 15 minutes after Sergio informed Dale he was done with the new job. What the hell are you blaring at? Dale had asked. The top of the bald head turned red as he yelled. You applied for a pivotal job, get it, and make a hash of it, then you quit? You realize you're done at this firm too, right? Sergio nodded. Well, yes, that was actually going to be the next thing I told you. I'm quitting entirely. What the hell is wrong with you? Dale shouted. You're our biggest architect. You're throwing your career away. Sergio shrugged. You can think that if you want. I'm going to go into business for myself. Dale gulped. Oh, that's rich. You'll be homeless in no time. Sergio shrugged again. Nope. I'm going to be successful, impressive entrepreneur. Dale shook his head and strode off into Sergio's office. Yes, Sergio said to Clive now. I'm really quitting. Clive leaned against the wall and watched Sergio put his personal belongings into a cardboard box. What are you going to do? Get outside the box. Clive laughed and pointed at Sergio's arms, which are both currently inside the box in his desk. Sergio smiled too. You know what I mean. Not exactly, but I wish you luck. Oh, I have a lot of luck now. I have Lucky Boy, he laughed. He noticed his laugh sounded oddly a little like Lucky Boy's giggle. Oops, he hadn't meant to say that. Clive frowned. You're a lucky boy? Is that what you just said? Sergio blinked and lied. Sure. Clive held out a fist, and Sergio bumped it with his. Keep in touch, Clive said. I will, Sergio said. But he didn't. He had too much going on. For one thing, he had to find the right place to renovate into a new home. Sergio thought finding a fixer-upper was going to be easy. The town was full of them, and after years of working on residential renovations, he knew plenty of real estate agents. Which one should he call? Sergio sat at a small retro dining room table and ate kung pao chicken out of a carton while he pondered his upcoming house hunt. A Lucky Boy sat on the table in front of him. It occurred to Sergio that he ordered his dinner and leaving the toy in the bedroom was a little discourteous. After all, Lucky Boy has been the catalyst for a lot of great things in Sergio's life. And it was the only way in a few days, where Sergio was, a man of leisure who thought about to embark on an impressive entrepreneurial adventure, and he was rudely ignoring the little guy who'd made it all possible. And so, he thought Lucky Boy would join him for dinner. I wish I could share this with you, Sergio said to Lucky Boy, but I don't think toys eat. Sergio had forked up some of the spicy chicken. He chewed, swallowed, and mused. So, which real estate agent should I pick? Pretty is good, Lucky Boy said. Sergio looked at Lucky Boy. Well, aren't you a little Casanova? Didn't I just get rid of a girlfriend? Lucky Boy giggled. Are you saying I should find a better one? Lucky Boy giggled again. Okay, Sergio said. Pretty. Let's see. He thought about the agents he knew. One of them, Eve, was very pretty, but she also was reasonably sure she was married. Pretty doesn't do us any good if she's married, he pointed out. You deserve a great girl who dotes on you. Yes, I do. Violet had never doted on him. Good riddance to her. Someone better was out there. He thought for a minute. He snapped his fingers at an agent named Claire Fredericks, who had been petite and soft-spoken. They once had a conversation about science fiction, and she said she liked it. But it was a good start, wasn't it? As far as Sergio knew, she was single. He picked up the phone and called Claire to schedule an appointment to look at houses the next day. Sergio's father would like Claire. Sergio decided that as he sat with her in a conference table in the real estate office, not only was Claire small and slender, but she was dark-haired too. She looked Italian. He didn't know if she was, but she looked it, and that would be good enough for Tony. And he would hear his mother now. Oh, the babies, you can make it together. She always said that when she tried to get him up with an Italian girl. What exactly did you have in mind? Claire asked, swerving in face Sergio. Sergio decided that Claire wasn't what most people would call pretty. Her features were a little too strong for that, but she thought he was eye-catching. She had huge, somewhat almond-shaped, very dark brown eyes. She thought of them as comic book eyes. Claire's face would make a great superhero face. This close to her, he could smell her perfume, which was light but distinctive. It smelled like a combination of fruit and flowers, kind of citrusy and kind of sweet. He liked it. He had to force himself to think about houses instead of Claire. I recently came into a substantial amount of money, Serge told her, and I want to leverage it into not just a new home, but for a multi-million-dollar design business. To that end, I want something that needs a total overhaul. And I'm thinking something industrial, maybe. Something with a massive architectural potential. Is there anything available in that old warehouse district, the part that was rezoned? Claire nodded several times. Oh, how exciting! I'd love to be part of helping build a multi-million-dollar business. I think your plan is excellent. Your design aesthetic is perfect for the kind of building rehab. I didn't know you'd notice my design aesthetic, Sergio said. He blushed. Claire smiled at him. I noticed more than I let on. Sergio smiled back at Claire. He was sure she was flirting with him. Claire cleared her throat. There are several properties that fit your description, but there's one in particular I think would be perfect for you. Do you want to go see it? Absolutely. Then they went to see it, and it was perfect. The perfect property was an old standalone warehouse that was just the edge of an area recently rezoned to residential. This meant that she got the best of both worlds. It fit with the other warehouse rebuilds around it, but it also backed up to the lush greenery in the neighboring well-established residential area. At 5,500 square feet, the property was ideal for what Sergio wanted to do with it, which was to make a spacious living area, a lot of architectural wow, and an adjoining office space with even more eye-catching with structural features. The warehouse had a brick exterior, but was in fantastic condition. Its interior support beams and load-bearing walls looked sound. Yes, it was an impressive building. Sergio absolutely deserved it. But it cost more than he planned to spend. Sergio did some calculations. He already got an insurance payout on the car and refunded the tax license fees. The truck didn't cost as much as a sports car, so he already had ahead of there. But he thought of his old warehouse. He was pretty sure he'd have enough left to complete the renovations. Should he go for it? Of course he should. Let's make an offer, Sergio said to Claire. She clapped her hands and got down to business writing up the offer. I'll go present this right now. I expect the owner to accept it. Do you know what you want to do to dinner to celebrate when he does? Sergio blurted. Claire studied him for a moment. Then she did a cute little half shrug and said, Sure. Sergio grinned. I'm glad I called you. Claire smiled back. Me too. Sergio went home, then waited for a word from his offer. Where he told Lucky Boy what happened, Lucky Boy giggled. While he waited for Claire to call, telling him that she got the place, Sergio started making sketches of his ideas for it. He had already drawn plans for the whole first floor when Claire called. You got it, she said when he answered. Great. I need to wrap up a couple things, then I'll be free for the evening. Can I pick you up? Sergio said. Sure. He set a time and Sergio hung up. He looked at Lucky Boy. Where should I take her to dinner? He asked. I want to impress her. You should deserve to go where you want, Lucky Boy said. Impress yourself. Sergio laughed. You're right. I should impress me for a change. Well, I like that Mexican place downtown, the one with the fountain in the courtyard. I'll take her there. And Lucky Boy giggled. Sergio played with his plans for a few more minutes, and then he got ready for dinner. Putting his hair of casual black slacks and gray and black striped dress shirt, he grabbed the black leather jacket to finish off his ensemble. Then he started toward the door, only cringing a little when Thunderfeet started a two-step on his ceiling. When he reached the door, his gaze fell on Lucky Boy, who still sat on the table. Sergio felt bad leaving Lucky Boy home alone. He was giving Sergio all this great advice. Did he deserve to sit around like a knickknack in an empty apartment? No way! Sergio picked up Lucky Boy, tucked him under his arm, and headed for the door. Then Sergio glanced at Miss Bailey's closed door before he walked down the hall. Lucky Boy giggled. Miss Bailey hadn't bothered Sergio since this raisin outburst. He was hoping her hurt feelings or whatever was keeping her inside her own walls would hold until he'd move into his new place. In his lifted truck, Sergio put Lucky Boy in one of the cup holders on the console. Then he had put Lucky Boy in more of a hole that seemed polite. Sergio dug some paperwork out of the glove box, folded it up, and made a sort of elevated seat for Lucky Boy. Lucky Boy giggled. You might not want to do that when Claire's around, Sergio said, starting the engine. Oops, wrong voice. Other people's judgments are irrelevant, Lucky Boy said. Sergio glanced at his new friend. You're right, actually. Okay, laugh if you want to. Lucky Boy giggled. Sergio loaded out a parking garage. Do you think I should take her something? Flowers? Too much or not enough? Roses speak from the heart, Lucky Boy said. Okay, roses it is. Sergio stopped by the florist and bought a dozen pink roses. Judging from Claire's bright eyes and big smile when she spotted him on the dashboard, he made a good choice. She looked at the flowers to Sergio. For me? Of course. She reached out for them and then frowned. What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you allergic? No, I was just thinking they'll wilt while they're at dinner. Sergio shook his head. I had them put those little vials of water in each stem. Claire looked at him and smiled widely. Then he hugged him. You're so thoughtful. Sergio accepted the hug and gave Lucky Boy a thumbs up behind Claire's back. As soon as Claire was buckled into her seat, she noticed Lucky Boy and she picked him up. What's this? Sergio tensed, and feeling strangely possessive of the little guy. Yeah, that's Lucky Boy. He's sort of like a mascot. Claire gave him a puzzled look. Sergio hesitated and then looked to go ahead and tell her whole story. Before it seemed wrong to talk about Lucky Boy, but now it felt disrespectful not to talk about him. Not telling the truth like that felt like Sergio was taking credit in return of the events of his life has taken. So Lucky Boy would have been some type of recognition. Sergio told Claire the whole story. Claire listened with rapt attention, her brows furrowing higher and higher as the story went on. Then Sergio was done. He turned Lucky Boy over. How does it work? Sergio shrugged. You're not curious? You don't want to take it apart and find out? She started tugging on Lucky Boy's arms. Sergio grabbed Lucky Boy away from Claire. No! Claire's eyebrows climbed a notch higher. Sorry, Sergio said. I guess I'm sentimental about it. Claire looked from Lucky Boy to Sergio and back. I understand, she said. Sergio didn't think she did, but he didn't say anything else, and by then they'd arrived at the restaurant. The next few weeks pressed in a blur. While Sergio was waiting for a deal to close, he finished his designs. Then he submitted them for approval in the city permits offices. While he talked to contractors, he was looking for exactly the right team to work on this project. It didn't take him long to find it. Soon after that, he got approval, and the renovation began. Also, Sergio moved into his new place. He wasn't planning on leaving his old apartment before the renovations to his new place were done, but his lease came up for renewal, and he felt get penalty if he left before the end of the year. That made no sense, so he left the lease lapse. He hired movers to pack up his stuff and move everything to his new property. So long, Thunderfeet. So long, Miss Bailey. Although the warehouse was a mess, filled with piles of demolished wood, concrete, and drywall, a maze of walls stripped with the studs, exposed pipes, and wiring, Sergio was able to clear out a corner of and stack his belongings, store his furniture, and set up his bed. He had electricity and one working bathroom. He had no kitchen. He bought a small fridge for things like milk and sandwich fixings, but mostly he figured he would eat out or take out, and it was basically urban camping. Sergio felt like he did when he was a little kid starting a new adventure. What do you think? He asked Lucky Boy when he set the toy on top of the pile of boxes near the bed. Sergio did his patent moonwalk and spin, threw his arms out and up. Isn't this place going to be great? You deserve the best, Lucky Boy said. This will be the best when it's done. Lucky Boy giggled. Sergio once again found himself having long days, but being his own boss, he didn't mind it so much. He was enjoying overseeing his project until he wasn't. And he was enjoying Claire until he wasn't. The problem wasn't the project was money. It turned out he didn't underestimate the cost. He didn't have a budget big enough to do all he wanted to do. And if he couldn't do what he wanted to do, he would have created impressive space. If he didn't create an impressive space, he wouldn't be able to use his home as a platform to get clients. Where can I get more money? Sergio asked Lucky Boy one evening. The rich people have lots of money. Sergio wasn't sure what to make of that, but he figured Lucky Boy would make it clear soon enough. Lucky Boy always told him what to do. By now, Sergio was taking Lucky Boy wherever he went. Lucky Boy helped him all day long. He helped Sergio pick out materials, make design decisions, manage his time, even helped Sergio choose his food. Lucky Boys also advised him on other purchases, like all the electronics he was buying for a new place and all the casual clothes he was buying to replace his more formal work wardrobe. Then Sergio worried that he was going through his money. Lucky Boy said, "You deserve the best." Lucky Boy had the same thing to say about Claire. Everything with Claire was great at first. She appreciated the places he took her and the flowers and the gifts he brought her. Then the money got tighter, and he had to stop giving her gifts and start suggesting they stay home for takeout. She began changing. Oh, well, she acted sweet and all, but she was sure he could sense an undertone with all the things he said. Of course, I wouldn't mind having a picnic on the floor of your place, sounded like. Where do you get off making me sit on the floor, cheapskate? It wasn't her words exactly, but it was inflections of her words. And when there were ways she was trying to improve him, she went out about it in a sneaky way. She wouldn't tell him she didn't like his shirts, for example. She would just bought him gifts of new shirts. She didn't tell him she hated his taste in music. She just brought him new CDs. It was becoming annoying. And then there was the helpful suggestions. When he was complaining that he wished he was taller, she said, "Well, you can always have these lifts put in your shoes, sweetie." Why couldn't she have been supported and said, "Don't be silly, you're plenty tall"? He was starting to get tired of coming up short, literally and figuratively. When Sergio had lost Lucky Boy about Claire, he said, "You deserve the girl of your dreams." Sergio agreed. He needed to stop wasting time with women who weren't right for him. There was only one girl for him, and that girl was Sophia. He couldn't have her in high school, but things were different now. Not only have he deserved to have her, but she would be lucky to have him. He was going to have to break up with Claire. Unfortunately, a meet-the-parents dinner was coming up. His mother had been begging him to set it up for weeks, and the week before she called, ostensibly, to tell him he'd received his first invitation to his 10th high school reunion. But once she had him on the phone, she said, when are we going to meet your Claire? You keep putting me off, Sergio. It's not nice to put your mother off. 3 weeks ago you said next week. 2 weeks ago you said next week. A week ago. I get it, Mama. So, how about this week, he said. Perfect, his mother said. You come on Saturday. Now he wished he hadn't agreed. Should I cancel dinner? He asked Lucky Boy. Your father's rich, Lucky Boy said. Go to dinner. Get a loan. Sergio had never asked his dad for money, but Lucky Boy was right. Tony was rich. Why not ask for a loan when he went for dinner? He'd have to break up with Claire after that. As Sergio suspected, his parents liked Claire in sight. His mother fussed over Claire so much, he said, She's not royalty, Mama. Well, I'm just being friendly, his mother patted on the gray and black hair, in which he had twisted into elaborate bun. She smoothed the skull skirt of the emerald green cocktail dress. His mother liked to get dolled up. Claire lifted her chin and said, Sergio, don't you know all women want to be treated like royalty? Fine, Sergio said. Then I'm going to leave you regal ladies here. I need to talk to Papa. Tony had greeted Sergio and Claire when he retreated back to his study. His work wasn't done for the day, but he boomed, Come in, when Sergio knocked on the door. Sergio stepped into the father's domain. As always, he stopped and looked in awe at the space. Tony loved historic architectural details. He designed an office filled with so many cardwood features and so many filigree trimmings that it looked like something out of a 16th century. His massive office, over 1,000 square feet, and it vaulted 2 stories, lined with bookshelves stuffed with books. The room had a rolling ladder and tall shelves and a spiral staircase to an upper balcony. She's a prize, Tony said to Sergio before motioning Sergio to a plush maroon leather couch by the brick fireplace. Sergio said. Tony lowered himself to the recliner. But you're not here to talk about here. What's on your mind, son? I need a loan, Sergio said. He decided to be direct. I thought you won all that money. I've spent nearly all of it. Tony's bushy white eyebrows rose. Papa, you always said you have to spend money to make money, and that's what I'm doing. I have to create a mind-blowing renovation, something so good that it's going to be featured in architectural and design magazines and even the newspaper. I need to create a buzz. That's what will get me clients. If you could loan me just a couple $100,000, I could create what I want, and then my business will be off and running. I'll pay you back really fast. Tony ran a hand through his curly white hair. He smoothed his mustache and tapped the side of his long nose, the nose he unfortunately handed down to Sergio. Okay, Tony said. I'll loan you the money, but it's a short-term loan. You can't pay it back in 6 months. They'll pay it back in labor. Sergio, who had been starting to smile, frowned. What do you mean? You have to come drive a truck for me. Sergio stared at his father. Then he shrugged. Why not agree to it? You'll be able to pay back the loan before that would happen. Still, the exchange concerned him. Over dinner, his concerns turned into a full-blown annoyance. After they had dinner al fresco, sitting on the iron and glass table in the stone patio in the back garden. It would have been a nice meal if Claire hadn't kept sniping at him. Do you want to try some of my roasted Brussels sprouts? She asked him at one point. They're really good. Sergio's mother found the question amusing. Sergio doesn't like Brussels sprouts, Claire dear. He's like his father. They don't appreciate good vegetables. Tony ignored the comment. Sergio couldn't. It both bothered him where Claire got off telling him what he should like. In the car on the way home, Sergio did what he needed to do. Claire was chattering about how lovely his parents' home was. Have you ever thought about designing a big house like that? She asked. Sergio didn't bother to answer the question. He said, I don't want to date you anymore. Claire looked at him. What did you say? You heard me. I don't want to date anymore. All of you do is find fault in me. I don't like it. Find fault? Well, how do I find fault? The shirts, the CDs? What? Giving you gifts is finding fault? You told me I would wear lifts. You said you felt short. I was just trying to be helpful. You don't like my taste in vegetables? I was telling you mine tasted good. I don't know why you go out with me if there's so much wrong with me, Sergio complained. Claire crossed her arms and glared at him. You're being ridiculous. Yes, see? Now you think I'm ridiculous. Claire sighed. You've lost your mind. Writing in the console, as always these days, Lucky Boy giggled. Claire picked up Lucky Boy and shook the toy in Sergio's direction. And you play with dolls! Sergio grabbed for Lucky Boy. Put him down! He turned to look at Claire, and the truck swerved. Claire held Lucky Boy away from Sergio. You started treating it like a guru, and I gotta go along with it. But really, Sergio, it's shopkeep. A doll. A little statue. It's not your personal guide through life. If you think it is, you're a weirdo. Gary pressed the button and lowered the window. You need to get rid of this thing. She raised her arm and tossed Lucky Boy out of the truck. Sergio lunged for Lucky Boy. As he did, he wrenched the wheel. They were heading into a curve, and the lifted truck couldn't handle the severe turn. It tipped right over, left the road, headed down a rocky embankment. Suddenly they were upside down, then right side up, then upside down. Viva Loca. And they flip every vehicle is accompanied by a screeching crunch of metal against rock. Every jolt threw them around with the confines of their seatbelts, which jerked against their bodies. Thankfully, Sergio was able to grab Lucky Boy away from Claire as the truck started going over, so the toy wasn't damaged. The truck landed right upside up, but its roof was smashed down toward their heads. Claire started screaming the second the truck stopped moving. Sergio worked as fast as he could to undo his seatbelt and himself. He wanted to get out of this compressed space filled with Claire's hysterical shrieking. He managed to kick his crumpled door open and stumble out. As he turned to help Claire, another truck stopped. "Are you okay?" a middle-aged man called out. Sergio took stock. He'd gotten jostled about, for sure. It felt like he'd pulled a couple muscles, and he knew he'd have bruises, but nothing was broken. He looked at Claire. She didn't seem to have anything broken either. He saw no blood. She looked like she was more angry than injured. "We're okay," he called out. "Speak for yourself," Claire snapped. "You're going to pay for this." "I'll go get help." Middle-aged man shouted. Sergio called out, "Thanks." The truck was a mess. After it was towed, Sergio found out it needed thousands of dollars in bodywork, and it would be a shop for a couple of weeks. Suddenly, Sergio was without a vehicle again. He was also without a girlfriend, and soon he was facing a lawsuit. Claire was suing him for negligence resulting in her injuries. Because Sergio couldn't get the suppliers or choose finishes for his renovation, work started slowing down. On top of that, unbeknownst to Sergio, his contractor had a thing for Claire, and he quit after the incident. "I can't in good conscience work for a man who hits women," the contractor said. That set Sergio's project back a full month, but he wasn't worried. It would all come together. Besides, it wasn't important. He had something far more exciting to think about. The day after Sergio broke up with Claire, he called his mother asking about get him Sophia's phone number. Before he could ask, though, his mother told him he'd received yet another invitation to his high school reunion. How lucky was that? He'd been better to calling her. He'd meet up with Sophia at the reunion and wow her, and the rest of the class too. "Hey, Mama," he said. "You know Sophia Manchester's mama, right?" "Sophia, what a lovely girl from your class. Yes, we're good friends. Could you find me out if she's going to the reunion?" His mother let out a little squeal. "Oh, my Sergio's so clever. Yes, I could do that. That Claire was a nice girl, but Sophia's much better for you." "I agree, Mama." Content with the perfect girl was much more of his sights, Sergio returned to his attention to the renovation till he heard it from his mother. It didn't take long for her to get back to him. When she called him, he was bubbling with enthusiasm. He shouted in her ear, "Sergio, she's definitely coming. Sophia will be at the reunion." Sergio hung up the phone, grinning ear to ear. Not only was he getting the time he needed to catch up on the renovation, but he was also going to get the girl of his dreams. The next 2.5 weeks passed quickly. Sergio didn't make much progress on the renovation as he wanted, but he wasn't concerned. He finally had his truck back, so things were going to go faster now. You'll have all the time you need," Lucky Boy told him. He was, however, running out of time to get ready for his reunion. "What should I do to get ready for the reunion?" Sergio asked Lucky Boy as he polished up the burger one evening. "I have the right clothes, but I don't think I should do more. I want to knock Sophia's socks off. I think I could go above and beyond. What do you think?" Sergio was living pretty much on his bed. The rest of his furniture was stacked up and covered in plastic to keep it free of paint spatters and dust created by the renovations. He leaned back on his pillow and looked at his little buddy, who was now at his own pillow next to Sergio's on the bed. "Be the best, do the best," the Lucky Boy said. Well, Sergio was the best architect, and he was going to have the best business. "What about my looks?" Sergio said. "Yeah, I know I'm smart, but smart never counted for much in high school. And when I go to reunion, everyone's going to be looking at me just to see a 10-year-older version of who I was then. I want to go back looking different. And I have to admit, I do have some flaws in my appearance. My ears, for instance. They're too big. What should I do about my ears?" "You don't need them," Lucky Boy said. "What does that mean?" "I don't need my ears?" Sergio was confused. "You're better off without them." "You really think so, really?" Sergio asked. "Get rid of what you don't need." Sergio nodded. That makes sense. He thought about going to the reunion without his big dopey ears sticking out. That would be so great. But his ears weren't the only issue. "I still don't look the way I want to. Even without my big ears, I really have to look perfect for the reunion." "You deserve perfection," Lucky Boy said. "Exactly. You're right, I do." Sergio leaned over the box he used for the nightstand. He grabbed a pad of paper and pen. "Okay, Lucky Boy, you need to help me here. Let's figure out what I can do to be the best me for the reunion. Let's make a list so I know exactly what I need to do." "Make a plan for perfection." Sergio grinned. "That's just what I'm going to do." He tapped on the paper and pen. "Okay, well, besides my ears," he said. "I hate my hair," he scribbled on the paper. "Hair is overrated," Lucky Boy said. Lucky Boy was right. Hair was a lot of work. Dale had a shaved head, and women found him attractive. Sergio made a note, and then he frowned. He remembered Dale talking about how much work it was to maintain a perfectly shaved head. More work than keeping hair nice. Shaving wasn't going to do it. His hair would grow back if he needed to go deep. He scratched out his previous work and wrote a new one. He thought for a few seconds. My eyes are too small. I look like a bird. I have beady eyes. What can I do about my eyes? Eyelids cover your eyes. Good point, Sergio said, and made another bow. My nose is too long. Cut to fit. That's a rule, Lucky Boy said. Sergio nodded. Of course. Then wood was too long to be trimmed off at the end. He wrote on the pad. My lips are too thick, Sergio said. They look like girls' lips. Wood carvers are artists, Lucky Boy said. Another good point, Sergio said. Why hadn't he thought of that? Was he a master of reshaping wood? He was sure he could reshape anything. He scribbled another note, and then he said, I want to be taller. Remove and reuse, Lucky Boy said. Sergio smiled. Right! He often took a scrap material from one part of a project and repurposed it for another part. He made a note. Then he wondered, what should I do about my belly? Leaner is meaner, Lucky Boy said. Trim the fat. Sergio nodded and wrote it on the list. He smiled warmly at Lucky Boy. You're a great help. I'm so glad I found you. Lucky Boy giggled. Sergio sat and wrote a bit longer, then he stood. Okay, time to get to work. Sergio crossed to his stacks of boxes, removed them around until he found the one he wanted. Tearing off the tape, he reached in and pulled out a kitchen knife set. He put it on the bed, setting the first box aside. He examined the surrounding boxes until he found the next one he wanted. He ripped the tape from the box and pulled out a pair of scissors, needles, and a thread, a measuring tape, and some twine. He laid all these items out on the bed. He stepped into the makeshift bathroom area and got his razor. He added what he already gathered. Then he left the little carved-out living space and walked into the unfinished great room. I should have the rest of what I need out there. He looked around. He spotted a box cutter, which he was going to become a kitchen island, and he picked it up. Then he looked around again. His gaze landed on his drill. What would come in handy? Now that there was some wood carving knives. He had a whole set of them. They were extra sharp for exact contouring. Ah, there they were. He found them and tucked them behind the router. Pondering it for a moment, he picked it up too, and then he grabbed the set of bits that he went with it. He surveyed the space again. He needed one more thing. He saw that he was going to look for on the far side of the room. He crossed over, picked up a handsaw, and returned to his living area. He added his new tools to collection on the bed. He looked at Lucky Boy. What do you think? Do I have everything? The right tools for the right jobs. Sergio felt a rush of excitement. This was going to be awesome. He finally going to fix himself up, and he'd be as eye-catching as successful. Sergio did a moonwalk around the foot of his bed. He spun in a circle and looked at his assembled tools. Where to begin? Sergio's classroom moment was being held in the grand ballroom of the oldest hotel in town. He was excited about that because the ballroom was impressive, with gilded ornate ceilings and carved panel walls, filled with crystal chandeliers and fine artwork. And the room was exactly the kind of room he would make a great backdrop for Sergio's new and impressive look. He was going to drop some jaws this evening, that was for sure. He decided to arrive late as big as the audience possible for his grand entrance. Thankful to have his big truck to get him to his festivities, Sergio drove up to the hotel in gleeful anticipation. This is going to be so much fun. Inside the hotel, most of Sergio's classmates were already in the full party mode. Squid greetings, warm hugs, and fond laughter joined in with 80s rock hits played with raucous band. Even though the room was already fancying, the reunion planners had topped off the room with streamers and had a big "Welcome Class of '85" banner hung high on the wall. Reunion attendees talked and joked and danced under a floating cloud of helium balloons. When the ballroom doors opened to let in the latest arrival, all eyes turned to see who was coming in now. In all unison, all those eyes widened in horror. The music stopped playing, and the screech of the discordant guitar toward a reverberating clash of a cymbal. Talking ceased entirely. The entire room went completely silent. Then a woman screamed, and another, and another. One woman fainted. Someone threw up. Several people covered their mouths. Several more turned away. Some started running toward the back of the room. Not sure what was causing the upset, Sergio looked behind him to see if something terrible was coming. He saw nothing. A man and a woman were at the far end of the hall, but they were headed the other way. A waiter was coming out of the other ballroom, but he too was going in another direction. No one was behind Sergio. As Sergio turned back towards his classmates, his gaze landed on the floor. He frowned. The floor was disgusting. What had happened to this hallway? Sergio hadn't noticed the floor when he walked in, probably because he was so eager to make his captivating appearance, but now he stared at it. The gold carpet behind him was stained in thick and trailed blood. No, not just blood. White bits of flesh, nestled in blood. He also saw what looked like bone bits, clumps of hair and blobs of what appeared to be pink, spongy tissue, dropped at the intervals around the center of the hallway. The blobs gleamed in the glow in the overhead chandeliers, which seemed to wiggle as he looked at them. It was nauseating. Sergio was appalled. He thought this was going to be a classy hotel. Someone should do something about this mess, but if he went to the hotel employee now, he'd mess up his timing. His classmates were waiting for him. Sergio looked back down the hall and where he left Lucky Boy sitting in the chair so he could watch Sergio's triumph. Lucky Boy would agree that Sergio deserved the best of the cleaners to take care of this mess. Lucky Boy giggled. Sergio looked down at his feet and noticed even more gruesome waste staring at the carpet next to the brand new shoes. Oh, for heaven's sake! Some of the gore had even gotten into the black leather. He leaned over and wiped up what looked like some rubbery gristle. He looked his head, and now deal with the hotel's janitorial shortcomings later. He turned back to his fellow classmates. Now, he said to himself, where is Sophia? What we found. Hudson leaned his gangly 6 feet, 1 inch against the cracked brick archway just inside the newly constructed Fazbear's Fright horror attraction. The archway was only 2 weeks old, but it was made to look like a crumbling entrance to a place 30-plus years forgotten. Hudson watched his buddies, Barry and Dwayne, carrying the latest batch of Fazbear memorabilia for display in the endless halls of the rooms inside the building. The lobby was already piled high in open and unopened cardboard boxes, each stuffed with vintage finds from various Freddy's Fazbear's restaurants. Hudson was doing his best to stay away from the boxes, or not the boxes actually, but what was in the boxes. The management had dubbed them vintage finds, but as of a couple days ago, Hudson was calling them something else. The boxes, as far as Hudson was concerned, were full of old creepy stuff. And it was old creepy stuff that gave Hudson the heebie-jeebies, because he didn't believe it was just stuff. No matter how much he tried to rationalize, the memorabilia made just the little hairs on the back of his neck stand up stiffer than the needles of Granny stuck in voodoo dolls. Hudson, think you could give us a hand? Barry had asked. Hudson's buddies were struggling to keep a stack of boxes upright, but Hudson didn't move. I'm not part of the construction and setup crew, I'm the guard. Dwayne spit on the linoleum floor. The disgusting blob of saliva landed right in the middle of one of the black squares, which was alternating with white squares to create a dizzying checkerboard pattern throughout the building. The floor gave Hudson a headache. The whole building was giving him a headache. How did something that had started so right now feel so wrong? I'm the guard, Dwayne mimicked the Hudson in a whiny sing-song voice. You hear that, baby, Barry? He thinks he's entitled or something. Hudson snorted. Yeah, right. I'm entitled to working double shifts days and nights, and you guys get to work days. Wine, Dwayne said. This is the best job you've had in years. You said yourself the pay is great. Hudson nodded. That much was true, and he thought the job would have been more than great pay to offer, but ever since... No, now it's just a job with crap hours. And he's tired all the time. Sure, but sleep deprivation tends to make you stop caring about great pay. I have to have some perks of holding the short end of the stick. One of those perks is getting to stand here and watch you two sweat. Fine, be like that, Dwayne said, as he and Barry finally steadied up all the top box in the stack. Then, when that box fell, Barry managed to catch it. The box topped open and Barry grabbed it. A yellow furry arm popped out. Hudson stiffed. Oh man, how he hated those character parts. They were the worst part of the creepy old stuff for sure. Harry set down the box. Dwayne pulled off an arm, then he reached in and grabbed the second arm. Check this one out, he said. He held up a second arm and looked at it held. What the heck is that? Barry said. Think it's a cupcake, Dwayne said. Not a cupcake I want to eat, Barry said. Look at those teeth. Dwayne stared toward the Hudson with the two arms, pretending to be a fuzzy yellow arm zombie. He made guttural groaning sounds as he staggered across the room. Hudson held his ground and pretended to be bored, but the truth was he wanted to scream and run. His disembodied arms were bad enough, but the cupcake was just disturbing. Hudson pulled out his nightstick from the loop of his belt, then he made it he was going to have a sword fight with Dwayne's zombie. He thought about doing a pretty good job of acting playful and relaxed, and he hoped Dwayne didn't see the sheen of sweat on his forehead or the smell of pungent scent that was starting to emanate under his arms. Wait, was that smell his, or was it coming from the disembodied arms? Cut it out, you two, Barry had said. How old are you? 23, Dwayne said. Same as you. Aren't you having memory lapses in your old age? Then he laughed and turned his arms and opened the box. Barry and Dwayne left the building to return to the truck for another load. Hudson strolled nonchalantly down the hall until they were out of sight. Then he strode to the office, the real office. There, he went in and shut the lock and locked the door. Dropping into a cheap, wobbly desk chair in front of the bank of monitors, Hudson surveyed the building, starting with the fake office. Fazbear Frights was setting up to be a sort of expanded replica of Freddy Fazbear's restaurants. Not a true representation of any one of the actual old places. This attraction spliced together aspects of the infamous pizzerias with the murderous history. The office was one of the aspects. The place where hapless security guards like Hudson managed to miss seeing the tragedy as if unfold so many years ago. The fake office, had already been decorated by the attraction's design team. They had done a good job of making the old room look old and dingy, mostly because there were people able to use salvage derelict equipment original from the old pizzerias. Clunky monitors, dusty keyboards, bent filing cabinets, and the scratched desks that had been shoved into the room. They then covered those surfaces with piles of paper, wadded up trash, paper cups, and crooked old fan that squeaked as it ran. They even let loose a rat or two in the room. The rats apparently were pretty tame and had a place to stay, tucked into the vent in a wall where they didn't want to perform. But when they scurried around, they gave Hudson the willies. They figured out more than one girl would scream her head off when the rats appeared. Hudson had nearly screamed himself a couple times. He wasn't a fan of rats. And speaking of the vent, it was one of those small functional vents of the heating and cooling system, higher up on the wall. Huge, low-verge vent covers made it clear the vents behind them were massive. Clear, certainly large enough to accommodate a good-sized man, or something not so ordinary. Hudson, who had been tall but skinny, could have easily made a picnic inside one of those vents if he so inclined, which he wasn't. What in the heck were those big vents for? Hudson had asked that question, and he hadn't received an answer. That unsettled him. He didn't think the vents were for anything good. Hudson noticed movement in the monitors, and he leaned back in his chair to watch Barry and Dwayne carry in another load. Both men were laughing, and why shouldn't they laugh? Barry and Dwayne had it made. Unlike Hudson, they were good-looking, respected around town, and on the verge of going to be in Navy to train for a spot on the SEAL team. When Hudson and Barry and Dwayne were boys, they were the three musketeers, ready to take on the world, invincible, unstoppable. Hudson could remember the swashbuckling fights they had in their backyards, reenacting scenes from their favorite action movies. They had a care in the world. But as before, Hudson's dad died and the mom married Lewis, a ridiculous balding man who wore a plaid vest and smoked a pipe like he was giving a performance every time he took a puff from it. To this day, Hudson couldn't stand the smell of cherries because Lewis had the black cherry pipe tobacco. It was a horrible little man. Hudson's mothers thought it would be a great idea to marry, would make Hudson's next 10 years a living hell. The day was the crazier mother said, "I do" to Lewis, was the day life started saying, "I don't" to Hudson. It was also the day when life path that was the best friends started to diverge. Sure, it all remained friends. They also had fake sword fights. They still hung out, but everything else changed. Barry and Dwayne did well in school, so their parents were proud of them, and they did well in sports, so they were popular with the other kids. While their stars were on the rise, Hudson began to screw up in class, a product of spending the night in fear of his stepfather was going to bust in his room and beat him just for the fun of it. Sore because of the near daily beatings, and malnourished because his mom started taking pills to get her through the day and therefore forgot to mandate things like grocery shop. Hudson couldn't get on the basketball or football team to save his life. Barry, whose red hair and freckles are always awkward when he was young, became an auburn-haired novelty to the cheerleaders and fans alike in his high school. Dwayne, who wore tight black shirts and show off his muscles, grew his black hair long enough to wear a glossy ponytail, was like walking catnip to girls. Even though Barry and Dwayne still tried to include Hudson, there was no place for him really in their world. So it went, year after year, until the night of the fire. And then, when he was and his troubles were over and the sun was finally going to rise again in his life, things got worse. And to have that happen again here in this new job, it wasn't fair. Patting on the office door jerked Hudson from his pathetic stroll down memory hell. He scrambled upright. "What?" he shouted. "We're gonna knock off and go to Charlie's for a sundae in 15 minutes," Gary called. "Coming with?" Hudson looked at his old script watch. What would work? He got 6 hours off between shifts. Just enough time to get ice cream, go home, eat canned soup, then try and sleep for 4 hours. What a life. "Sure," he called. "Meet us out front." "Okay." Hudson sighed and stood. He had to do one more walkthrough before he passed the keys to Virgil, the old guy who covered for him when he went home. Hudson was pretty sure Virgil didn't do a thing but sleep while he was here. But Virgil wasn't Hudson's responsibility. Hudson just wanted to go do a good job on his shift so he could keep a better pay coming in. It wasn't like he had a lot of job options available. He thought it made him grind his teeth. "Thanks, Lewis," he muttered as he left the office. In the hallway, he took a deep breath and gave himself a little mental prep talk about what he had to do. This is not rocket science, he thought, nor is it an advance into enemy territory, a fight with deadly demons, or a descent into hell. It's just a tour through a building that was a lot of old creepy stuff. Then the goosebumps popped up in his forearms. He knew his usual pep talk had failed. No amount of reasonable assurances could make a dent in his new, utterly illogical fear of the place. Hudson had a hand in the nightstick and began whistling as he headed off into the office. He made sure to stay in the middle of the hall as he walked toward his least favorite part of the building. He stayed in the middle because the walls were hallway were already decorated. The entire interior of Fazbear Frights, although in a brand new building, had been made to look like a long-abandoned place. Already dark and gloomy because it was nearly windowless, only the tiniest of windows were set up on high on the walls. The rooms and hallways looked ancient because the painters used all sort of weird techniques to create walls that looked dirty, mildewed, and cobweb-covered. As if that wasn't bad enough, the designers had begun covering the molded walls with decayed, time-raveling bits of Fazbear's characters. Hanging in netting or from strings, sometimes nailed or impaled on the wall by knives, the hallway walls were lined with parts of old Fazbear character suits and animatronic parts like wires and joints. The main attractions were the whole costume heads of 3 characters, Freddy, Foxy, and Chica. These had positions and prominence in the hallway, but intersped with them were the cornucopia of character pieces, bunny ears, bear paws, chick feet, fox snouts, fuzzy purple bellies, matted furry brown legs. There were just a few of the spine-chilling slices of Fazbear lore that waited in the hallway to startle an unsuspecting passerby, or to grab them. Hudson had heard the designers were working on animating several of the hands. It wasn't functional yet, but once, Hudson's arms had brushed a purple bunny hand as it went by, and he'd beaten the hand into the ground before he realized it was pummeling into an intimate object. Luckily, he'd been able to reattach the hand to the wall, and apparently the designers hadn't remembered the hand wasn't as mangled when they'd put it up. Intersped with the characters' parts, images of pizza and children's drawings created a feeling of disorientation. So he did the thick, torn electric cables dangling from various parts of the ceiling. They looked like headless black snakes. They weren't live electric cables, of course. At least, Hudson assumed they weren't. It wasn't about to touch one to find out. At the end of the hall, Hudson sighed in relief when one set his shoulders before he stepped into the least favorite room in the building, in the dining room. He always checked his room first to get it out of the way. When he was hired, Hudson thought that was going to be a great gig. Yeah, the hours sucked, and not only was the pay great, but the job also came with a chance to get to know the lovely dark-haired petite girl who had known in the art school. And working there part-time with a design crew, Faith, she had a lovely name, was every bit as nice as she was pretty. And she was new in town. This meant she didn't know Hudson's history. It also meant that she didn't hate him on sight. That meant she actually laughed and joked with him as he flitted about, tucking the odd bits of animatronic parts with the old Fazbear plates and cups and party hats on long tables covered with torn purple tablecloths. As Hudson had helped Faith carry boxes all over the building, Faith had told him about her little sister and her dog, Goose, a spaniel, a bird dog that was afraid of geese. Hudson had loitered nearby while Faith painted sets all over the building, and she told him about her car, a Bettina, a classic MGB, and she spent her weekends working on. You know engines? He asked her, thinking more that she was a perfect woman. Do I know engines? Faith laughed. I could build you one. Hudson had grinned at her like an idiot. Faith laughed harder. I also like sports. She stopped laughing and smiled at him. I like you too, so why haven't you asked me out? After he blushed redder than the fake blood Faith was painting on the walls with, he asked her out. They went out for pizza and he thought he'd died and gone to heaven. But it was too good to be true. Hudson barely waited 5 hours before calling Faith to ask her out on the second date, but that was too long. In fact, 5 hours somehow, Faith hadn't heard about him. When she answered his call, she asked, Did you do it? All the good things he had about her drained from his body, like someone who turned a valve in the empty joy out of his big toe. He was pissed. Why did people always have to ask him that question? What do you think? He snapped. Faith was quiet for a few seconds, then she said, I think we should be more professional on the job. Hudson didn't even respond. He just hung up the phone. Ever since then, the job had gotten on his nerves, and so the building and everything in it. Now, as he stood in the dining room Faith had designed, he wondered at the ghostly jump scares and grisly reminders of the old crimes never quite forgotten. Where did she get off judging him for something he might or might not have done? Her mind was clearly twisted. How else could she have come up with the idea of a door opening and a hand reaching and drag a little boy out of sight? Hudson stared at the feature of the dining room, then ran his gaze all over the place, getting the table and the animatronic parts placed in the bizarre positions of the chairs. He studied the statues on the stage, created a look like she was an original animatronic animal performers that would just sing and entertain the whole Freddy Fazbear restaurants. The statues were, unlike the inspiration, completely non-functional. They could move on their own. So why did Hudson feel like they were watching him? Hudson left the dining room and went through the archway into the arcade area, although calling it an arcade area didn't really describe it. It looked more like an arcade junkyard. Hudson thought the management had exhumed every old, broken, dirty, cobweb-covered arcade game that used the landfill to bring them here. Hudson had been an actual worm crawl out of one of the pinball machines the day before. Beyond the game cemetery, a pile of rotting prizes cascaded out in the adjoining hall. Some of the prizes were morbidly wrapped packages, thick bloodstains and images of bones mixed with characters' eyes and teeth. Some looking every bit of decrepit as the arcade games were lying loose and broken, dusty counter or on the floor in piles. These prizes could no longer be called prizes. They were more like punishments. Maybe he's allowed to hand them out to kids who didn't behave themselves when the place opened. Hudson, eyeing the headless baby doll, grinned. He would find a sort of kick out of enjoyment in handing out hideous gifts to kids. Kids were nearly always mean to him. Maybe he could get a little payback. Chuckling, Hudson turned away from the prizes. He continued on his last security tour of the shift. He turned down his long hall and then headed up another. Took side steps into fake storage, wardrobe, and supply closets. Switched back to the replica of the pizzeria kitchen, complete with working industrial-sized ovens so big Hudson could fit inside them, until, at last, he completed his rounds. He ended up near the building's lobby. There, he stepped into the bathrooms, first the men's, then the women's. He tried to avoid glancing in any of the mirrors when he was inside the ridiculously bright red spaces. Hudson didn't like looking at himself. It wasn't that he looked bad. He figured he looked pretty normal. Short blonde hair, 3 days growth of pale beard, blue eyes, a wide mouth full of straight white teeth. These weren't features to be avoided, but to Hudson, these features added up to one thing he never wanted to face himself. Facing himself meant facing his past. He could only imagine that in snippets. Stepping out of the women's restroom, Hudson paused near the gift shop and sold an amazing assortment of Fazbear's merchandise. The store had a little of everything Fazbear related. The animatronics were no longer in one piece and functioning, but their images were displayed on hundreds of items. Visitors were going to be able to buy plush toys, action figures, clothing, accessories like Chica pair bands and Freddy hats. Housewares that included sheets and towels, artwork, sporting goods, and greeting cards based on the old characters. The gift shop was about 3/4 of the way stocked, and he knew it was supposed to be a bright and cheery place, in the red and yellow striped walls and its colorful posters of Fazbear characters, but he thought the rows and rows of little eyes on the plush toys and action figures weren't anything but cheerful. He thought the hundreds of small characters looked like they were lining up for an invasion of some kind. He didn't want to be around when the invasion came. He knew from horrific personal experience that toys could turn from fun to instruments of torture in a heartbeat. Of course, that required... "There you are," Dwayne called. "Are you ready to go?" Hudson looked out the front door of Fazbear's Frights and spotted his vigil getting out of his 30-year-old Ford sedan. Hudson nodded. Ready. He couldn't wait to get out of there, even if it was just for a few hours. Since they were kids, Hudson and his friends had been going to Charlie's, an old-fashioned soda fountain and ice cream parlor on the other side of town. Although they all should have outgrown the place a long time ago, they all liked going back from time to time. Not just for the ice cream, but for the matter of an innocent time they all left behind. Well, at least Hudson and Barry left behind. Hudson wasn't sure about Dwayne, and it was usually Dwayne's idea to come there. Hudson liked the place, and he didn't like going as far side of town. It meant that a bum of a ride from his friends, and he'd have to bum a ride back. It sucked having no car. It sucked having no life. Hudson and his friends arrived in a narrow, dimly lit, wood-paneled parlor filled with red leather stools and booths. Hudson surveyed the scene. This place is starting to look a little like Fazbear Frights. It needs a good cleaning. Dwayne slid into a booth and stretched out his legs. Who cares? Doesn't this place make you feel like a kid again? Barry and Hudson squeezed in the opposite Dwayne. Barry snorted. It would make more than an ice cream parlor to make me feel like a kid. And you? What do you mean again? We're all still waiting on you to grow up. Dwayne grinned. You say that like it's a bad thing. A small ice cream parlor only had a couple other customers, teenage couple sharing a float. As they sucked on the concoction through a straw, they stared into each other's eyes. Hudson glanced at them. When he fixed his gaze on the other chrome jukebox on the black and white checkerboard floor at the far end of the room, it was way too similar to the one Fazbear Frights to suit Hudson. Zoning out, he reflected on his younger self, trying to remember the last time he felt truly happy. It was weird. He could perfectly envision his previous days in his mind, but he couldn't feel them. It was like watching some other kid's life in a movie screen in his head. Sighing, he drew a deep breath. The room smelled like a dust and a furniture polish. Only a hint of sweeter scents, like vanilla and cherries, managed to get through his nostrils. "Barkeep," Dwayne bellowed, "3 of your finest." The guy behind the soda fountain wasn't one they recognized. He was muscular and had a buzz cut. He rolled his eyes at Dwayne. Dwayne laughed. "Oh, all right. 3 chocolate sundaes. Hold the cherries." Hudson leaned back and half listened to Dwayne and Barry talk about the day while he watched the sundaes being made. Then the sundaes arrived. Dwayne and Barry argued over the bill. Hudson noticed neither of the friends asked him to pay. Not that they would have. After he paid his rent and the utilities this month, he had exactly $123.67 left to buy groceries and pay for a bus fare to and from his job. Better paid with a relative thing. He was still poor. If only the Navy had wanted him, like it had wanted his friends. Of course it hadn't. How could he hope to pass a physical? He had 2 fused discs in his spine, left over from when Lewis threw him against the wall after he mouthed off at him. The wrist that gave him fits. It didn't have been set right after Lewis crushed it under his boot because Hudson wet himself during the thunderstorm. Not to mention the nerve injury. It wasn't damaged goods, barely able to walk the spooky halls of Fazbear Frights. I shouldn't be eating this, Barry said, digging a spoon into whipped cream, chocolate syrup, and vanilla ice cream. Dinner at my grandparents' house this evening. Chicken fried steak and gravy, mashed potatoes and creamed corn, Dwayne asked. What else? Gotta love grandma's, Dwayne said, spooning ice cream into his mouth. Rich aroma of chocolate cut through the dust and polish smells. You got that right, Barry agreed. Yours does that incredible apple pie, right? Dwayne nodded. And cinnamon rolls. Thankfully, she only visits a couple times a year. I'd be stubby if she lived like yours, close like yours. How's your granny, Hud? Barry asked. You haven't mentioned her in years. She's still alive? Hudson nodded and grinned. I don't think she can die. Dwayne nudged Barry. You remember how afraid you were of her when we were kids? Barry held up his hand. Hey, I'm not ashamed. He looked at Hudson. What reasonable person wouldn't be afraid of your granny? He laughed. Hudson smiled and nodded. Only an idiot would cross her. Dwayne grinned. Remember when she made that voodoo doll of Mr. Pickstaff? He laughed. The jerk walked funny for a week. She only used 2 pins. Hudson smiled again. His granny was not your run-of-the-mill grandma. That was a good one, he admitted. But I've always thought Granny was more wise than scary. She's always known stuff. He thought about how creeped out he'd been feeling at Fazbear Frights. Like she always told me that if a hair stands up in the back of your neck, you should do what it wants and stay alert because trouble's coming. Dwayne laughed. So that's what got the hairs on the back of your neck standing up. Hudson looked at him. For real? You want to know? Dwayne said, for real. Hudson didn't speak. Instead, he thought about his granny, an expert in the use of herbs and to heal whatever needed healing. Granny Foster was a seer who claimed to know the future but never bothered to tell anyone else about it. She didn't have any particular faith or belief system, including voodoo, but she thought voodoo dolls were a hoot, and she liked using them to mete out justice to the unpleasant people. Why, Granny, 12-year-old Hudson asked her once, why do they work for you when you don't even believe in voodoo? Granny Foster, who wore big men's plaid flannel shirts and baggy jeans, walked in her chair in front of the porch and said, I believe in what I believe, and because I believe it, it works for me. I don't know what that means, Hudson said. You don't know what you believe. That's why life knocks you around the way it does. Granny Foster had put a lot of pithy pronouncements like that, and Hudson had spent years thinking about every one of them. It was one of the reasons he was so edgy at work. Earth to Hud, Dwayne said. Hudson blinked. Sorry, he took a bite of his ice cream. Okay, that makes my neck stand up is Fazbear Frights. Dwayne laughed. Really? That place? There's nothing hair-raising about it. It's just smoke and mirrors for schmoes who think being artificially scared is a good idea. Like there isn't enough real scary stuff in life to keep us busy, Barry grunted. Exactly, Dwayne said. Fazbear Frights is just a place to work. It's a job. It's a short stop along the road. Maybe for you, Hudson sighed, but you're not stuck there. Dwayne scooped up more ice cream and he didn't respond, but Barry said to Dwayne, he's got a point. Dwayne shook his head. You can't think that way, Hud. You don't have to believe things will break for you. Things break all right, Hudson said, thinking about his attempt to date Faith. I'd mean break in a good way, Dwayne said. I know what you mean. Barry and Dwayne dropped Hudson off at the basement and studio apartment for 4 hours before he had to catch the bus to get back on the job. A little drowsy and a lot hungry, Dwayne could put a can of chicken noodle soup in a tiny stove to heat. While he waited for it, he stared at the noodles and thought about his mom the way she was before Lewis came into their lives. Before Hudson's dad had died, she'd never been particularly warm and fuzzy mom, but she'd been efficient and responsible until her husband was gone. Hudson's dad, Stephen, had been one of those dads every kid wanted. Always up for throwing the ball, playing a game, or just roughhousing. Hudson's dad was fun and attentive. Unfortunately, he also struggled with mental illness for many years. For every happy, high-flying adventure his father had taken him on, there were many more invisible low points that he'd hidden. When Stephen got himself into a bad deal that cost him his small business and thus his family's livelihood, he'd taken his life. Over the years, Hudson had vacillated between loving his dad for the childhood memories they shared and hating him for leaving Hudson and his mom alone in dispute. Easy prey for the monster like Lewis. Hudson also spent a lot of time asking himself if he was prone to be the same bad luck as his dad. Maybe he was, or maybe he just let his dad's fate seal his own. Hudson wasn't sure what happened, but for some reason, after his dad was gone, everything went wrong. It wasn't just about Lewis or Hudson's weak, checked-out mom. It was everything. Suddenly, for instance, he became a target for his worst bullies in school. He was locked in supply closets before class and chased home after the last bell ring. He was pushed, shoved, punched, and almost drowned when his head had held in a flushing toilet. What happened more than once? One of the boys called him Swirly Head. The teachers at school were much better than the bullies. When Hudson's grade started dropping, no one stepped up to help him. No one wanted to know why his grades were going south. They just wanted to yell at him for not keeping up. One, Mr. Atkin, a tough algebra teacher, even called Hudson stupid in front of the whole class. And the sad thing was that the school had the easy part of his life. Home was much, much worse. Lewis had daily reminder to Hudson, "You're nothing." The word nothing was alternated between beatings. "You're nothing," slap. "You're less than nothing," punch. "You're smoke." Now there was some irony, given that eventually happened. Granny Foster liked to say that heat and fire purge, and she was right. Sort of. When his family's house burned down at the end of his senior year, it purged Hudson and Lewis and his mother. But it didn't purge his torment. He was just worsened. The problem was that the fire investigator concluded that the fire wasn't a natural fire. Given Lewis's own violent proclivities, Hudson thought the police would immediately suspect his late stepfather of the crime. Instead, they turned their eyes on the stepson Lewis knocked around. For 5 years, Hudson has been free of Lewis, his mother, and his teachers. But while Dwayne and Barry had been away at college, he'd gone from one dead-end, boring job to another because he couldn't shake the stigma of being a suspect in an arson/murder. When his friends got back, they started taking high-paying temporary jobs in the construction or whatever, basically just having a good time for a bit before they got into serious about life. Hudson had been a clerk of a local convenience store for the previous 6 months until Dwayne and Barry talked him into applying at Fazbear Frights. The idea was the three of them would hang out together at Fazbear's for a few weeks and then join the Navy. A fine idea if Hudson had been battered into worthlessness. Hudson took a deep breath and noticed the smell of something burning. He looked down. The soup broth had boiled away, and now the chicken and noodles were blackened and stuck to the bottom of the pan. Hudson snatched up the pan and threw it in the sink. Smoke filled the air and stung his eyes. How long had he been standing there feeling sorry for himself? He looked at his watch. Too long! Sighing, Hudson ran water in the pan and got the scrub brush. After cleaning up, making a new can of soup, and eating, he only had 3 hours to try to sleep before he had to get back to work. Virgil was standing on the outside of the gift shop when Hudson got back into Fazbear Frights. "Any issues?" Hudson asked Virgil. "Not unless you call this place busted thermostat an issue," Virgil said. Hudson shook his head. The building never felt cold to him. "You need to get your wife to knit you a thicker sweater." Virgil tugged at the threadbare cardigan he wore. "Nah, I like this one. It's comfortable." Hudson nodded, then waved goodbye to Virgil as he shuffled to the front doors. As soon as he was out, Hudson locked the doors. Turning to face the building, Hudson listened to the silence that surrounded him. Weirdly, the silence seemed to move around him, like a living, breathing entity. It would have layers, nuances, and contained information he didn't understand. Not just information, threats. The silence felt like a threat, like a promise of something unpleasant to come. Hudson pressed his back against the closed door and tried to control his quickening breath. He resisted a temptation to unlock the door and run out into the night. Somewhere in the guts of the building, something thumped. Hudson drew his nightstick. Then he laughed at himself when he felt a cool air pouring from the nearest floor vent. The sound he had heard had just been the cooling system cycling on. "You need to get a grip," he told himself. He took a deep breath and blew it out slowly. Then, keeping the nightstick in his grip, he set out to his rounds. Darkness stretched out ahead of the Hudson as he walked his usual route. The building's lights were set to dim after midnight because the boxes stacked in the corridors to cast unusual shadows. Memorabilia that had been unpacked through shorter, fatter shades that reminded Hudson of the rats in the fake office. Then one shadow seemed to shift. He pulled his flashlight and shined a beam into the area. Wondered if one of the rats had gotten out of the office. Or maybe they thought brought in more rats. He wouldn't put it past them. After 3 weeks of keeping an eye on the place while it was being prepared for the public, he was getting used to the rapidly evolving interior. Unfortunately, each room got more unsettling as time passed. The problem was with all the weird characters. Whoever had thought of Freddy Fazbear's characters as a crazy imagination? Who came up with things like a chick with teeth carrying an unsimilarly toothy cupcake? Who thought of the purple bunnies and foxes with eye patches? And who came up with the black striped marionette mask that was painted like a warrior? Hudson didn't even want to know what the rest of the character looked like. Just the mask hanging over one of the doorways was bad enough. And of course, Faith and her cohorts were played up every element of Fazbear freaky weirdness. Fake blood was artificially splashed about, cobwebs and dust and scratches have been added to every surface, not just on the walls. Apparently, in addition to the coming animations, they were going to be adding sound soon. Very soon. Hudson had to assume the sounds would be turned off at night, but he wasn't sure if that was the case. He wondered how he could keep his sanity if he had to listen to Fazbear's sound effects in addition to seeing disturbing sights. Maybe once the boxes were gone, it would be better. Something about those boxes was disconcerting. He didn't know what lurked inside them, what was coming out next. After he'd gone past the fake office, janitor's closet, and kitchen, Hudson did a sweep through the dining room and checked on the stage. Doing his best to stay out of the arm's reach of the character statues, he knew that was silly. They were statues, not animatronics, but he couldn't help himself. He just felt like they were going to grab him if he got too close. Hudson checked behind the stage. He noticed more animatronic suit parts had come in. They were scattered across the floor and hanging on the walls. Blood, aka red paint, remember that, he told himself, had been flung across many of the suit parts. Leaving the backstage area, he went down a few of the meandering hallways until he got the Pirate's Cove. Faith had told him the Pirate's Cove was in the dining room and the restaurants, but he wanted to make a separate place here. I mean, she said, when she was still talking to Hudson, imagine the fright it'll give people when this pirate hook slashes through the curtain over and over. She giggled. Hudson didn't think it was funny. He was glad Foxy's head, the one eye covered by a black eye patch, was disconnected from the rest of the character's suit. He hated a thing about a functional character to be it a human wearing a suit or an animatronic that controlled a lethal-looking hook. Leaving Pirate's Cove, Hudson moved in the fake office. There, he discovered a bin of character parts and props that had been added. He could see a neck and a rock guitar sticking out of the disembodied heads. A low trash can that had been shoved into the room as well. One of the rats was digging into the garbage. Hudson quickly shut the door and moved on. Completing his circuit and ending up back in the hallway under the crumbling brick archway, Hudson looked at his watch. It was only 1:50 a.m. He had over 5 hours to go before Virgil would come back to relieve him of a few hours. Virgil was supposed to come in at 7, along with Barry and Dwayne, but he was usually late. Hudson tapped his nightstick against his thigh. Time to go hide in the real office and watch the monitors for a while. Hudson entered the office and put his nightstick back on his belt. He holstered the flashlight and sank into his chair. The room was Hudson's sanctuary. It was the only place where the building where he didn't feel like hundreds of eyes were on him. The only thing in the office that made him nervous was the huge vent cover high on the wall above his desk. A couple days ago, he decided that someone or something could easily watch him through that louvered cover. So he brought an old blanket from home and tacked it over the vent cover. So far, no one had said anything about it. He wondered if Virgil ever felt like he was being watched through the vent. Hudson never asked him. Hudson leaned back and put his feet up. He settled in his wait for the night to pass. When Hudson returned to his short break the next day, it was nearly noon. Barry and Dwayne were carrying in another tower of boxes, and Faith was sitting on the floor pulling up all sorts of new vintage finds from the cardboard containers. We're breaking lunch at 15, Dwayne called to Hudson as Hudson entered the building. Will you be in the office? Sure, Hudson figured if he could fit with staring circuit at time if he hurried. Even though he and his friends weren't as close as they used to be, he still found their company comforting. It made him feel just a little less alone in the world. He didn't like to think about what it would be like after they shipped out. He missed the camaraderie and the stupid jokes. Dwayne was always telling really bad dad jokes. What do you call wood that's been scared? Dwayne asked as he and Barry came to the office at the same moment Hudson was returning from his ruins. Hudson said, I don't know, what? Petrified! Dwayne barked out a laugh. Corny. Barry shook his head. Hudson chuckled. Barry took out a bag and crossed the room where a small microwave sat on the shelf. Well, guess what I brought you guys? Food? Dwayne asked. Funny, it's not just any food. Chicken fried steak with white gravy, mashed potatoes, and homemade creamed corn. Will you marry me? Dwayne asked Barry. Anyone who marries you is going to get your grandma on the deal, right? Sure, but you're not my type. What is your type? Hudson asked. Not you, Barry said. All three men laughed. Barry struck the food in the microwave, turned it on. Immediately, the nearly intoxicating aroma of chicken fried steak filled the room. Hudson realized now how hungry he was. Speaking of marriage, Dwayne said to Barry, how'd your date with Faith go? Hudson stiffened. Barry went out with Faith? Great, Barry said. Really great. She's pretty amazing. Barry looked down at his hands and looked at Hudson. She said you two went on a date once, but it didn't work out. You okay with me dating her? I won't if you're not. Hudson shrugged. Sure, I'm okay with it. I'm not dating her. I'd have to be a world-class jerk to say you can't just because I went on a date with her. What happened? Dwayne asked. Hudson rolled his eyes. What do you think? Dwayne and Barry looked at each other. We didn't tell her, Barry said. We don't even want to talk to anyone about it. Hudson shrugged. Barry opened the microwave and pulled out steaming plastic containers. He started parceling out food on paper plates. Hudson was trying not to be mad at his friend, but he didn't think he could bring himself to accept his charity on top of everything. None for me, Hudson said. I'm not hungry. You sure? Barry asked. Hudson nodded. Barry shrugged it, but left some food in the containers. I'll leave your share here when you get hungry later. Though the mouthful of mashed potatoes, Dwayne added. Unless I get to it first. Barry handed Dwayne a napkin. Close your mouth. Didn't your mama teach you any manners? Hudson looked past his friends and checked his monitors. He noticed the stacks of boxes growing higher in the lobby. How much more stuff are you two bringing in, he asked. We were told that we could probably more truckfuls coming in, Barry said. Some big find is arriving tomorrow. What kind of find? Hudson asked. Dwayne shrugged in response. I don't care about more finds, Hudson said. When is the phone system being put in? Day after tomorrow, I think, Barry said. Faith said she wanted to get a couple more projects done before the team came in. Trying to not imagine Faith and Barry together, Hudson shifted his gaze from one monitor to the next. He shook his head at all the junk being crammed into the building. What's wrong? Dwayne asked. Hudson shrugged. He didn't want to get into sharing his feelings with the friends. Whatever you say, Dwayne said. I didn't say anything, Hudson said. Dwayne licked his plate. Whatever. You know, you look like a dog when you do that, Barry said. Right? Don't care, Dwayne said. It's good. He put down the clean paper plate and looked at Hudson. What's up with you the last few days? You've been acting weird. Hudson shrugged. When Faith asked me if I did it, it brought it all back, you know? That's with my head. Barry cringed. That's why I asked if you want me not to see her. You like her? Hudson asked. I do. Well, then date her. We'll be gone in a couple months, Dwayne pointed out. Barry shrugged. No one can predict the future. Granny can, Hudson said. The men laughed. When his shift break came later in the day, Hudson declined his friend's invitation to dinner. He needed to go see Granny. Need a ride? Barry asked. I'll walk, Hudson said. He decided he wouldn't even try to sleep this evening. He'd visit Granny to get her to feed him, and then if she had something for boosting his energy, if anyone could keep him awake, it would be Granny. So Hudson left Fazbear Frights behind around 5 p.m. Then he strode the 10 blocks to Granny's place. The day was cool but dry. The first to fall leaves skidded along the concrete in front of him as he walked. He inhaled the scent of crab apples, which had been fallen from trees by the sidewalk. Granny had told him scents have power, and when the scent is appealing, inhaling will give you strength. Don't inhale putrid smells, she warned him once. They're more than just smells. Everything is more than it seems. Just shy of the modern apartment building that houses Granny, Hudson caught a scent of something rotting. He covered his mouth with his hand and jogged into the building as some young hip businesswoman was coming out. When you thought of Granny like Granny Foster, unconcerned by appearances, who followed the old ways, who used voodoo dolls to handle conflicts, you didn't think of finding that Granny had an ultra-modern open loft apartment. When Hudson was a kid, Granny Foster had lived in an old house near where Hudson and his parents lived. By the time of the fire, though, Granny had moved. And she said that the energy was better downtown, and the place was closer to men. Granny Foster had started dating. Hudson grinned as he took the sleek back elevator up to the 6th floor of the old warehouse that had been covered with lofts. Thinking about Granny Foster dating always cheered him up. Hudson had never met Grandpa Foster. He died before Hudson was born. He was hard to imagine a man strong enough for the likes of Granny Foster. So far, none of her dates had gotten even some pyramid position. As Hudson stepped off the elevator, listened to the ding as it closed behind him, strode to the polished cement floor down the far end of the hall. Someone was on his floor was baking cookies. They smelled like sugar cookies. He was sure that someone wasn't Granny. Her idea of baking didn't result in something as yummy as a cookie. 2 steps before Hudson reached Granny's door, it opened. Granny was wearing a red and green plaid shirt and her baggy jeans. You're late! Hudson hadn't told her he was coming. He chose to ignore her words. He leaned over and hugged her. He smelled like he spotted exotic spices and peaches. He inhaled. Granny Foster's power didn't come from her size. She was only 5 feet 1 inch, and she was as skinny as Hudson was. He'd have been concerned about breaking her when he hugged her if he wanted to lean over in the years that she had the power as much stronger than her barely encased bones. Nothing was going to break Granny Foster. A fan of being out in the sun, Granny Foster's skin was dark and thick like cracked leather, and she had wrinkles layered on wrinkles as long as Hudson could remember. She also had a wild jaw-length hair that was always in disarray. Her hair was white. Apparently, her hair had turned white when she was not much older than Hudson was now. She'd never asked her why. Somehow, neither the wrinkles or the white hair made Granny appear old or weak. Combined with her sharp features and unusually bright blue eyes, they made her look tough, which she was. When he let her go, Granny Foster kicked the door shut and motioned for Hudson to follow her. Instead of leading him to the black leather sofa by the wall-to-wall window that looked over the downtown, she led him to the center of the room and pointed. Is that a fire pit? Hudson asked, staring at the small stone-walled circle and the burning coals within. Granny waved a hand. Fake, but it'll do. Her voice didn't match her body, deep and gravelly. Granny's voice belonged to a trucker's body. It was one of the reasons she was scary. When she spoke, her guttural tones sounded like a demon was controlling her and using her body to speak to helpless humans. Well, aren't you in a snit? Granny said. Hudson said nothing. He learned that speaking little as possible was the best way to interact with Granny. You had to wait for her to say whatever she was going to say, then go away and try to figure it out later. Sit! She pointed at an orange-yellow pillow on the floor of the fire pit. Hudson sat. It's wafting from you like a rodent excrement, Hudson. You have to let it go. How? Leave it. What? The job! Granny dropped her 82-year-old body with a presses for her age cross-legged position. You need to leave that job, Hudson. Hudson frowned. He thought so too, but he also thought his thoughts were ravings of an idiot. He was making more money than he ever made before. Not that it was enough yet, but it was a step in the right direction. What was he gonna do? Go back to making minimum wage and dealing with all the jerks who came into the convenience store who treated him like he was a piece of gum stuck on the bottom of their shoes? I can't, Granny, he said. Hudson thought about Granny and predictions. Maybe she knew something. Why should I quit? Hudson asked. What do you know about Fazbear Frights? She squinted at him. All I need to know, she reached out and squeezed his hand. I care about you, Hudson. Quit your job. There she went again, saying nothing substantive. It was more of her silly voodoo. Hudson shook his head. If I give in, he shook her head again, I can't. Granny sighed. Your path is your own. She held his gaze for several minutes. Then she popped up. Come on, let's have pizza. I'll call it in. Hudson grinned. Sure, why not? That night of Fazbear Frights passed without incident, and Hudson was so relaxed that he got home after his shift, he went to sleep and stayed asleep for 5 hours. He returned to his job late in the morning, just in time to watch Barry and Dwayne unload a coffin-sized wood crate from the truck and carry it inside the building. Accepting the key ring from Virgil, Hudson trotted up the front steps of the building and watched his friends carry the box down the hall. What is that? Hudson called out. Come and see, Dwayne said. It's going to be some mind-blowing. You won't even believe what was found. Hudson looked at his keys on his belt and followed his friends. Where are we going? Hudson asked. The inner hall, Barry directed. That's where they want it. Get this, Dwayne said. It was found inside a hidden room in one of the pizzerias. Barry smiled. Faith is really excited about it. She said they're going to put in a hidden room here now, and it's going to be the best feature of the whole attraction. Hudson looked down his nightstick and adjusted it so Barry wouldn't see how flushed he was. His face was. Is she here now? Hudson asked, as casually as he could. It must have sounded good because Barry just so casually replied, No, she's spending the day shopping for fabric and paint and whatever to go with his new prop. While they stalked, Barry and Dwayne grunted and shuffled their way down the long hall. It didn't occur to Hudson to offer help. He was too busy thinking about Faith to be thoughtful. He noticed that the hallways were free of boxes in the section. More character parts had been added to the walls. He thought there were at least a dozen or more new pairs of eyes peering out of the walls. Barry and Dwayne dropped their crate in the linoleum with a resounding thud. Hudson flinched. Sure, he heard, on the heels of the thud, a metallic sound coming from the inside of the crate. Dwayne popped his butt in the crate and wiped sweat from his face with the hem of his t-shirt. I left the crowbar near Pirate's Cove, Barry said. I'll go get it. What are you going to open that, are you? Hudson asked. What? Hudson asked. Don't tell me you're afraid of what's in this box. He looked up at Hudson. You think you haven't noticed how jumpy you are around this stuff? You're letting this weirdness, he waved a hand around the walls, get to you. And that's your choice, man, but you're not giving it the power of suggestion. Basic psychology. That's what do you expect is what happens. Self-fulfilling prophecy and all that. I know you took psych too, Barry. Remember the experiments they did to prove that what you see is what you look at the things in the world depends on as much as what you're actually there, but more of the assumptions you're making when you look at things? Remember? Sure, Barry said, but it's not for you to tell, Hudson. Hudson touched Barry's arm. It's okay. He kept his nice nonchalant and said, I need to go in my rounds. He strode away, but he could hear Barry talking as he did. You could be a real jerk, you know that, Barry said. But what did I do? Dwayne asked, sounded genuinely baffled. Of course, he didn't get it. Dwayne, as far as Hudson knew, had never been afraid of anything in his life. He was always the first one to jump off a roof when they were trying to fly, as always the first one on the ice to check the pond for ice skating, always the first one to charge into a slouch, a fight, or break it up on the playground. Barry was no slouch of being courageous either. He once got a $1,000 reward from an old lady when he climbed a 100-foot tree to rescue a woman's cat. And Hudson? What had he done? He hid from Lewis instead of fighting back. Hudson shook himself mentally and stomped down to the hall to do his rounds. A half hour later, Hudson is on his way to his office when Dwayne called on him. You have to come and see this thing. It's creeptastic. Leave him alone, Barry said. Oh, come on. It's not a demon. It's an old animatronic. A whole animatronic. It's amazing. Look at the detail. Hudson wanted nothing but to go to the office, shut the door, lock it, and take a nap. But he wasn't going to give Dwayne the satisfaction, so he strolled down the hall as if he couldn't care less about what was in the crate. When he reached his friend, he dropped dead. Trying to wrestle the animatronic upright and get it propped against the wall, Barry and Dwayne had their arms around the most bizarre-looking thing Hudson had ever seen. Right, bizarre. He was using that word because he was using the word terrifying would mean that he was afraid. And he was afraid, but sure, didn't want to admit to anyone, including himself. Hudson called on an old trick he used when Lewis was on a rampage. He narrowed his eyes until the focus was almost down to a pinpoint. He learned that when he was young, that when your perspective was that narrow, what you're facing wasn't as horrifying. Using that pinpoint focus, all Hudson could see propped between Barry and Dwayne was a set of white staring eyes with heavy green lids. And that was enough to freak Hudson out. But it was also a small enough part of the thing was friends were wrestling with where he could act relaxed and unconcerned. Testing the theory, he spoke. What are you doing with it? Dancing? His voice sounded normal and light. He congratulated himself. Faith wants the thing standing here against the wall, Barry said. He grunted and shifted his side of the life-size animatronic. Did you get those hooks attached? He asked Dwayne. Or are you just going to flirt with it? Dwayne pulled a couple hooks out of his pocket. You hold on your side in place. I'll lean against my side, and I'll attach the hook on the wall. Then we'll switch places and set up the other side. I'll leave it to you, Hudson said, turning to go to the office. And want to go for dinner after work? Barry called out. Hudson stopped and looked back. Can't, sorry. Virgil isn't coming in this evening. I'll be here until tomorrow morning. Sorry, Dwayne said. That sucks to be you. Thanks for that, Hudson said, shaking his head. I'm just saying, Dwayne said. Maybe the seals could teach you not to stick your foot in your mouth, Barry said to Dwayne as Hudson was walking away. Hudson fully expected to have an easy night of it. In spite of the addition of the new animatronic, he was feeling good when he closed the building up for the night. Maybe pretending to be relaxed was actually making him feel more relaxed. He figured he could make a self-fulfilling prophecy thing work for him. And it did. Until he decided to poke the bear. That was when it got all courageous and resolved to face his peers. He spent the rest of the night paying for it. Normally, Hudson did his rounds the same direction in the same order. But tonight, he was eager, and he started at the end, intending to reverse his usual direction. This brought him to the new animatronic near the beginning of his circuit, instead of the end. As he approached the scruffy thing, he planned to face it right off and get it out of the way. He was going to rob it of its power to upset him. Good plan, but he forgot to squint his eyes. And he was planning on the thing talking to him either. Hudson strode down the inner hall, and he found the new animatronic hooked to the wall just where Dwayne and Barry left it. Poised in a friendly hand up to wave position, the animatronic's posture wasn't threatening, but really, anything that looked like this was threatening, no matter what it was doing. Hudson faced the animatronic. When it stumbled back, sucked in his breath, what in the world was he thinking it was supposed to be? At first glance, the robotic character attached to the wall appeared to be a rabbit. Sort of. With fur of greenish yellow, it was no ordinary rabbit, though not even a cartoon rabbit. It was the kind of rabbit Dr. Frankenstein might have created if he wanted to build a rabbit instead of a man. Ears torn, dozens of pieces of the body and limbs, yellow-green fur ripped away, or chewed away. It was hard to tell. This is a rabbit that would never have cuddled any child. It shouldn't have been seen by a child either. There were fur and it's torn. You could see metal pieces of the animatronic's structure, exposed wires linked to an oxidized metal frame, and something else. What was that? Hudson couldn't help himself. He leaned in to get a better look. Was that? No, it couldn't be. He studied the reddish and grayish areas that would be seen through the gaps of the fur and metal. It looked like Hudson took a step back and clutched at his nightstick. He realized he was breathing too fast, and he bent over to get a grip on himself. He needed to go back to squinting, but he couldn't. He just had to know. Stepping closer again, Hudson tilted the head of the better look at what he was finding under the fur and metal. He was going to show himself that the crazy flight of gruesome fancy was just that, fancy. But it wasn't. Hudson lifted a finger and carefully extended a hand far enough to touch what was inside the rabbit's fur and exposed metal. He put its tip of the finger against the reddish material, and he jumped back as fast as he lost his balance and fell against the opposite wall. It was tissue. Maybe not, no, probably not human tissue, but it was some kind of bodily tissue. Who would want to terrify someone with gore like this? It couldn't be real. It's real, the scratchy voice said. Hudson stumbled back. It spoke! The animatronic spoke! No, that wasn't possible. Dwayne and Barry told him the thing was completely non-functional. Experts were going to be brought in to work on it, and even then, they figured it was beyond repair. If you weren't so stupid, I'd tell you more about it, the voice said. The voice was distinctive, way too distinctive, a bass voice of a blur like rasp, voice of the hint of a southern accent. Hudson knew that voice. It was Mr. Atkins' voice. Hudson drew his stick. How could Mr. Atkins' voice be coming out of this thing? Or did the voice come from the animatronic? No, Hudson didn't think so. The voice seemed to fill his head, something more from inside his ears than outside of them. He couldn't pin down the direction. Who said that? Hudson said. He looked around, then looked back at the animatronic. It hung on the wall, its tooth-filled mouth completely still. Hudson turned his head and looked up and down the hall. "Stupid," the voice said again. Hudson whipped his gaze back to the animatronic's mouth. It was exactly what it had been before. Hudson stared at the mouth for several minutes. The voice didn't speak. The hallway was silent. Hudson blinked and looked down the length of the animatronic, staring at the jagged lower edge of the fur extending the exposed ankle. Bones? Were those bones? Nah, that was stupid. They had to be metal supports discolored by age. "Do the math," the voice said. The voice and the word math brought back a rush of memories from Mr. Atkins' algebra class. Hudson could suddenly smell the chalk of the classroom, feel the sweat-dampened jeans sticking out of the hard seat of his desk. He could feel the classmates' eyes on him, feel Dr. Atkins' disdain. He wanted to run away and hide. Tears welled in Hudson's eyes, but then he remembered he wasn't a child anymore. He felt a surge of anger, and he shoved his nightstick in the animatronic's mouth. He heard a snap, a tinkle, and a clatter on the floor. He'd broken off one of the animatronic's teeth. Or had he? Was that a tooth there when he first approached the thing? "This is nuts," Hudson said. He reached down and grabbed the animatronic. His intention was to carry it to the closet and lock it inside, but the thing was heavier than it looked, and it didn't budge from the wall. "What kind of hooks did you use?" Hudson asked the absent Dwayne. He peered the connections and couldn't figure out how to release them. "Well, okay, this is a good, right?" This meant that the animatronic couldn't go anywhere. Hudson set his shoulders, turned, and strode down the hall, and the abomination hanging on the wall. He might have heard a whispered "stupid" as he went, but he wasn't sure and decided he'd pretend he hadn't. Instead, he marched into the dining room to do the rounds properly from the beginning. Striding past the tables, he thought that voice, that hadn't heard the voice in over 10 years. He hadn't thought about Mr. Atkin in the amount of time either. Why was he already hearing the voice that sounded like Mr. Atkin? Was someone playing a prank on Hudson? Would Dwayne and Barry do that? Dwayne, maybe, but not Barry. Let it go, Hudson told himself. Maybe he imagined the whole thing. He had got himself totally worked up about the place the last few days. He had never taken rejection well, and this disappointment in Faith, who had not lived up to her name, would have caused a little emotional crash and burn. Maybe his mind was tormenting him because he was tormenting himself for not handling Faith's question better. What would she have done if she had gotten the defensive? He could have just said, "No, of course I didn't do it." Or what if he just said, "Did what?" All innocent, made her explain her question. He could have said, "That's not an easy question to answer." That would have been the most honest thing he could have said. Would she have gone out with him again if he hadn't snapped at her? "Stop it," Hudson admonished himself. Going through these what-ifs and should-haves was beating his head against the brick wall. Hudson went through the archway and started passing a crippled arcade games. Since he was already carrying his nightstick, he beat a rhythm on the metal and plastic and wood as he passed the game remains. He did his every night. It broke up the tendium. Tonight's drumming session wasn't typical, though. As he drummed, Hudson swore he could hear singing. He stopped drumming, and the singing stopped. Who was singing? Hudson took a step back and looked around the dining room. His gaze slid past the characters on the stage, and then it jerked back. The characters. They moved since he'd passed them. The singing started again, and the characters' lips were moving. They were singing! But that was not possible. They were statues! Hudson went back to the arcade and started rapping his nightstick more loudly on the games. He was determined to drown out the impossible singing. Before Hudson could wrap the third game on the line, though, he got another surprise. This one was not as benign. Suddenly, Hudson's nightstick was ripped from his grasp and thrown across the room. Hit the wall with a thwack, and at the same time, Hudson's head slammed down onto his scarred wooden desk under the window of the bedroom. "Why isn't your homework done?" Lewis bellowed. The impact was powerful. In the corner of his desk, the contact with Hudson's temple was sharp, so he was hit with a double whammy of searing pain and a blinding stream of blood flowing down into his eyes. Stumbling back, Hudson wiped the blood and trying to clear his vision so he could see Lewis enough to know what the man was going to do next. Lewis was hitting Hudson for years, but it was the first time Lewis had slammed his head into something. As Hudson wiped his eyes, he rotated, staggering, but didn't see anyone. Where was Lewis? He was gone. Hudson was alone in the arcade. Wait, what just happened? Pressing his hand to the bleeding wound in his hairline, Hudson blinked at the arcade game in front of him, a bent and crooked Alien Invaders type game. He saw the blood on the metal frame. He wasn't in his bedroom. Lewis didn't just slam his head into the desk. His head had just been slammed into the game. Hudson looked at his nightstick. He couldn't find it, and he wouldn't stop the bleeding with his hand. He had to get back to the office. He had a first aid kit there. But was it safe? Something really weird was going on. Why did he hallucinate a scene from his childhood? A muted thud sounded from a few feet away. "Who's there?" Hudson shouted. He held still, listening. He heard nothing but his hitch breathing. He tried to ignore the pounding in his head so he could think. Blood trickled down a hand Hudson held with head. Whatever happened, he needed to get a bandage to his wound. He couldn't just stand there. Retracing his steps through the dining room, Hudson scanned the area for a threat, but it's too dim and well shadowed for him to have a clear view of every part of the room. The tables and chairs, muted lighting, and cast shadows provided too many hidey holes for anyone who might want to attack or torment Hudson. Besides, he knew no one was there anyway. He was alone in the building, which made his happen all the more distressing. Still bleeding, Hudson rushed through the room. Then he jogged down the hall toward the office. He made it there without any trouble. After closing and locking the office door, Hudson checked all the monitors before awkwardly wiping blood from his wound and covering his fist with gauze, and then, with his surgical tape, while he doctored himself, he tried to ignore the pain throbbing in his temples. He tried not to think about the monitors showing no movement of any kind in the whole building. Hudson finished his first aid efforts and sank into his chair. He looked at his bloodied hands and then he got up. He had to go to the restroom and get himself cleaned up. He looked around the room. Without his nightstick, he felt exposed and vulnerable. He needed a weapon. He spotted a hammer he'd forgotten to return to the supply closet after he used it to fix the desk a couple days before. He picked it up, hefted it, swung it, and nodded, satisfied. This would work. He took a breath, checked the monitors again, and then turned toward... Wait. He looked back to the monitors. He blinked and rubbed his eyes. His vision was a little blurry, probably from both the blood in his eyes and the blow to the head. Was he seeing that wrong? He leaned toward the monitor and questioned. No, he wasn't seeing it wrong. He was seeing what he was seeing. There was an animatronic that was supposed to be latched, immobile, and trapped in the wall in the inner wall. Hudson flung the office door open, gripping the hammer so hard the knuckles turned white. He strode down the hall to the... Oh, hell. It was gone. It was really gone. Hudson gawked at the empty hooks hanging in the wall. Hudson heard the scuffling sound behind him. He whirled. Nothing was there. Or was something there? Hiding just past that tile of the character suits. Hudson pulled out his flashlight and showed it around the highway. No, he didn't see any movement. He took the step down the hall, moving toward the bathroom. Turning into the circles constantly, he tried to be aware of the entire hallway at once. He wished he had eyes in the back of his head. He made it to the men's bathroom without further incident. Pushing his door open, he sensed and raised the hammer. Who knew what was lurking in here? Was the mutilated rabbit waiting for him? Hudson snorted the word rabbit. Was he thinking the animatronic was a rabbit because it made him feel better to think of the thing as threatening as a teddy bear? But of course, that was ignorance. Stupid, Mr. Atkins' voice said. Hudson whirled. He was alone. Again, he couldn't tell where Mr. Atkins' voice came from because it was his voice. Hudson was sure of it. For once, Mr. Atkins was right. It was stupid to think the animatronic was a rabbit, but it was as much a rabbit as Hudson was. No, the abomination that Hudson's friends had commonly installed the morning was not a rabbit at all. It was a robot, and it was more. Hudson was pretty sure the remains of a corpse were stuck inside the rabbit suit skeleton. He wasn't 100% convinced, but he was convinced enough. Quickly checking before the stalls were empty, Hudson held the hammer in one hand while he splashed water in his free hand. He quickly realized that his clumsy way to clean up was going to work, but after double-checking the room, he set down the hammer and started to wash his hands and preparing for cleaning up his face. He should have never set down the hammer. Hudson went on standing still, backpedaling toward the handicap-accessible stall in a half-blink of a second. He was by the sink, and then he wasn't. Now he was skidding across the bathroom, hauled by the unseen hands toward the toilet of the biggest stall. Hudson screamed, "Stop it!" and tried to grab at the stall doorway as he went through it. Couldn't get a grip on it to stop the progress. He slid the few feet from the toilet. "Hold him down," one of the boys shouted. "Get his shoulders," another one yelled. Hudson got one last glimpse of the gray linoleum floor of the boys' bathroom before he felt his head going into the toilet. He closed his eyes and his mouth just as he was submerged. Then the water swirled around a sound of laughter. Hudson failed and trashed and fell back into the closed door of the stall. He coughed and spit and tried to upchuck what little food he had in his stomach. Water oozed down his neck and trickled on his shirt. "Get away from me!" he screamed at the bullies tormenting him, even though he knew that yelling would spur them to do something else to him. He tensed, bracing for another assault, but nothing happened. Hudson looked around. His gaze fell to the floor, the black and white floor. He squinted at it and then put a hand on it. No gray linoleum. His upper lip curled in the scent of urine. Hudson hefted himself to his feet, fumbled on the stall door, and bolted for the nearest sink. He stuck his head under the faucet and scrubbed his face and hair with the hottest water he could stand. When he was done, he used the pile of paper towels to dry himself off as well as he could. Then Hudson looked back into the stall as he exited. He stared at it. What was wrong with it? Something wasn't right. Hudson took a step back, then he took 2 steps forward. No, that wasn't possible, but it was. The toilet in the stall and the star floor were completely dry, and it smelled the way the rest of the restroom smelled, like soap and disinfectant. If he just whipped his head out of urine-filled toilet, water would be splashed all over, and the stall would still have acidic putrid scent. But how could the stall look suddenly pristine? Hudson could make sense of this, and it made him angry. "Think you've got me, didn't you?" Hudson shouted. But he didn't know when he was shouting at, and what made him even angrier. "What do you want?" he screamed, to whom or what he didn't know. Nothing answered. Hudson breathed heavily for several seconds, then he sighed. "Okay, I give." He wasn't sure what he was going to accomplish give in to this opponent. Who was his opponent? But maybe acting meek would buy him some time to figure out what was going on. Ha! Acting meek. He wasn't acting at all. He wanted to surrender, wave the white flag, and roll over on his back like a submissive puppy. He wasn't up for whatever kind of warfare he was in. He didn't understand it, and he wasn't equipped for it. Speaking of which, he picked up the hammer. He didn't want to stay in the bathroom all night. He might as well head back to the office. He took a step. He stopped when he heard a chuckle. That was a chuckle, right? Yes, and there's another one. Now he was being laughed at. Where was the laughter coming from? Sounding like it was coming from above him, Hudson looked up. Sure enough, there was the source of the laughter. The yellow-green rabbit's head was hanging out through the opening of the big vent through the wall. Its mouth was open, and it was laughing its head off. Hudson roared and threw his hammer at the tooth-filled head. The head disappeared back into the vent. Hudson stared at the opening. He had to pursue, didn't he? First, if he did pursue, he'd know he was a coward. Second, he would know where the rabbit went if it didn't follow it. If he didn't know where it was, he was in more danger. Before he could think about it, Hudson jumped up onto the toilet seat, climbed onto the pipes, and then the top of the stall door. He grabbed the lip of the vent and heaved himself to the cavernous tube of the ceiling. Once there, it went rigid. Expecting further attack, nothing happened. He pulled out his flashlight, flipped it on, and shined it around. He was alone. He stopped and sat at the giant vent. He was doing in there. It was crazy, but he didn't want to go after the animatronic rabbit. Hudson straightened his shoulders. Yes, he did. He wasn't going to be a sniveling kid anymore. He was going to stand up to the bullies and the miserable stepdad. He was going to go rabbit hunting. Hudson giggled at his joke. When his giggle sound was demented in his own ears, was he slipping in and out of the present and his past? For a second, he was a kid pretending that he had the courage to go after the bullies who hurt him. But it was just a second. He knew where he was, and he knew he had to go on the offense where he was going to go lose his mind. Getting onto the hands and knees, Hudson put his flashlight in his mouth and crawled away from the opening in the men's restroom, stopping every few feet to take the flashlight from his mouth and aim it away. And that, while he listened for sounds, he got about 20 feet before he encountered his first character head. Startled, he lifted his own head and bumped it into the metal above him. He scuttled backward and stared at the face looking back at him. It was Freddy Fazbear himself. Not really, it was just Freddy Costume Head, an old, nearly threadbare one. Or was that Threadbare? Hudson giggled again, but he had to admit the giggle was too childish sounding. He needed to focus on the task at hand. Find the escape rabbit? No. Find the bullies? No. Find the strange animatronic. He scooted forward the vent cover. He peered around the corner, and he sprouted another head. Again, he jumped so violently he banged the top of his head in the meadow above him. He forced himself to breathe calmly as he studied the head. It was Chica's, though her teeth were half gone and her bill was torn. His head had been attached to part of Chica's body. The body was just a shoulder and an arm, and a hand. Hudson gave the thing a wide berth, and watching it to be sure it wasn't suddenly grow feet and come after him. He didn't stop watching until he rounded a corner. Hudson didn't know how long he crawled through the vent system. He also didn't know how many heads he found. He lost track of both time and sensory input. Every stretch of the vent seemed like every other. Every turn was both familiar and unfamiliar. Several times he was sure he got a glimpse of a yellow-green fur up ahead. Each time, he stiffened and readied himself for an attack, but one never came. Twice, Hudson heard the scrabbling of little claws in the middle of the vent. He spotted one of the rats. He found rat droppings, too. Gross, Hudson said more than once when he put his palm in rat poop. Sometimes, when he stopped moving, Hudson was sure he heard swishing sounds or tapping sounds or clinks or bumps ahead of or behind him. Mostly, though, he heard his own breathing, his own ragged, labored breathing. Finally, his knees sore and his head throbbing and tingling, he decided he was never going to win the game of hide-and-seek in these vents, and he went back to the office to rewrap his head. So he turned to crawl down to the vent tunnel that went toward the light. He wasn't sure where he was building. He really gotten totally disoriented, but he sure had his leg strength to kick out a vent cover, and because the vent openings were huge and the ceilings were unusually tall, he figured he could jump from the vent opening to the ground no matter where he came out. He began crawling ahead, but something grabbed his foot. Something grabbed his foot and held on. Swallowing a scream, Hudson turned to look behind him, full expect to see nothing because he kept seeing nothing when he checked for sounds. But this time, something was there. Screaming, Hudson yanked his foot toward his body and sat up. Once again, he bashed the top of his head against the vent tunnel ceiling, but it didn't pause to care about it because the thing hanging on his foot was still hanging on. "Get off!" he screeched. "Get off!" Using his flashlight, he beat the yellow arm that had a grip on his foot. It was Chica again. The Chica head attached to the shoulder, arm, and hand, and the hand was hanging onto Hudson's foot, as if his foot was an important thing in the world. Hudson shook his foot and pounded the yellow hand that wouldn't let go. I like you," a woman's voice said. Not just any woman's voice, Faith's voice. Hudson froze. He shined a flashlight back and forth in the vent tunnel. Then he aimed the light at Chica's mouth. Had the voice come from Chica? "I like you," the voice said again. The voice didn't sound like it was coming from the Chica head, just as Mr. Atkins' voice had come from the void Hudson couldn't locate. So did this one. His voice, however, had been more immediate impact on Hudson. He felt it squeezing his heart, touching him in the way that it had been when Faith did those very words to him on their first and their only date. I like you, Faith had said. It was different, I like you, than the casual way she'd said the words at work, before she basically told him to ask her out. In the restaurant, under the muted lights of the alcove where the small table was tucked, Faith's eyes had looked as soft and sincere when he said it. Then it wasn't just I like you, that was actually what said was, I like you a lot, Hudson. You're a nice guy. Then she reached across the table and touched his hand. Her fingers were smooth and warm, and when she turned her hand over and took hers in his, she didn't protest. She just smiled at him in the way no one had ever smiled at him before. It was the best moment in his life. Unlike this one, now, Hudson wasn't in the restaurant with Faith. He was in a huge vent, with a piece of an animatronic glommed to his foot. Aware of the pressure still grasping his foot, Hudson tried to lean toward and use his fingers to pry Chica's hand from his shoe. But that was a bad move because Chica just shifted her grip. Now she was holding his right hand. Faith hung on to Hudson's hand when he walked her home. She smiled the whole time, too. She listened to him, laughed at his jokes, and at one point, she even put her head on his shoulder for a moment. A strand of her hair blew up against his neck. It felt so silky and it smelled like berries. Hudson welcomed the warmth, the connection. He looked down at his hand entwined with, it wasn't Faith's hand in his. No! Hudson screamed. He was no longer felt touched, but not emotionally anyway. Obviously, he was being touched, literally, by the yellow hand. And maybe he was touched in the head, too. Hudson swung his arm around, which in turn swung the Chica's parts around. He battered them over and over against the vent's tunnel side. Chica was oblivious. She held on. He had to get out of there. Doing his best to not think about the animatronic part attached to his right hand, Hudson crawled ahead. Making for the vent cover he had his eye on, he knew he would get out in a relatively confining vent space. He'd have more room to maneuver Chica off his hand. Ignoring Chica's continued expression of determined love, Hudson crawled in with a couple of feet in the vent cover, turned his body, and kicked the cover loose onto the wall. Crawling forward, he shined the light down onto the room below. He was backstage. Wow, he was totally turned around. He thought he was on the opposite side of the building. Turning again, Hudson exited the vent tunnel feet first, dropping onto the floor and immediately swinging his arm to the wide arc that slammed Chica against the floor. When her grip loosened, he flung her free, kicked her into the pile of costume parts on the far side of the dressing area. I like you, he heard again, and he heard the sound he'd never heard before. It was a sound he could barely describe. It was a roar, he thought at first, an especially shrill roar with distinctive separate tones that told him that it was combined roar, the combined roar of many, many voices. It was also a breath, a great exhale, and a groan all at once. What? Hudson began. The costume parts began to tear the Chica parts into bits, like a frothing, churning pool filled with fuzzy, colorful piranhas. The costume parts came to life, and in seconds they pulled Chica apart and ripped her into 100 pieces. He would have kissed Faith goodnight by her door after their date, but her roommate opened the door and walked between them just as he was making his move. Later, after Faith called to ask if he'd done it, he realized the roommate had opened the door and walked out deliberately to keep him from kissing Faith. That was probably the moment when it all began to come apart. As quickly as the attack on Chica began, it ended. The pile of costume parts was once again a pile of parts, and it didn't look any different than it had before. And now, Hudson was looking at the wisp of yellow fabric. Chica had been reduced to almost nothing, and just like Hudson, Faith's rejection had torn out his part and hope into little bits. He looked at his hand. Was that yellow fuzz under his nails? Hudson wiped his hands in his pants several times, and once again Hudson was alone in the stillness, not capable of understanding what was going on. Hudson turned away the yellow tufts of fur. He ran back toward the office. When he reached the end of the hall, however, he stopped. He looked down the empty hands. He lost his nightstick. He lost his hammer. With the animatronic wandering somewhere in the building with everything else going on, what was going on? He needed a new weapon. He veered away from the office in the direction of the kitchen. When Faith and her team first designed it, the kitchen was only going to be a replica of one of the pizzeria kitchens. But when management decided they wanted his attraction to be available to the venue for parties, that's when the fake kitchen became a real kitchen. Over the last few days, Barry and Dwayne had been bringing in boxes of kitchen supplies. They were still stacked up in the counters. Surely one of those boxes contained a knife or something he could be used as a weapon. Hudson reached in the kitchen without anything else weird happening, and he found that he needed a second box that he opened. Continually checking over his shoulder, Hudson armed himself with a butcher knife and a rolling pin. Feeling only a little ridiculous as he left the kitchen, he held both weapons ahead of him as he hurried back to his office. Twice along the way, he heard a clickety-click behind him, and when he checked both times, nothing was there. Finally reaching the office, Hudson turned to look around it thoroughly before closing and locking the door. Then, setting down his weapon, he tore off the wet wrap on his head. He used the remainder of the bandages to rewrap it because the head was still oozing. But when he was done, he sat down in his chair. Hudson checked out the monitors and the blanket hanging over the vent cover. Nothing was amiss. What should he do next? Hudson looked over the ceiling, then shook his head. The solution was so easy he couldn't believe he missed it. Stupid, Mr. Atkins said from somewhere. Hudson groaned. He was being stupid. He didn't even have to stay in the building as they abused all night. Just plain stupid, the Atkins voice said. Hudson stood. All he had to do was get out of the building. Why was he still here? Why was he locked in? He had keys. He reached down and touched the key. He looked down. Where were his keys? Oh no, the belt loop was on which he normally hooked his keys was torn. The keys were gone. He looked madly around the room. He checked his pockets, looking at the monitors. No keys. Stupid, the Atkins voice reminded him. Hudson closed his eyes and hung his head. If he had gone for his keys first, he would be out of here by now. He opened his eyes. Well, there was nothing he could do about that now, unless he could take a break out somehow. He was locked in. He couldn't call anyone either. He had no phone, and of course the building's phone system was coming in tomorrow. Why not break out? Sure, he couldn't easily reach a few windows in the building, but he couldn't break the glass front doors? Maybe. Or he could just wait out the night in here. He was safe in here, or at least he'd know if someone or something was trying to get in. The second he had that thought, something thumped against the door, and the blanket over the vent rippled. The vent made a rending sound, and the vent cover fell down behind the blanket and landed with a clatter on the floor. As soon as the vent landed, animatronic mouse and costume mouse began falling through the opening. What's the square root of 144? Mr. Atkins asked. No, not Mr. Atkins, an animatronic mouse. What? Hudson said. Wrong, stupid, Mr. Atkins said. It was Mr. Atkins in his algebra class. Hudson could see the windows looking out of the school parking lot, the cars glistening in red. What's 4x plus 6? Mr. Atkins said. Work the problem. Hudson looked around. It wasn't algebra class. He was in his office. Animatronic mouse surrounded him, firing algebra questions at him. Hudson held his head. Stupid, another mouse said, using Mr. Atkins' voice. How do you find the value through the process of substitution? Mr. Atkins screamed through another animatronic. Hudson shook his head and willed himself to see what the real and what wasn't. Stupid, a different mouse said. All the mouse sounded like Mr. Atkins. Stop it, Hudson shrieked. Stop it! All the mouse advanced on him. Stupid, 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 stupid! The assault came from the inside and outside of his head. It came all around him, and the mouse fell endlessly from the vent, opening the press toward him its ghastly chorus of judgment. Hudson tried to get up and run, but the mouse were like marbles flung over the floor. He lost his balance and fell, and then they overran him. Mouse crawled over him. He skidded up his legs, slithered through his hair, and he hoped at one end of his body to the other. Hudson failed and kicked. He shrieked some more. Then his mouth tried to crawl inside his mouth, and when it began to burrow into his ear, and tried hearing rumbling in his head, like a thunderstorm was unleashing itself inside him. Then when he lost it, he wet his pants. The hot liquid left his body and soaked his jeans. He began to cry. He was babbling, too. He didn't know what he was saying. He was talking gibberish. He was in the world of misery beyond anything he experienced before, and that was saying a lot. Wiping his arms around himself, he began to rock and hum. He had to know how long he had rocked and hummed, but when Hudson stopped, the mouse were gone. Completely gone, like they'd never been there before. He looked around and looked up at the blanket. It was hanging in place in the thick enough cover to opening so he couldn't tell the vent cover was there. He stared into the stand so he could move his desk and check the vent cover, but that's when he noticed the sticky, burning wetness on his pants. Oh man, he just cleaned up. He wasn't going to sit in his own pee the rest of the night. Hudson picked up the butcher knife and the rolling pin, paused at the listening door. Hudson slowly opened it, hearing nothing. He stepped into the hall, and he tripped and fell toward the floor. No, he was grabbed. He was grabbed by the wrist and flung, as if he had half his size. The retching motion of the grab fling broke the same wrist Lewis had broken as Hudson as a boy. Or was he still a boy? Hadn't he just felt Lewis's clammy palm against his skin? Yes, he'd seen the great green shag carpet in the hallway, and the house flashed past his gaze that flew through the air. You peed your pants, Cryberry, baby? Lewis boomed. Pathetic. Hudson moaned and landed. He cradled his snapped wrists against his belly, and he grasped in siren-like yelps as he looked around. No green shag carpet, still the black and white squares. He wasn't at home. He was at Fazbear's Frights. And when he'd been flung, he had not lost his butcher knife. He was lying a few feet down the hall, still spinning, the black end pointing at him. The point ended, and then the black end, and then the pointed end. Again, he was alone. Well, not totally alone. All the animatronic parts on the walls were muttering. They were whispering, giggling, pointing, reaching, and worst of all, watching. They could see the eyes in the wall following his movements. Hudson gasped. Two of the reaching arms had weapons. One had his nightstick, and the other had the hammer. Both arms swung their weapons back and forth. A partial foxy arm, with its fire hook extended, was between Hudson's two weapons, but the hook was unmoving. Hudson forced himself to look away from the chaotic movement of the walls. It was making him dizzy, or was he dizzy because of the broken wrist? Tears smeared Hudson's face as he dropped to the rolling pin and tried to get up without affecting his left wrist. Even the slightest hint of the movement sent red-hot streaks of pain down his hand and up his arm. He felt like his wrist was a raging bonfire. Managing to get into the sitting position, Hudson, without thinking, started to scoot back against the wall. That was when the sharp end of Foxy's pirate hood had cut through the material of his shirt and scratched his back. He yelped and used his right hand and his legs to move away from the writhing walls. Once there, he tried to brace himself with his right hand in the middle of the hallway floor, but then he realized he needed his right hand to self-defense. He leaned forward, grabbed the rolling pin, and then sat still, trying to get control of the sobbing and his hiccuping breath. He was out of him, parts still reach and grab. No, Lewis reached for him. Hudson was sitting in the green shag carpet, cradling his wrist. "Get up, you sissy!" Lewis screamed at him. "Get up!" Hudson hunched over, trying to make himself smaller than he already was. Between his knees, he saw the black and white floor. He stared a glance around. The walls were watching him, and he was barely out of the range. He tried not to think about what he had to do next. He looked around at the knife, and a few feet down the hall, he didn't have enough strength or will to get it. On a reflex, he turned his left wrist to look at his watch, and he screamed loud enough for the sound to echo through the building. He gasped for breath and groaned as he managed to get a glimpse of his watch face without turning his wrist any further. It was only 2:08 a.m. He was going to get 4 more hours before Barry and Dwayne would arrive. How was he going to last that long? He looked at his wrist again and immediately wished he hadn't. He could see 2 broken bones poking against the other side of his skin. The sight made his stomach heave. He swallowed hard and took shallow breaths to keep himself from throwing up. Hudson shifted carefully. His urine-stained underwear and jeans were irritating his skin, but his butt and thighs were burning and itchy. He watched to get out of the clothes, but how he would do without jostling his wrist. Maybe he would just stay there where he was for the next 4 hours. Yeah, it would suck to sit on the hard floor with pea-satted pants and a broken wrist, but wouldn't trying to move be worse? Hudson nodded to himself and wiped his eyes with the right hand. His heart rate began to slow down. Making that decision had calmed him somewhat, and it took the pressure off. Things weren't that bad, he told himself. Yes, his wrist was badly broken, and he would have to go through all that pain again when he got it set, but at least it was his left hand, and a little pee in his pants never killed anyone. He was going to be okay. "You're nothing," a voice said. Hudson sucked in his breath and looked around. "Less than nothing," a voice said. Hudson reached out without thinking. He dropped the rolling pin and stared at both hands down so he could prepare to stand. Again, his scream did a tour of the building. Fresh tears ran out his cheek. "Stop it," he shouted, when he sure if he was yelling at himself about forgetting he had a broken wrist, or if he was yelling at the voice. High-pitched and nasally, Lewis's voice was unmistakable. So that's why he said nothing. He never made the th sound. His version of nothing was more like nuttin'. "You're nothing but smoke," Lewis's voice said. Hudson grabbed the rolling pin again and waved it in front of him uselessly. Then he tucked the rolling pin under his arm and bent over to cover the right ear with his right hand. Thankfully, he remembered not to use his left hand. But that meant his voice spoke again, saying, "You're nothing at all." Hudson could hear it just fine through the uncovered left ear. "Go away," Hudson begged the voice. He knew it wasn't going to go away. Sure, so he wasn't surprised when he heard the Lewis voice say again, "Nothing at all." He was surprised, though, and when he turned toward the sound, he saw a decayed rabbit animatronic shuffling down the hall toward him, staring intently at Hudson. The thing's mouth was moving. "Nothing," it said. "Less than nothing. Nothing but smoke." And then again, "Nothing. Less than nothing. Nothing but smoke." And it meant still Lewis's voice, but it was coming through the dreadful broken teeth of the rotting animatronic. Hudson tried to shift the preparation for standing without moving his wrist. It didn't work. He had to move his left arm and get his right arm in position to pull himself up into upright position. The pain sobbed through the wave of nausea. Hudson bent over, but the sound of the animatronic taking another clicking step forward made him move again. Nearly hyperventilating, Hudson stood, his back to the wall. Behind him, hands and arms brushed against the shoulder blades. He quickly stepped away from the wall, and he was almost lost his balance. His legs were weak, and he was swaying like a sapling in the wind. He looked at the rolling pin lying on the ground. He couldn't bend over to get it. "Move," he told himself. "You gotta move." He made himself look at an advancing animatronic, and that's when he saw the knife. The knife got him to move. The animatronic was only a couple feet from the knife. Hudson had to get to it first. Lunging forward, ignoring the pain in his wrist, Hudson was able to snatch up the knife. Just before the animatronic reached it, he took a step back and brandished the knife ahead of him. The animatronic kept advancing. Hudson took another step back and waved the knife through the air. The animatronic's pace didn't falter. Hudson swung the knife wildly, back and forth and back and forth. The animatronic was on him, reaching for him, clawing at him. And suddenly, the knife blade sliced through Hudson's bicep. Hudson screamed, turned, and ran as scorching pain erupted in his arm. Warmth trickled down his bicep, although the crook of his elbow and from his forearm was injured wrist. "Nothing divided is half of nothing," Lewis's voice called out behind Hudson. Hudson nearly tripped and fell. How could he have forgotten? Lewis, the real Lewis, had said that very thing to him when Lewis had slashed Hudson with a knife just before the fire. The knife was the reason the fire happened. Why had Hudson suppressed that memory? It didn't matter now. Nothing mattered except getting away from the robot corpse thing that was after him. He forced himself to move down the hall, but steps faltered, and he tried to grab the wall for support. One of the animatronic mouse bit at his right forearm, and he screamed, once again moving away from the wall. He had to get out of the hallway. He started running, stumbling, staggering, weaving, but trying to stay in the center of the hall. Every jarring step was pain-filled, but he kept going. Reaching the far corner of the hallway, Hudson looked over his shoulder to see how his pursuer was. He slid to a stop. No one was behind him. The hallway was empty, and his walls were still. Well, it wasn't completely empty. A bloody butcher knife lay on the top floor near the Hudson was when the animatronic slashed him. Or did it? Had he imagined it? He looked down at his arm. Sure, it wasn't imagined that. A sickly wide gap in his skin ran from his upper bicep to his elbow. Blood was gushing copiously down his arm and over his busted wrist, dripping off his fingers. He had to stop the bleeding. He started to put his right hand over the wound, but he paused. Why was his right hand bloody? He hadn't touched the wound yet, and it was bloody like he had been splashed with blood when it was slashed. No, he did not just slash himself, did he? Hudson shook his head several times and concentrated on how he was going to stop the bleeding in his arm. He used up all his first aid supplies in his head wound, wavering in his feet, turning to look him every 2 seconds, crying and unable to stop. Hudson tried to think. What should he do? And as he watched the flow of blood, he realized he couldn't flow as fast as his arm was hanging down. So he lifted his arm, but he forgot about the wrist again. The broken bones under his skin ground together as they rotated, and he screeched in pain. He tried to raise his arm above the level of his heart, but the pain wouldn't let him. Panicking, he would have starting to feel weak. Hudson tore the wrap off his injured head and awkwardly tried to resuscitate it around his upper arm. There wasn't enough material to cover the entire wound. Material. Of course, he could use towels from the gift shop, and then he could break the front doors of the building and get out of here. Hudson had to get to the lobby. Fast. Once again, surveying the hall and be sure he was alone, he'd not attack under by the walls. Hudson walked fast and he got toward the lobby. Every step jolted his wrist, and then he fight of nausea and wanted to sit down and kept moving. Keep going, he told himself. Keep going. Don't stop again. But nearly at the end of the hall, he did stop. He'd forgotten the rolling pin. He looked back down the hall. The rolling pin was gone, and there was the nightstick and the hammer. He'd last seen them when the hands reaching in the walls. Moaning, Hudson stared at the spot on the floor where he was sure he'd left the wooden utensil. He willed it to be there, but it wasn't. Hudson whimpered. It turned his back on what he couldn't explain. He staggered forward again, concentrating. He willed his feet to keep moving. As he passed Pirate's Cove, Hudson told himself he was halfway there. Just keep going, he ordered himself. Then he stopped. He stopped in horror when the purple curtain around Pirate's Cove began ripping in half, torn from the inside by Foxy's pirate hook. Hudson gasped at what he was seeing. What was this happening? Or was his exhibit's animation just being completed without his knowledge? As Hudson began shuffling away from Pirate's Cove and the curtain was wrenched apart, the deformed rabbit animatronic peered out at Hudson. He raised his arm, and Hudson could see that the rabbit held a foxy arm. It was the rabbit that had been slashing the curtain. Hudson ran. Several feet down the hall, he checked over his shoulder. It wasn't being chased. He didn't slow down. He had to get the towels to stop his bleeding. At least, there was one good thing about the animatronic being behind him. It wouldn't have been hanging in the inner hall, when Hudson realized he had passed through to get to the lobby. Squaring his shoulders, he forged ahead, turning down the hall where the animatronic was hanging at the start of the animatronic was hanging on the wall, just where Barry and Dwayne left it. But how did it get back there? Watching the horrible robotic character, Hudson shuffled past as fast as he could. The animatronic didn't move. Hudson checked it several times after he passed it, but it kept hanging there, silent, still. Finally, he concentrated on getting to his destination. He was almost there, but every step he took, he felt weaker. He couldn't walk in a straight line, but his sight was getting a little blurry. Determined, he worked his way down the long hall and made toward the lobby. It looked longer to get there than it should have, but he got there. Unfortunately, the shop was mostly dark. Lights from the lobby barely reached the space. They probably only enough illumination to create amorphous shapes. Stumbling into the darkened space, Hudson used his right hand to feel along the shelves. He groped for the textiles he knew were there. Feeling fur, he made his way past the plushies and action figures. Hey, did something nip at him? No, he was just imagining things, which was understandable given what he experienced this evening. He kept going, and he eventually found the towels. He grabbed a stack of them and started wrapping them around his arm. Then they couldn't say. He felt around until he found the Chica headbands he remembered were there, and then those who tied the towels in place. It was an awkward and painful process. He had to keep moving his arm in a position of the towels and the bands, and every time he did, his wrist protested in blazing blasts of pain. He gritted his teeth, hissed out a breath, and kept working and wrapping his arm. Finally, he finished, but now for the front door. Still weak but encouraged by the progress he'd made, Hudson thought it was going to be the gift shop. What else could he use to break the glass door? Sporting goods. Hadn't he seen a baseball bat in here? Hudson took a step forward and he thought he'd find a bat, but loud fluttering sound stopped him. He squinted into the darkness. He saw movement. What was that? He couldn't tell, but he could tell the movement was advancing his way. He backed out of the gift shop. He was nearly out of the gift shop when he smelled something he made him throw up all over the floor. He couldn't help it. It was a reflex. He smelled black cherry pipe tobacco, and he smelled an acidic stench of vomit. You're going to mess your room, boy, Lois bellowed. You can't just stay here and breathe it in. And Hudson wavered on his feet, staring in amazement while Lewis stormed around the room and gathered every toy Hudson had ever owned, piling them, lining them up. Lewis created a barrier in the doorway of Hudson's room. Live in the stink, little boy, Lewis growled. Trying not to breathe through his nose, Hudson turned to his bed. But his bed wasn't there. It wasn't in his room. He was outside the gift shop. Breathing through his nose, he took a step into the lobby. He had to get into the front doors. But what happened next wasn't the way he planned to do it. Hudson was suddenly lifted off the floor and up into the air. He was thrown across the lobby. Somehow, as he flew through the air, Hudson was flipped over. He hit the wall on the opposite side of the lobby with his back, and a disturbing crunch and more pain in his mind than was able to fathom. He slid on the floor, landing on his left side, and on a slashed arm and broken wrist. The initial impact just felt like he had when Lewis had thrown him into a wall, but aftermath was worse. When did Lewis do that? Was it before or after the barrier of toys? Hudson couldn't remember. But where was he now? He was in the past, or was he in the present? He didn't know. All he knew was pain. Hudson bellowed at the top of his lungs. He had panted like a dog. It was his time injury, a new one, or was this new? Had he fused discs held? Hudson couldn't tell. His back was radiating pulsation of pain. He lay still, afraid to ask anything else of his battered body. As he lay on his side, breathing shallowly, he tried to check his surroundings. Was Lewis still in the room? Was the rabbit animatronic going to show up again? He craned his neck to look over the lobby. He saw nothing out of place. No, wait, something was out of place. On the wall above him, a large vent cover was hanging by one screw. The cover was swinging slowly. The dark passage it had concealed, now wide open to anyone or anything. Could the animatronic have thrown him and then retreated into the vent? A sickly scent of cherry pipe tobacco hung in the air again. But he had to get away from the horror of this building. Gingerly moving his legs, once he made his back kink up in stiff protest, Hudson tried to get in a position that he couldn't stand. No matter how much it hurt, he couldn't just lie there and let the animatronic or whatever's tormenting him make his next move. He needed to get to the doors. Hudson turned to look toward him. He gasped. No way. No freaking way. He blinked, rubbed his eyes with his right hand, and looked again. Yes, he was seeing what he was seeing. The doors were being guarded by the gift shop's entire supply of plushies and action figures. They were lined up and poised in action, and they were all watching him. Hudson stood and screamed. His back felt like he was being torn in half. His wrist felt like it was being filled with ground glass. His arm was pounding out a staccato beat of intense, tortuous pain. He couldn't take much more. He had to hide. But where? He looked up and down the hall, stretching away from the lobby, and his gaze landed on the kitchen doorway at the far end left hall. Holding his breath, he took a step toward the direction. He knew where he could go. Heat purges. He could hear Granny's voice that said, "Fire heals." The fireplace. He had a safe place in the fireplace. Lewis could reach him there. Heat purges, fire heals. Those were the two phrases of the mantra. Hudson began shuffling toward the kitchen. Each step was a new elevation of pain. Each of the footfalls made him wonder if he'd make it. But then he asked himself if he could make it. He told himself, heat purges, fire heals. And he didn't mean the words literally. He had no intention of heating anything or setting fire to anything. But the words had reminded him of where he could hide. The words seemed to control his feet as they kept moving toward Hudson's destination. When he reached it, he stood in front of it and smiled. He wondered why he hadn't thought of this before. Hudson reached out with his right hand and tugged on one of the industrial oven doors. As soon as it opened, he gingerly climbed inside the oven. There he sat, stretched out his legs and grabbed the door. He pulled it and closed it with a satisfying whump. Finally, he was safe, or was he? As he huddled against the hard, cool walls of the oven, Hudson's mind went back, once again, to the past. Safe. Was that what he thought he was the night he wrestled the knife from Lewis and threatened the man with it? "Leave me alone," he screamed. "Never touch me again, I'll tell everyone everything." Lewis had laughed at him. "Kid, you're not going to tell anyone anything. They'll think you know what they need and you to know." And when the strange statement, Lewis did disappear into the kitchen and Hudson had crawled into the fireplace to hide. Next thing Hudson knew, there was a fire in the fireplace, and then the house was on fire. Hudson barely got out alive. His burns on his legs left him with nerve damage that barred him from the Navy. He didn't set the fire, did he? Had he told everyone he didn't because he believed he didn't? The popping sound yanked Hudson from the reservoir. What was that? He listened. Then he heard the rustling sound and a snap. Hudson hunched over the fireplace. He listened for Lewis and he looked at Lewis's lighter. Then had Hudson taken it? He hadn't remembered, but it was his now. Hudson could feel Lewis's lighter in his hand. He could feel the thumb on the little starter wheel. Flames started crawling up the curtains next to the fireplace. In the oven, something whirred, and then made a little spitting sound. Hudson heard the convulsive burst like a backdraft blowing open. He looked down in his empty hands. The cool walls of the oven started warming up. Hudson shot away in the oven walls. No! Panic, Hudson kicked open the oven door, but it didn't budge. Open the door, he shouted. He kicked again. The door remained closed. Oh, Hudson, a voice said. It was Granny Foster. Hudson looked around the oven and tried to see out the door of thick glass, opening the door. He couldn't see anyone. Granny, get me out of here, Hudson yelled. Oh, Hudson, Granny's voice repeated. Her voice wasn't coming from the outside of the oven. It was inside, with Hudson. The oven got hotter. Hudson started to sweat. Help me! Hudson heard what he sounded like a sigh rushing through the oven. Your path is your path, Granny's voice said, and the oven got hotter and hotter. You know, I'm going to miss most when we start training, Dwayne asked Barry, and the two men climbed the steps towards front of Freddy Fazbear Frights. What? Barry called on the keys and unlocked the front door. He was a little surprised he had to do that. Usually Hudson was down here already unlocking the doors. Your grandma's cooking, Dwayne said. Barry laughed, even sobered. I would have said that, too, until I met Faith. That'll work out, Dwayne said as they stepped into the building. Where's Hudson? Barry asked. Hudson! Dwayne called. What's that smell? Barry wrinkled his face. Dwayne covered his nose. Smells like something burning. Hey, did you hear about that fire at the circus? What? It was in the tents, Dwayne laughed loudly. Get it? In tents? Barry shook his head. Hudson, he called. They waited, breathing shallowly. No one answered. Let's go check the office, Barry said. The men headed down the main hall. They looked around as they went. Everything was the same as it had been, and they left the night before. Same stacks of boxes, same animatronics they hooked on the wall. Dwayne bent over. I forgot to pick up this tooth last night. We can glue it back in. Can we glue it back in? They went down the hall and leaned into the open door of the office. It looked normal, too, but Hudson wasn't in it. Where the heck is he? Dwayne asked. Barry shook his head. Dwayne laughed. Maybe he finally got smart and left this crummy town. That wouldn't be a bad thing, Barry said. I miss him, but he could use a fresh start. Dwayne made a face. The smell is stronger down here. It's coming from the kitchen, I think, Barry said. Let's go check it out. As the two headed toward the kitchen, Barry said, I feel for Hudson. Poor guy deserves to have something go right.